Chapter 1, 25 Masochistic Cultivation. Chapter 1, 25 Masochistic Cultivation. Chapter 1, 25 Masochistic Cultivation. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was totally confused. Were there monsters inside of the violent wind tunnel? No, that was impossible. The violent wind tunnel was used daily. How would there be monsters inside? Or had he made a mistake with the difficulty level? He turned around and looked at the Array Formations panel board. It was indeed the 7th level of difficulty. But why would junior apprentice Brother Lin's appearance be so shabby? What happened inside? Could it be that junior apprentice Brother Lin's footwork technique was not steady? That was also impossible. He remembered on the martial stage that junior apprentice Brother Lin had been steady like a towering mountain. It was impossible for there to be anything wrong with his footwork technique. In this case, Lin Ming simply couldn't explain. He said, "Senior apprentice brother, could I trouble you to reduce the difficulty by a level and open up the 6th level of difficulty?" At the 7th level of difficulty, the wind velocity was just too fast. The time Lin Ming was airborne for was too short. Just as he was about to feel the origin of the wind, he would immediately smash into the wall. So he hoped to reduce the difficulty by a bit. To comprehend the concept of wind, he did not need to resist the strength of the wind. The force of the wind also did not matter. You want to reduce the difficulty? The deacon's senior apprentice brother was becoming a bit paranoid, but he hadn't figured out how to open his mouth and ask Lin Ming. Lin Ming once again entered the wind tunnel, and through numerous trials, he began to feel like he was starting to be able to sense the concept of wind. He wanted to use this opportunity to step into the threshold of the wind concept in one fell swoop. After his 8 hours of practice time had ended, Lin Ming had already hit the wall at least 10,000 times. If it wasn't for the top-quality injury medicine he had brought, the impact of so many hits would have already left him with several internal injuries. At this point, there wasn't a single spot on Lin Ming's body that wasn't bruised. When he swapped clothes and stepped out of the tunnel, the deacon's senior apprentice brother was completely confused. Standing by the deacon was a disciple of the heavenly abode. He didn't recognize Lin Ming in his current ragged condition. He only thought, which wonderful low-order disciple is this? You couldn't even think to open up a low level of difficulty? Was there a need to be so masochistic in your practice? Junior apprentice Brother Lin, what in the world were you doing in there? The deacon's senior apprentice brother asked. Practicing? Lin Ming faintly smiled. Having given a perfunctory answer, he didn't wait for the deacon to ask him another question and left. The disciple that was still waiting there asked, "Junior apprentice Brother Lin? Which Lin? Lin Wu?" "That's not right. Although Lin Wu is a little weak, he's not that bad." The deacon sent an ill-humored look at the disciple and snappily said, "Junior apprentice Brother Lin Ming." "Lin Ming? Haha, senior apprentice brother, your joke is too funny. If that Lin Ming can actually end up like that in that level of difficulty in the violent wind tunnel, then I'll walk in reverse from now on." "You can walk however you want to. Next time, if you don't believe, then look yourself." The deacon's senior apprentice brother was disinclined to bother with the disciple. He began to close the formation array. It was about time for him to get off work. After Lin Ming returned to his cabin that night, he prepared a boiled bathtub full of medicinal herbs. As soon as he stripped his clothes, he jumped in and soaked inside the bathtub for 2 hours. The wounds on his body began to slowly mend themselves. As he sat in the tub and mediated for the night, by the next day his flesh had absorbed the potency of the medicinal herbs and his bruises had disappeared. The cost of that bathtub full of medicinal herbs was around 7,000 taels of gold. Before, the amount of gold that he had spent on raw materials would have been enough for him to practice for 7 or 8 years. But presently, that bathtub of medicine had already been completely used up. This caused Lin Ming to sigh with emotion. If one wanted to cultivate martial arts but didn't have money, then no matter what talent they had, it would be useless. Yesterday, he had gone through 8 hours of masochistic practice. Lin Ming had finally touched upon the concept of wind, but still hadn't managed to cross the threshold. He was still far from being able to grasp that wind concept. With such an esoteric and profound golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming hadn't expected to be able to cultivate it within a short time. Still, just practicing it a little was infinitely enjoyable. Today, Lin Ming did not go to the violent wind tunnel. He needed a period of time to let his body fully assimilate the experiences he had obtained yesterday. Therefore, he lit a sound transmitting talisman and passed a message to Wang Yuhan. Today, he would be going to the Inscription Association. In the past few days, a modest affair had happened in Sky Fortune City. The Zhu family had announced that because Zhu Yan had violated the family rules, his punishment was that he had been expelled from the family. Not only that, but the 10th prince, the Cloud Prince, had drawn a distinct line between him and Zhu Yan. This matter had been dealt with in a very low-profile manner. However, all the major powers had taken note of this event. Everyone knew that Zhu Yan and Lin Ming had a grudge between them, and some of the even more informed ones knew that this was related to Lan Yunyue. According to some reliable sources, Zhu Yan and Lin Ming were deep love rivals involved in a messy love triangle. They had many small battles, and their conflict became increasingly intense. At this point, the Zhu family had expelled Zhu Yan from their ranks, and the 10th prince had drawn a line with Zhu Yan. Just what was the meaning of this? Many people thought that the Zhu family and the 10th prince had done this in order to show a measure of good will towards Lin Ming. In order to woo Lin Ming to their side, they had directly expelled a talented person from their main family. But wasn't this just too crude and reckless? Although Lin Ming was amazingly strong, he was obviously close to the crown prince and on his side. If the 10th prince was unable to win over Lin Ming and had still expelled Zhu Yan, then wasn't this double penalty simply giving an enemy one's own wife, as well as losing one's own soldiers? What was the reason behind the 10th prince's actions? After Lin Ming heard this news, he also felt it somewhat incomprehensible. Did the 10th prince make this decision in order to show goodwill? Was it necessary? Zhu Yan was expelled from the family, and he also left the 7 profound martial house. I must be careful of him. He is living a gloomy life, but he knows how to bear the suffering. This would greatly strengthen his toughness. Later, he will certainly try go against me somehow. My strength is growing, and I am not afraid, but my parents are in Green Mulberry City. I must inform the Lin family about this and have my parents protected. Unfortunately, I did not kill him when I could on that stage, and now I've left a future trouble. A cold chill crept into Lin Ming's eyes. Although he had not bothered pursuing when Wang Yigao and Wang Yanfeng had tried dealing with him using cruel methods, but that did not mean he was a soft-hearted person, especially when faced with the possibility that something could endanger the safety of his loved ones. Thinking this, Lin Ming sent out a sound-transmitting talisman to Sky Fortune City's Lin family branch, exhorting them about his parents' situation. That afternoon, Lin Ming had decided to go to the Inscription Association, which was why he had made an appointment with Wang Yuhan. As he was walking down the road, Lin Ming suddenly stopped. He had run into a person. Lin Ming already had an impression of this person. He was a post-condensation period martial artist who worked under the Crown Prince, Liao Wenyuan. The Crown Prince had helped Liao Wenyuan in his career and had shown him kindness. Before Liao Wenyuan had gained fame and fortune, a young Crown Prince had helped him. That stroke of graciousness had been unforgettably valuable. That was why, even though Liao Wenyuan now had a title and a rapidly advancing career, he had still decided to enter into the turbid waters of the struggle over the throne and was willing to assist the Crown Prince in ascending the throne. Mr. Lin, Liao Wenyuan cupped his fist in a polite greeting towards Lin Ming. Senior Liao is too polite. This junior, should be the one bowing to Mr. Liao. Lin Ming cupped his fist and returned a courtesy bow towards Liao Wenyuan. Lin Ming didn't find it surprising that he met Liao Wenyuan here. These days, he had felt eyes on him as he walked down the streets, as if people were intentionally or unintentionally following him. But these people did not have any murderous or dangerous intent. They were obviously sent by the Crown Prince. Lin Ming's status was extremely sensitive. As soon as he took even one step out of the Seven Profound Martial House, there would be people immediately following him and protecting him in the shadows. It could be said that if the 10th Prince wanted to kill him in Sky Fortune City, it wouldn't be much easier than killing the Crown Prince himself. The Crown Prince was apparently aware that he was often visiting the Inscription Association these days. Haha, I didn't think that Mr. Lin would know my name. To be truthful, I am a rather crude person, and I'm not too comfortable with these courtesies. If you don't mind, I will be rude and call Mr. Lin Brother Lin instead. Lin Ming smiled. Brother Liao's words are frank and straightforward. Truth be told, I also do not like etiquette and honorifics. Haha, that's great. Brother Lin, today I came to especially look for you. You may or may not know, but Zhu Yin has been expelled from the Zhu family. Liao Wenyuan had sent these words via True Essence sound transmission. Lin Ming nodded, and also changed to speaking with True Essence sound transmission. You must be careful of Zhu Yan. I know, but I also find something strange. Why was the Zhu family so ruthless? This ruthlessness is because of Brother Lin. You have a possibility of becoming a 7 Profound Envoy, or the Martial House Master. With that status, whether it is the Zhu family or the 10th Prince, they do not dare to annoy you. But to them, Zhu Yan will at most be a pulse condensation martial artist in the future. A pulse condensation period martial artist is an acceptable loss, so they drove him out. Later, Zhu Yan will hate you and try to assassinate you. If this happens, then Zhu Yan will take the blame, and the Zhu family and the 10th prince will not be implicated. So it's like that. Well, when it comes to the internal struggles of the large families and royal powers, not even family will be spared. Lin Ming had no interest in things like the royal power struggle and large family interests. Yes, that's why since ancient times a ruler must be crafty. Otherwise it would be impossible for them to accomplish anything. Liao Wenyuan paused and sighed. He was thinking of the humanity and righteousness of the crown prince, who unfortunately had insufficient determination. Ah, that's right, Brother Lin. You had previously asked His Highness the Crown Prince to look for some materials. We have already begun to search for them. However, there are some things that the Sky Fortune Kingdom does not have. The Crown Prince has already sent people to the neighboring countries to look. The Huoluan Nations Trade Fair has things from all around. It should be possible to find some materials there. But to collect all the materials, it will take a long time. As for the matter of the manor that Brother Lin wishes to return, His Highness the Crown Prince has said that he has already gifted the land to Brother Lin. How could he take it back? Brother Lin, please feel relieved about that matter. Huoluan Nation was one of the larger countries under the governance of the 7 profound valleys, regardless of military forces or the number of masters they had. All of it surpassed the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Huoluan Nation's trade fair was famous and very well known within the surrounding area of 100,000 miles. It was only that it was too far from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Even if one rode a snow dragon horse that could cross 2,000 miles in one day, it would still take a dozen or so days to arrive there. With the time it took to get to Huoluan Nation, coupled with the time it took to find the materials, and the fact that some materials couldn't necessarily be bought, it was wrong to depend solely on the Crown Prince to obtain the complete list of materials for the body inscription symbol. Lin Ming said with heartfelt appreciation, "Please thank the Crown Prince for me. I, Lin Ming, will always remember this favor." Haha, Brother Lin is far too polite. As soon as I ran into Brother Lin, I knew that Brother Lin was a man worth knowing. Rest assured, the Crown Prince has some savings that he's accrued over the years. He can easily bear the burden of buying some materials, but the one who has a burden is really Brother Lin. Brother Lin not only has amazing martial arts skills, but also has a thorough understanding of inscription technique. This really makes anyone feel disbelief. Brother Lin, you really make me want to throw away what I thought the word genius meant. Chapter 126, Zhang Guanyu moves. Chapter 126, Zhang Guanyu moves. Lin Ming smiled and shook his head. Brother Liao flatters me. It is only because I have a fierce master that I have such achievements. That's right. Since Zhu Yan has left Sky Fortune City, then what happened to Lan Yunyue? Did she leave with him? Although he already had nothing to do with Lan Yunyue, Lin Ming still inquired. Zhu Yan might have gone crazy by now. He might take out his anger on Lan Yunyue. Liao Wenyuan smiled and said, Brother Lin, feel relieved that Lan Yunyue is all right. But she has already withdrawn herself from the 7 profound martial house. Presently she is still within Sky Fortune City. His Highness the Crown Prince has already sent some people to secretly protect her. Oh, Lan Yunyue has left school. Lin Ming was a little stunned. The Crown Prince was really very thoughtful. He had even taken Lan Yunyue into account. There truly was a substantial advantage in joining a major power. There were a lot of matters that he didn't need to worry about. There were naturally people that would help manage them. Liao Wenyuan said, That's about everything I have to say. I will walk first. Brother Lin, please continue whatever it was you were doing. Thank you, Brother Liao. Haha, that's what I should be doing. As he bid farewell to Liao Wenyuan, Lin Ming continued to walk to the Inscription Association in order to buy the materials he needed. It was actually a bad idea to only rely on the Crown Prince. He had to look for another way. If I can draw up an inscription symbol that even the Hotian martial artists of the Sky Fortune Kingdom will want, then I can have the Hotian martial artists help me look that way. It would be possible to find the materials I need in a shorter period of time. This was the plan that Lin Ming had thought of before, and was the only means he could think of. With the improvement in Lin Ming's inscription technique, he might just be barely able to create an inscription symbol that would move the heart of a Hotian stage martial artist. But this method would draw a bit too much publicity. Inscription Association. Mr. Lin, a pleasantly surprised Wang Yuhan said after seeing Lin Ming. She had already been waiting in the inscription room for some time. Miss Wang, I'm very embarrassed. There was a small matter, so I was delayed. Because he had entered into space within the magic cube, Lin Ming's soul force consumption was extremely fierce that night, and he didn't wake up early like he usually did. Then, after that, he went to the Violent Wind tunnel to practice, and time had dragged on a bit too long. There are already quite a few visitors waiting, Wang Yuhan said, as she pointed towards the hall. Lin Ming looked. In the hall, there were already 7 or 8 people who were patiently waiting there. Usually at this time, there would only be 2 or 3 people. The last time, Lin Ming had repeatedly gone through requests. No matter whether it was repairing an inscription symbol or drawing one up, he managed to smoothly complete the task each time. And what was most pleasantly surprising to the martial artist was that the inscription symbols Lin Ming had drawn up had a much better effect than a normal inscription master. Usually to achieve this effect, only a few of the top inscription masters of Sky Fortune Kingdom, like Wang Xuanji, were able to do so. But what kind of character was Wang Xuanji? Most people simply could not move him. Even if they wanted him to, his price was not something that most martial artists could afford to pay. But Lin Ming's price for work was very cheap. His service wasn't actually much worse compared to those top-level inscription masters. As a result, many visitors had come because they had learned this. I heard that the guest inscription master is in his teens. I don't know whether this rumor is true, though. A visitor thoughtlessly said. Today, he had brought a medium-grade human step treasure. He had already had this treasure for over half a year, but hadn't found an appropriate inscription symbol. He did not even bother glancing at common inscription symbols, but the price for the top-tier inscription symbols were just too high, and not to his liking. He cultivated cold attribute true essence, and therefore wanted an inscription symbol that matched his true essence attribute. And then yesterday, he had overheard that a new guest inscription master had come to the Inscription Association and drawn up an Ice Frost Guard inscription symbol. After being placed on, the armor had actually changed to an icy blue color. That was why before the dawn had even risen, he had lined up here and had already waited most of the day till now. However, he wasn't even the slightest bit impatient. The earlier he came, the earlier in line he would be, and he might be the first one that the inscription master helped. The first inscription symbol that an inscription master made was the best. This was because at that time their soul force and true essence were at their most abundant state, and it was also easier to obtain the best result. As the day dragged on, the chances of getting the best possible result would decrease. It's true when my friend came. He saw with his own eyes that the inscription master was just a youth. What's wrong with the world? Is inscription technique not difficult to learn? He's already at this level. In a few years, him surpassing Wang Xuanji would be as simple as eating a meal or drinking water. The children these days are becoming increasingly fierce. A few years ago, there was Qin Xingxuan, and half a month ago, there was a Lin Ming. Now, there's also an inscription genius. Where did this boy come from? Why have I never heard of him before? He shouldn't be someone from the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Our Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique isn't that amazing. In certain places in the mainland, there are families who engage in special occupations. For instance, array master families, alchemist families, inscription master families, refiner families, and so forth. These families have already inherited legacies of over 1,000 years, and they are much more formidable than the Sky Fortune Kingdom. They would screen the soul talent of each generation's outstanding descendants and have a pair of a high-talent male and female marry. The child they give birth to would have the possibility of having a high-grade soul talent. Gradually, in these families, even having a 5th-grade soul talent isn't strange. In addition to their glorious and long history and the many inheritances and legacies that they have accumulated, their level of inscription technique must be many times more formidable than the average inscription master. A knowledgeable old man slowly said this as he stroked his beard. The truth was that nothing he said was a secret. Not only were there families with particular professions, but martial arts were the same. There were martial arts families with grandiose histories that had existed since ancient times. For instance, of the 7 profound marital house's current core disciples, besides Qin Xingxuan, the rest had come from martial cultivation families. Lin Ming was thought to be such a person by them. As the group of people was talking, a young receptionist lady came over and politely told them, "The guest inscription master has arrived. Everyone has been waiting for a long time. We may begin now." Allied Trade Association, Sky Fortune City headquarters. In a luxurious room in the midst of a renovation, Zhang Guanyu reclined on a bed. In his hand, he held a delicate eggshell-like porcelain bowl that was threaded with fine gold slivers. In the small golden bowl was a creamy liquid. This thick and fragrant liquid was milk, but it was not goat's milk or sheep's milk or something like that, but was a woman's breast milk. In most nobles' mansions, they raised a number of wet nurses. These wet nurses would squeeze out their breast milk, and the nobles would enjoy this delicacy. Human breast milk was considered to be the most nutritious of all milks. Whether a baby grew well had much to do with breast milk, and how long they were on breast milk before they were weaned off. Because of this, it was popular within the aristocrats of Sky Fortune Kingdom to raise wet nurses in their mansions. Normally, the women that had the occupation of a wet nurse were those that had just had a child or their child had died, or they were sold off. Most of these women came from the countryside, and usually only the women with poor appearances would come and be a wet nurse to help out with their family's expenses. The saying was that a woman with big buttocks would easily give birth. Therefore, the women that were able to squeeze enough breast milk were usually somewhat plump. In addition, they had mostly been doing farm work in the countryside since they were children. Their skin had already been thoroughly exposed to sun and rain and was rough. Most were not attractive. Zhang Guanyu, this person, had very loose lips. He felt that this kind of woman, wet nurse, seriously affected his appetite. Therefore, the wet nurses he raised had to be pretty and beautiful women beyond all else. These kinds of beauty were usually the concubines of other wealthy individuals. Their age was usually 20 or so, and their looks were charming and pleasant. The Allied Trade Association had a huge influence. Some respected families would offer their concubines on their own volition in order to flatter Zhang Guanyu. But there were also some that were compelled by Zhang Guanyu. In those cases, the families would have to obediently offer up their concubines. As for the children that these concubines had given birth to, the families could only have their own wet nurses replace them. Some concubines were in delicate health, and their breast milk was scarce. However, this didn't matter to Zhang Guanyu. In fact, Zhang Guanyu liked this kind. He felt that such breast milk was the sweetest, as well as the most rare and precious. Sometimes, a concubine that Zhang Guanyu had an appetite for would be directly sent to his harem. Zhang Guanyu had an interest in all the various flavors of beautiful women, Even a person's wife was no exception. "Have you found her?" Zhang Guanyu lazily asked, slowly sipping on his bowl of breast milk. Informing the young master, "We have found her." The one speaking was a middle-aged man of over 40 years old. His breath was long, and his heartbeat was powerful. He was at the viscera training stage. We shall go," Zhang Guanyu said, and tossed down the rest of the breast milk in the bowl. He excitedly licked his lips, his appearance quite fierce at this moment. "Young master, to do this is—" The middle-aged man hesitated. Are you afraid to offend Lin Ming?" "Young master, Lin Ming has already risen to a core disciple status within the 7 profound martial house. If he continues to rise in the future and becomes a 7 profound envoy or the martial house master, if we have offended such a person, it would be very difficult to manage." "Your meaning is I should lie down with both hands tied and let him step on me? And even befriend Lin Ming? Is that right?" Zhang Guanyu's voice suddenly cooled. The middle-aged man hurriedly said, "Young master, this subordinate does not mean that. Humph! The 7 profound martial house has pushed me to stand against Lin Ming. It is impossible for me to live in peace with him. Do you want me to admit defeat? Even if I admit defeat, do you think Lin Ming will receive my kindness? The 7 profound martial house wants me to be Lin Ming's stepping stone. But what they do not know is I am not a stepping stone. I am a caltrop. Whoever steps on me will die." Zhang Guanyu's heart of martial arts was an arrogant heart. He could understand that some people were stronger than him from the start, but he could not bear to see a young man compared to him and chase after him and then surpass him. Not only that, but Lin Ming was younger than him by 5 years. Because Lin Ming had stolen his thunder, he had already become extremely unhappy. Not only that, but the fight in 4 months would definitely attract the attention of everyone within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. If he lost in that situation, it would be a shameful disgrace. Zhang Guanyu's arrogant heart could not accept such a matter. The truth was, Zhang Guanyu had complete confidence in winning the match 4 months from now. But even if he won, he felt that Lin Ming would eventually surpass him. At that time, Lin Ming would challenge him again to defeat him. In this way, the result would still be the same. Zhang Guanyu had a premonition that once he was defeated by Lin Ming someday, then he would forever be surpassed by Lin Ming and would be unable to stand up from this catastrophic failure. This would frustrate his arrogant heart. This knot he would never be able to untie. And that was because he could never surmount Lin Ming again. Zhang Guanyu absolutely did not want to see that ever happen. Chapter 1, 27 Despicable Means. Chapter 1, 27 Despicable Means. Chapter 127 Despicable Means. After having cultivated the divine acacia power, Zhang Guanyu's heart had a strong wish. That wish was to cultivate the divine acacia power to the peak of the 7th layer and achieve a long period of youth, the time where his young essence would never fade. Once he achieved this boundary, he would have several hundred years of youth. He would be able to play with all the various beautiful and worldly women in society, take them and plunder them, from the beauties of today to the beauties of several hundred years later. He would establish a massive harem that surpassed the royal family's harem of 3,000 beautiful women. Every day, he would go visit his personal harem and wantonly engage in reckless fun with them. Thinking of this, Zhang Guanyu would be filled with burning desire, and his blood would bubble to the brim with a maddeningly ecstatic excitement. But with Zhang Guanyu's talent, to cultivate the divine acacia power to the peak 7th layer was easier said than done. He had just begun cultivating the divine acacia power. If everything went smoothly, and he picked the best beautiful women to cultivate from, there was a small possibility that he would be able to reach the peak of the 7th layer. But if 4 months from now he was defeated by Lin Ming in front of the eyes of everyone, then his spirit and heart would be suppressed and his yang essence would not flow smoothly. In that case, it would be very difficult to reach the peak of the 7th layer. So, Zhang Guanyu decided to completely and thoroughly defeat Lin Ming in the match 4 months from now. He would mercilessly trample over him, so that he would never be able to stand up from his failure in his entire life. He would snatch everything from him. All the halos that surrounded him and all the beautiful women that admired him. His heart would be serene, his young essence would flow unimpeded, and his cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. That middle-aged man said, "Young master, this subordinate is too dull-minded. But this subordinate only thinks that if you do such things, it will enrage Lin Ming. When the time comes, it will only deepen the animosity of an enemy." Humph! So what if I enrage him? You think I am going to admit defeat without a fight? But no buts. Lin Ming is scary, yes, and the 10th prince does not dare to move against him. I have to respect the crown prince, but this does not mean that I must be servile to him. If others rode on your head, would you also lie on the floor and act like a dog? Since this Lin Ming wants to defeat me, then I will eliminate him. Young master is ready. The middle-aged man did not understand what his upcoming plans and defeating Lin Ming had in common. I ask you, what is most fearful about Lin Ming? The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, his perception, martial intent, and heart of martial arts. Yes, but the most fundamental of all these is his heart of martial arts. As long as I can break his heart of martial arts, then he will lose his martial intent. If he does not have his martial intent, then he will just be some garbage third-grade talent. Even if he has monstrous, heaven-defying perception, his cultivation will be limited to below the pulse condensation period. What sort of achievements could he possibly have? As long as he doesn't become stronger, his halo will gradually disappear until everyone has forgotten about him. At that time, he will be nothing to but an ant. I'll crush him to death with a single step. He is under the protection of the 7 profound martial house now. It is impossible for me to publicly deal with him. I can only break his heart of martial arts. To deal with Lin Ming, it must be before he grows. Zhang Guanyu devilishly grinned, revealing a trace of his teeth. But that middle-aged man only felt sorrow in his heart. If he could defeat Lin Ming's heart, then that was of course good, but what if he failed? Then they would have seriously offended Lin Ming, and that might possibly affect the young master's future status in the Allied Trade Association. The Allied Trade Association would never appoint a successor that had offended a 7 profound envoy, or the Martial House Master. However, Zhang Guanyu was paranoid by nature, and he practiced the divine acacia power, which strengthened his possessive instincts. How would he listen to his words? Many cultivation methods could affect a person's mind. For instance, cultivating the abiding Buddha mantra could cause one's thoughts to be stable and pure in heart. The golden bone forging divine formula would cause a person's qi and blood to be filled with yang energy and become indomitable. However, what the divine acacia formula did was cause a person's possessive instincts to grow stronger and stronger, and their thoughts would be increasingly extreme and violent. Young master, perhaps we should discuss this matter with the master. Zhang Guanyu's complexion immediately went cold, and he emitted a faint murderous intent. The middle-aged man jumped in fear, hurriedly saying, "This subordinate should die. This subordinate should die." Too much talk leads to error. All you have to do is your duty as a servant. Zhang Guanyu withdrew his murderous aura. This so-called master was naturally Zhang Guanyu's father. Zhang Guanyu knew that if this matter was known by his father, he would absolutely not be allowed to do so, because in the eyes of his father, the Allied Trade Association's future was far more important than Zhang Guanyu's future martial arts cultivation. His father would never run the risk of offending Lin Ming and going up against him. In his opinion, in the worst-case scenario, Zhang Guanyu would lose, and that would be it. But as for Zhang Guanyu, no matter how large the influence of the Allied Trade Association was, it was impossible for them to give him several hundred years of youth, and never-ending yang essence. Only strength would bring him this. As long as he had strength, all the worldly possessions of the Allied Trade Association were nothing but floating clouds. Geniuses were confident. Lin Ming was confident, and Zhang Guanyu was similarly confident. A truly proud talent would never recognize from the beginning that they were inferior to others. Otherwise, his heart would be blocked, and Zhang Guanyu would be more paranoid. Geniuses always thought that they were the protagonists of the world's future, and so they would fight. However, these fights must have casualties. Sky Fortune City, southwestern suburb. The Sky Fortune City royal palace faced south. The northern end of town was where most of the mansions of the nobility were, and it was a relatively prosperous location. The south of the city was deserted, especially near the suburbs, where it was quite deserted. In the southwest suburb, there were some low-rise houses. Although these houses had been here for years, they did not look old. It was just that under the rain, the dull gray tiles, blank white walls, and the shading from the trees did not have a fresh feeling. In the midst of all these houses, there was a new shop. The shop's original owner had returned to the countryside to retire, and had put his shop on sale. After the new owner took over, the shop doors were painted with fresh new tung oil, and the inside was spotlessly cleaned. There were even some flowers and plants that were placed around. It looked much more elegant. At this time, in the shop entrance, there was a young girl wearing a simple blue cotton dress. She was quite beautiful, with supple, tender skin. She gave off fresh and crisp feeling. She was fiddling with some cloths on the shelves. This girl seemed to be in delicate health, and the cloth she was moving appeared extremely cumbersome. However, the girl's skill was actually high, and she stacked the large and small fabrics neatly. This girl was Lan Yunyue. Because her engagement contract had become invalid, Lan Yunyue had left the Seven Profound Martial House. She had helplessly walked through Sky Fortune City for an entire day. She was too ashamed to return home, and she did not know where to go or what to do. In the end, she decided to set her foot down in Sky Fortune City. Therefore, she pawned some of her jewelry and opened up this small fabric shop. All of the neighbors ridiculously loved this new young girl. The girl wore simple blue clothes every day, and she was always busy at work in her small fabric shop. Such a delicate and juicy young girl that was actually willing to endure such hardship was rare. Not only that, but this girl's hands and feet were deft, her strength was great, and she also cooked a good meal. It stood to reason that such a girl that had endured this hardship since childhood would have rough skin, and both her hands should at least have calluses, but they actually didn't think that both of this girl's hands would be soft and creamy like liquid jade. It was simply amazing. What kind of girl was this? After knowing that this girl was one person alone by herself, many of neighborhood aunts' hearts were aroused with overwhelming sympathy. They curiously asked about the girl's life experiences, but the girl always ambiguously answered in vague terms. Some of these aunts even wanted to act as a matchmaker for this beautiful young girl, but to these offers, the girl always faintly smiled and refused. "Young master, we're here." The middle-aged man pointed to a sign hanging over a fabric shop. That sign hadn't been hanging there for a long time. "Ha! What an elegant shop! Good." Zhang Guanyu shook the fan in his hands, and his face revealed a pondering smile, as if was looking at a delicious prey. In order to break Lin Ming's heart of martial arts, he had to find the flaw in Lin Ming's heart of martial arts. To Zhang Guanyu, it seemed the only flaw in Lin Ming's heart of martial arts was Lan Yunyue. When Lin Ming had spent half an incense stick of time to overcome the passive desire, that person in the dream realm must have been Lan Yunyue. Although Lan Yunyue's matter had already passed, Zhang Guanyu still believed that Lan Yunyue was a knot in Lin Ming's heart. If he could take Lan Yunyue and cultivate his divine acacia power with her, what would be the outcome once Lin Ming found out? Zhang Guanyu very much wanted to know. In a matter like a duel, if one was defeated, they would be fine to fight a second time. There would not be a situation where their spirit would be suppressed and blocked. But a girl was different. As long as he got her in his bed, that was a forever matter. Zhang Guanyu believed that even though Lan Yunyue betrayed Lin Ming, she still had a place within his heart. If he took Lan Yunyue, then this would forever be a thorn in his mind. This thorn would be something he could never ever erase. Even if Lin Ming defeated him, that thorn would still remain. If one's spirit wasn't smooth, then their thoughts would be clouded and their cultivation would be blocked. When Lin Ming tried to break through a bottleneck of his martial arts cultivation, this would be a demon of his heart that stopped him. And the key to this was, could Lin Ming defeat him? It was true that the 7 profound martial house protected Lin Ming, but they did not protect Lan Yunyue, and this girl had already withdrawn from the 7 profound martial house. If Lin Ming knew that he had obtained Lan Yunyue for himself, would he rush towards him, head full of anger, and ask him to a duel? If Lin Ming came to his front door, that would simply be too good. At this moment, Zhang Guanyu had a 100% assurance that he could defeat Lin Ming. Even if he waited 4 months, he still had 90% assurance that he would win against Lin Ming. This was because recently his divine acacia power had reached the large success stage of the first layer, and his strength had grown by a large margin. This was something that Lin Ming did not know. Zhang Guanyu expected that on the day of that decisive battle, Lin Ming, because of anger, would ruthlessly attack him, with each move desperately aggressive. In Zhang Guanyu's imagined scenario, that would be perfect. He would be perfectly justified to use some of the sinister and sadistic styles of the divine acacia power and leave Lin Ming to suffer with irreversibly severe injuries that would seriously impact his future cultivation. Even if he could not reach that point, he could still make it, so that Lin Ming would be confined to bed for at least half a year. If Lin Ming had to recuperate in bed for half a year, then what would happen? Could he still pass the 7 Profound Valleys core disciple test? The test's deadline was in little more than a year. This was his only chance. As long as Lin Ming did not pass the test, in Zhang Guanyu's eyes, he had nothing to fear. In addition to his future achievements and the disparity in their influence, Zhang Guanyu had full confidence that he could suppress Lin Ming for a lifetime. Chapter 1, 28 Liao Wenyuan. Chapter 1, 28 Liao Wenyuan. First, he would snatch the jade virginity of the woman that Lin Ming had loved and use her to enhance his own cultivation. Then on the stage, in front of the eyes of everyone, Lin Ming would be defeated by the man who had stolen his woman and also experience a severe wound that would take half a year to heal from. This would cause him to fail the 7 Profound Martial House Core Disciple test. With so many attacks concentrated together, what would happen to Lin Ming? Would he ever be able to calm down his spirit? Would he be able to maintain his perfect heart of martial arts? Zhang Guanyu self-reflected. If he was placed in that situation, he would be wild with rage, and his spirit would be disrupted. If his spirit couldn't flow well, then one's cultivation would be hindered. Since ancient times, the frustrated geniuses everywhere that had never recovered from a setback all had one common characteristic. This was that before it had happened, everything had been smooth sailing, and then they would suddenly suffer a disastrous defeat. You think your future prospects are limitless, but these are all things given to you by your martial intent. If I take away your martial intent, then you will be nothing. Wait for me to plunder the virginity of the woman you once loved, shatter your martial intent, grievously wound you, and waste your future. Thinking of Lin Ming's inevitable fate, Zhang Guanyu really wanted to let out a hearty laugh. He looked again at Lan Yunyue in her small fabric shop, and the corners of his mouth flashed with a ferocious, macabre smile. He lifted his foot and walked towards her. "Hello, 2 customers. Are you looking to purchase something?" Lan Yunue sweetly greeted with a smile as she saw the two silk-robed men walk into the shop. Although she and Zhang Guanyu had both attended the Seven Profound Martial House at the same time, Zhang Guanyu rarely appeared in front of others, so Lan Yunue did not recognize him. But as they approached Lan Yunue, her eyes gradually sharpened. The silk-robed man who was waving a fan was not some common or trivial person, not even mentioning the richly brocaded silk fabrics he was wearing, but the jade pendant that he was wearing at his waist was worth no less than 5,000 gold taels. It was a top-quality white translucent jade pendant. Not only that, but it had delicate red veins within. It was a very beautiful blood jade. She remembered that not even Zhu Yan had such a high-quality jade pendant. To so casually wear a jade pendant that was equal to one or two treasures on his body. The young man's family background was simply too terrifying. Lan Yunue could not see through this young man's cultivation, but she could easily see that the middle-aged man accompanying him was at the Viscera training stage. To have a follower at the Viscera training stage, just who was this man? But the key was, why would the son of such a wealthy person come to such a small hole-in-the-wall shop to buy fabric? Although her fabric was decent, it was not something that this young man would ever deem worthy to be glanced at. This kind of person from a wealthy family probably used precious snow silk as his fabric. Also, those who bought fabrics were usually women. What would two men possibly be buying fabric for? Lan Yunue's mind flashed with all these thoughts, and in her heart she became secretly alert. Zhang Guanyu looked at Lan Yunue and revealed a faint smile. He joyously laughed and thought, what a charming and juicy young beauty. Even though she's wearing coarse homespun clothing, it doesn't hide her exquisite makings. No wonder Lin Ming and Zhu Yan were both infatuated with this girl. Moreover, I can tell that this girl truly has the body of a virgin. This is perfect. I'll settle her within my manor and thoroughly cultivate my divine acacia power with her. I will certainly enjoy this. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, according to customs, a man and woman wouldn't have sexual relations with each other before marriage. Certainly, this logic did not apply to concubines and maids because one did not need to marry them. Are you Miss Lan? Zhang Guanyu asked straight to the point. Lan Yunue's heart chilled. Sure enough, they were looking for her. Since they've come to her door, they have already verified her identity. She nodded and said, Yes, I am. What matter do you two have with me? Haha, I've seen Miss Lan before. The truth is, the first time that I saw Miss Lan, I was already attracted to Miss Lan, whether it is appearance or temperament. Miss Lan is truly very charming. Lan Yunue unconsciously stepped back half a step, opening up a distance between her and Zhang Guanyu. The wariness in her heart became heavier. Zhang Guanyu saw Lan Yunue step back and also quickly stepped back himself to show respect. He said, My apologies, I hope that I was not too offensive and therefore scared Miss Lan. I do not have any other meaning. Honestly, I just want to say that I very much admire Miss Lan, but before, Miss Lan was already engaged. My only regret is that I did not meet Miss Lan sooner. I recently heard that Miss Lan has broken her engagement, so I took the liberty to visit. I hope that Miss Lan is not offended by my brashness. Lan Yunue saw Zhang Guanyu's respect and felt a little more at ease. She calmly replied, My engagement was not broken, but divorced. Haha, Miss Lan is too serious. I actually already knew that Zhu Yan had been expelled from the Zhu family. How could he possibly be worthy of Miss Lan? I do not know why Miss Lan decided to open such a small fabric shop in this remote area. If Miss Lan does not mind, how about coming over to my house for a visit? I have some gifts that I must give to Miss Lan. Lan Yunue's heart began to race. This young man in front of her, his words were appropriate, his smile was gentle. And by all appearances, he was a modest and classy gentleman that didn't give off any ill feelings. However, Lan Yunhua suddenly felt that there was something wrong about him. Lan Yunhua knew how sensitive her status was. She was Lin Ming's former girlfriend. Just on this point alone, even if there was a son of a rich family who had taken a liking to her, they wouldn't be so crazy as to come here and try to take advantage of her. Although Lan Yunhua knew that Lin Ming no longer had any relationship with her, those nobles would not think such a thing. This was something that they would never dare to do. In their opinion, this was the same as insulting Lin Ming. But this young man actually dared to be so flagrantly blatant to court her. There were only two possible meanings to this. He was completely crazy, or he was completely opposed to Lin Ming, or even had a grudge with him. Thinking of this, Lan Yunhua had a very bad feeling, like an unlucky premonition that was slowly creeping up behind her, that someone would try to kidnap her and use her to threaten Lin Ming. Although she could not see through this young man's cultivation, she knew without a doubt that she was not his match. In addition to that old servant that stood behind him, she had no chance of escaping. Zhang Guanyu saw Lan Yunhua tense up and go on high alert, smiled, and said, "I heard that Miss Lan has already withdrawn from the 7 Profound Martial House. It's really too bad. With Miss Lan's talent, with good pills supporting, it would be possible to break through to the pulse condensation period. Once someone breaks through to the pulse condensation period, their youth will be lengthened by decades. Isn't this something that Miss Lan desires?" Zhang Guanyu lightly coughed, and the middle-aged man immediately handed him a box. He opened it. There were 2 bottles of pills inside. Zhang Guanyu casually took out a bottle and opened it. The rich and fragrant aroma of high-quality medicines immediately wafted out. These were clearly top-quality medicines. Zhang Guanyu smiled and handed the pills to Lan Yunhua. He said, "These are high-grade soul-gathering pellets. Just a trivial little gift, not worth mentioning. Miss Lan, please do not reject them. These are only a small gift that I prepared for our first meeting. In the future, I can give you anything you want. With my status, I will not bring disgrace to you. How about it?" Zhang Guanyu knew of Lan Yunua's past. He knew what Lan Yunhua desired and had always wanted. She was divorced now. It was impossible for her to remarry into any respectable family. He did not believe that if he appeared in front of her, when she was in such a dire situation and offered so many pills, and even offered to help her break through to the pulse condensation period, that Lan Yunhua would not be tempted by this. However, he hadn't expected that Lan Yunhua would simply not take the bottle of pills. She refused them and directly said, "This young lady understands, and thanks good sir for his kind intentions, but must decline. I no longer wish to cultivate the path of martial arts, and would like to live out the rest of my days as an ordinary person. I thank good sir for his kind regards, and ask that good sir please never return." "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Guanyu's smiling visage slowly fell, and an imposing aura from his body slowly began to grow. The middle-aged man behind him stepped forward, blocking the rear door. Lan Yunhua immediately became flustered, and her pretty face began to pale. What do you want to do?" Zhang Guanyu said. "It's a pity that Miss Lan does not seem very interested in returning to my home, but I think that as long as I bring you there, I can make you change your mind by fulfilling your interest of sex." As Lan Yunhua heard Zhang Guanyu bite out this word, sex, she immediately turned ice cold. This person, he dares to rape her? He was insane. Was he completely ignoring the threat of Lin Ming and abducting her to his own house? Was he not afraid of Lin Ming's retaliation? Lan Yunhua knew that even if she no longer had any relationship with Lin Ming, if some person was to rape her, Lin Ming would absolutely never let that person off. Lan Yunua's back was already soaked in cold sweat. Her eyes glanced at the booth, and she saw not a trace of the scissors she used to cut fabric with. Haha, such a young girl, and also so beautiful. Don't take things too hard. Look at the bright side. Zhang Guanyu's smiling face became all the more intense. Zhang Guanyu took a step forward. He revolved a bit of his true essence, and was just about to make a move, when at this moment a hearty laughter suddenly came from the entrance. Ha ha! Is that not Sir Zhang? Sky Fortune City is such a small place. I can't believe that I would bump into you here. Zhang Guanyu frowned, and he turned around. He was surprised to see a man with thick eyebrows smiling at him as he walked over. With every step this man took, he was emitting a strong aura that suppressed him. Liao Wenyuan, Zhang Guanyu recognized this person. He was a pulse condensation period master, who was a subordinate of the crown prince. Not only that, but he was already at the middle pulse condensation period. Even if there were 4 or 5 or him, he still wouldn't be this man's match. The crown prince actually sent Liao Wenyuan to protect Lan Yunyue. No, that's not right. It should be that there was someone following her, and as soon as this shadowy saw that he had come, had used a sound-transmitting talisman to immediately notify Liao Wenyuan. With a pulse condensation period master speed, catching up so quickly was not a problem. Damn. Mr. Liao, what a fortunate meeting, Zhang Guanyu said, as he cupped his hands together in greeting. Fortunate meeting, fortunate meeting. Liao Wenyuan clasped his hands together and returned the courtesy. He calmly asked, Is Sir Zhang also here to buy fabric? Oh, it's for the beginning of winter. My family wishes to purchase a batch of winter clothing. Ha! I also have this plan for the coming winter. I came early, but didn't think that I would meet Sir Zhang also choosing out fabric. This is such a fortunate coincidence. How about Sir Zhang chooses fabric with me? Hee, Zhang Guanyu suddenly smiled, but his smiling face contained a faint trace of murderous intention. He coldly said, Do not trouble yourself, Mr. Liao. Mr. Liao should feel free to choose his own fabric. When the winter comes this year, it will be best if you do not freeze to death. After Zhang Guanyu said this, he waved the fan in his hands, flicked his sleeves, and left the shop. Hearing Zhang Guanyu's apparent threat before he left, Liao Wenyuan only smiled and yawned. He was a pulse condensation period master and did not fear the Allied Trade Association. He was also a subordinate of the Crown Prince. What could Zhang Guanyu possibly do to him? Chapter 129, Medium-Grade Human Step Sword. Chapter 129, Medium-Grade Human Step Sword. It was only when she could no longer sense Zhang Guanyu that Lan Yunyue let out a breath of relief, her fingers trembling. A moment ago, did that man say Sir Zhang? Was it possible that the youth was Zhang Guanyu? Although she no longer kept thoughts of Lin Ming in her mind, Lan Yunyue had still unintentionally heard news of Lin Ming. She knew that 4 months from now, Lin Ming would challenge Zhang Guanyu. Was it because of this reason that Zhang Guanyu had wanted to do something so ruthless to her? But it was nothing more than a challenge, so why would he do this? Lan Yunyue didn't understand. It was not only Lan Yunyue who didn't understand. It had never even occurred to Lin Ming that Zhang Guanyu would be demented to such a degree that this person wished to obtain everything in the world: glory, status, woman. All were his, and anyone who threatened to encroach on these would be a thorn in his side. Any normal person, such as the 10th prince, even if they regarded Lin Ming as a thorn in their side, they would never dare to move against them. They would outwardly smile and show goodwill, but Zhang Guanyu was different. Anyone that threatened him would receive his mad retaliation. Miss Lan, are you all right? Liao Wenyuan smiled. Although he knew Lan Yunyue and Lin Ming's past, he did not look down on this girl. In this world, there were 2 kinds of companions that were worth feeling grateful for. The first was a woman. When everything went downhill, they would still stand by their man and cross the hard times with their husband. The second was a successful man with a rising career who would cross life together with just his first wife. Running into these two kinds of companions would be one of life's great fortunes. But if one cannot meet someone like this, then no one can be blamed either. Thank you, Senior. I ask Senior's name? Lan Yunhua bit her lip and bowed. Without a doubt, this intimidating man with thick eyebrows had come to protect her. To be a martial arts master that would protect an ordinary female, he must have some sort of relation to Lin Ming. Miss Lan does not need to be polite. My surname is Liao. My name is Liao Wenyuan. Just call me Mr. Liao. Senior Liao's graciousness, this young lady, will never forget. Haha, you don't need to thank me. I was just doing as I was instructed. Lan Yunhua hesitated and could not help but ask, may I ask how Senior Liao and Mr. Lin are? Liao Wenyuan heard Lan Yunhua say this and smiled. Mr. Lin? Haha, Miss Lan, when you say it like that, how could I not respond? It's Lin Ming, right? Lan Yunhua awkwardly nodded. She was now a commoner, and this Liao Wenyuan in front of her was probably a master at the pulse condensation period and a titled aristocrat. She should refer to him in a respectable manner and call him Mr. But Lin Ming's status was that of a core disciple of the Seven Profound Martial House, so his status was actually higher than Liao Wenyuan's. Lin Ming also didn't have relations with her anymore. That's why, in front of Liao Wenyuan, she had called him Mr. Lin as a show of respect. Only someone who was incomparably intimate with Lin Ming, such as his younger sister or girlfriend, could call him Big Brother or call him directly by his name. I was sent by His Highness the Crown Prince. But before this, Brother Lin has also asked me about you. Miss Lan, your status is quite sensitive now. It is probably impossible for you to ever live a quiet life again. How about this? You come with me back to the Crown Prince's palace, and the Crown Prince will guarantee your safety so that something like this will never happen again. Lan Yunhua nipped her lips and nodded. In this situation, she had no choice. So like this, Lan Yunhua arrived at the Crown Prince's palace in awe and trepidation. Unexpectedly, she was personally received by the Crown Prince Yang Lin, who politely inquired about her situation. Lan Yunhua was then arranged into an elegant room within the Crown Prince's palace, and some maids were specially sent to take care of Lan Yunhua. Here, there was a pavilion with a collection of rare books, rooms to practice calligraphy and painting, and masters that would teach her how. There were martial arts cultivation rooms and also martial arts teachers. When Lan Yunhua arrived here, her mood was extremely complex. She did not expect that so many things would happen within a few months, and that in the end, she would finally be admitted to the Crown Prince's palace. In the Inscription Association, the guest inscription master would tailor their inscriptions based upon the customer's request. Each customer had different requests. Some only wanted an inscription symbol, some wanted their treasures repaired, or some wanted to improve their treasures. Every day, Lin Ming was exposed to a variety of strange materials, and he would face a number of different requests. In the drawing process, Lin Ming's understanding of the nature of various materials began to slowly become perfect. He also began to further comprehend and achieve mastery of the memories and theories in his mind. Meanwhile, the soul force also experienced significant growth. His use of the overbearing soul tactic became more skillful, even almost as well as his use of the true primal chaos formula. He would frequently push himself to the limit of his ability, then enter into the ethereal martial intent and rely on the true essence stones he had to restore his true essence. This caused Lin Ming's true primal chaos formula to steadily progress. Like this, it would only be a matter of time before he achieved the small success of the second layer. He had continuously been drawing inscription symbols for 3 days, and Lin Ming began to become famous. More and more martial artists of Sky Fortune City came to know of the new guest inscription master at the Inscription Association. They knew that he was young, but his inscription technique approached the pinnacle of Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription masters. The flame brand that Lin Ming placed in his inscription symbols also became a hot commodity. If a treasure had this flame mark on it, its value would increase tremendously. To a martial artist, a treasure that came from a famous expert was similar to a priceless mink coat to an aristocratic woman. It really was just as addictive and hard to let go. In the 7 Profound Martial House, Murong Zi saw Bai Jingyun's treasure sword and with eyes shining said, "Wow, big Mr. Jingyun, a medium-grade human-step treasure sword." In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, a medium-grade human-step treasure was very rare. There were many pulse condensation period martial artists who did not have a medium-grade human-step treasure, but Murongzi and Bai Jingyun were only marital artists at the altering muscle stage. To an altering muscle stage martial artist, a low-grade human-step treasure was already sufficient. A medium grade was simply overly extravagant. It's made by Hulon Nation's Master Jade Lotus. They've been open for less than a year, and my uncle gifted this to me, Murongzi said. So that's it. It must be great to have such a nice uncle. That sword probably cost 20,000 gold taels. Probably. But this money to you, Murongzi, is just some drizzle on a rainy day. Haha, younger sister, if you want to order a medium-grade human-step treasure sword, it's not so easy. Come on. Our family would never be so lavish. Besides, my father is the worst cheapskate of all time. Only if I enter the top 10 of the ranking stone would get by something like that for me. To enter the first 10, it's hopeless to think it will happen in the next year. Bai Jingyun smiled and said, "You're lazy. As long as you work hard with your talent, it's very easy." Oh, I hope so. But big sister Jingyun, how come I've never seen you take out this sword before? Bai Jingyun said with a smile, "Because I couldn't find a suitable inscription before, so I never took it out. But this time, I heard that there is a guest inscription master at the Inscription Association. He is young, but his inscription technique level has already reached the pinnacle. This person also can create an inscription symbol that suits my attribute. So I want to bring this sword and go to the Inscription Association to have a look." Bai Jingyun said as she inventoried some materials. These materials had been arranged long ago, but she had never found a time to use them. Usually a person would be very particular about a medium-grade human-step treasure's inscription symbol. A lower-level inscription master was simply insufficient to draw an inscription symbol upon a medium-grade human-step treasure. And even those inscription masters whose skill was high enough, often because of some reason or another, they could not meet the owner's demand for what inscription symbol to put on the treasure. For instance, Bai Jingyun wanted an inscription symbol on her sword that had a water attribute or ice attribute. However, in the Sky Fortune Kingdom School of Inscription Technique, there just weren't many inscription symbols with attributes, and the only water attribute inscription symbols were the water parting symbol and a few others. But Bai Jingyun did not like these inscription symbols, and therefore had put this matter on hold. Murong Zi curiously asked, "A young inscription master whose technique has reached the pinnacle? How young is he?" "It is said that he is younger than 20 years old, but I'm not too clear of just how young." What a joke! That's simply too fabulous a tale. These rumors that people make up are become more and more odd. I don't believe that there can be a 20-year-old inscription master with such a high level of technique. I think that this guest inscription master is an old man who just looks a bit young. Either that, or he's not so high level as people have blown him up to be. Bai Jingyun smiled and said, "Zi, you are just too dismissive of geniuses. When Lin Ming had emerged, you had also looked down on him. What kind of person is he now? Lin Ming will become a core disciple soon. Your temper just isn't good. Your jealousy is too strong. You just can't see those at your age that are better than you." "Hey, just who is jealous?" This young lady has already begun to try her hardest. Big Sister Jingyun, you just wait and see. Even if I cannot compare to that farm animal Lin Ming in the future, I will compete in the 10,000 killing array match 3 months from now, and I will not lose to him. If he can really enter the top 10, then I will also enter the top 10 and show you just how cool I am. Oh, haha. Who was it that just said a moment ago that they would not be able to advance to the top 10 within a year? Bai Jingyan asked with a teasing smile. That's because Murongzi blushed and had nothing more to say. Bai Jingyan laughed. Okay, I won't make fun of you. Do you want to go with me to the Inscription Association? I'm too lazy to go. This thing is just a rumor. Even if I go, there's no point. You might as well ask Yuhan's grandfather to draw an inscription symbol for you. Yuhan's grandfather is the best inscription master in Sky Fortune City. If he is willing to help you, then what's not to like? Bai Jingyan said, I want a water attribute inscription symbol. President Wang does not excel at them. There were specializations within the inscription industry. Although Wang Xuanji had many attainments in inscription techniques and was very proficient concerning the 5 elemental inscription symbols, he only excelled at fire and metal attribute inscription symbols. Then I'll go first. You practice well. I will wait to see you in the top 10 3 months from now. Bai Jingyan teased. All right, I'll go with you. I was just joking around. Why are you so serious? Murongzi grumpily said. She sent a bullied look towards Bai Jingyan. I will show you how kind I am at heart and go with you to the Inscription Association. I want to see just how good this guest inscription master is. Okay. Chapter 131 Tale of Star Obsidian. Chapter 131 Tale of Star Obsidian. Chapter 130 One Tale of Star Obsidian. Inscription Association. When Murongzi saw Wang Yuhan in the distance speaking to guests in the Inscription Master Hall, she immediately ran up with joy. Yuhan, long time no see. Did you miss me? Murongzi called out from afar. Hey, you, it's really been a long time since we saw each other. Wang Yuhan, Murongzi, and Bai Jingyan were 3 girls of similar age, status, and outstanding natural talent. In Sky Fortune City, besides Qin Xingxuan, the most talked-about girls were these 3 proud ladies. These 3 girls had known each other since childhood and were close friends. However, Bai Jingyan and Murongzi later left to attend the 7 Profound Martial House. Since Wang Yuhan favored inscription technique and was not interested in fighting, she gave up on her opportunity to enter the 7 Profound Martial House. Bai Jingyan asked, Yuhan, how come you aren't studying with your grandfather today? Why are you in the hall greeting guests? Oh, that's right. Isn't there a very fierce guest inscription master who's come recently? Is he here today? Wang Yuhan slightly hesitated and immediately understood that there were many people who didn't know that the guest inscription master was Lin Ming. Murongzi and Bai Jingyan were disciples of the 7 Profound Martial House. How else would they not know that it was Lin Ming? A sardonic smile crossed her face as she said, He's in. I'm his assistant, so it's my duty to greet guests in the hall. Wow. An inscription prodigy that managed to have young Lady Wang as his personal assistant. He must be extraordinary. I must certainly experience this person. Murongzi said with a flare of exaggeration. Wang Yuhan, still smiling, said, Being his assistant, I can learn many things. Would you like to see him now? Ha! Yes, I must see. At this moment, Bai Jingyan commented, I came to Little Sister's place today because there is a matter I'd like to ask of the new guest inscription master. As she said this, she took out the medium-grade human step treasure longsword. I came this time to ask for a water attribute inscription symbol. I'd like to ask if the gentleman inscription master has time. Wang Yuhan covered her mouth and chuckled. Yes, he has the time. He's just restored his condition. Here, I'll lead you there. Lin Ming looked into the hall from the inscription room and saw Wang Yuhan bringing in two women. As they opened the door, Lin Ming had just withdrawn from his ethereal, martial intent state. His true essence and soul force had not yet restored to their optimum condition, and he heard some people come in. Lin Ming sat in meditation and said, "Please write down your request on paper, lay down the materials and treasure, and you may leave. After the inscription is finished, someone will call you. During this period, please do not come in." Lin Ming spoke these words, but hadn't actually gotten a response. He slightly frowned and slowly opened his eyes. He looked back at Murongzi and Bai Jingyan staring at him with wide, round eyes. Also, Wang Yuhan was standing to their side, her smiling face filled with a happy expression. It's you." Lin Ming naturally recognized these girls. They were the 7 profound proud pair of the 7 profound martial house. It's you? You are the guest inscription master? Murongzi did not know if this was simply a Lin Ming look-alike. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared at him like 2 large quail eggs. She looked at Lin Ming's face with an unblinking expression, as if he was an illusion that would disappear at any time. "Yes, I am." Now that Lin Ming had sufficient status and influence, he no longer needed to conceal his status as an inscription master. You, Murongzi stuttered. She had heard that the new guest inscription master was young, but she had never thought that this man would be Lin Ming. Heavens, this is just so damn depressing. Is this some joke? This kick-ass elder sister has already recognized your strength. When you comprehended a martial intent, this elder sister did not have any words to say. When you had that evil monstrous perception, I just took you as some hard-working farm animal. But damn, this is so depressing. Since when were you an inscription master? I'm going crazy. This is just too damn shocking. Even this elder sister can't stand this. This is a joke, right? Yes. Yuhan, did you plot with this fellow to tease elder sister so you could be happy? Good. I admit that your joke is a bit creative, but this can't be real, right? Murongzi saw Lin Ming's serious face and heard his words, but still simply could not accept this fact. Wang Yuhan shrugged and said, "I might tease you for fun, but do you think that Lin Ming would join me in teasing you?" Murongzi squinted her eyes. Yes, this Lin Ming fellow, besides cultivation, did not have the slightest interest in anything else. Otherwise, he would have already messed with countless young ladies. How could he join with Wang Yuhan to play a joke like this on her? Not to mention, they didn't really know each other. When did you start to study inscription technique? When I was 12 years old, Lin Ming nonsensically said. When I was 12, I ran into my master, and I studied under him. Lin Ming said this lightly with some superficialness, but his tone made Murongzi extremely unhappy. It was just like a poor person asking a super wealthy man with 1 million gold taels where he got that much money, and the wealthy man finally said, "I casually earned it when I was young." With this kind of indifferent tone, Murongzi had an impulse to beat someone up. Certainly, once she considered whether or not she could beat up this farm animal, and thinking that she might not necessarily win, Murongzi was forced to give up on this idea. By now, Bai Jingyan had recovered from her initial shock. She unnaturally smiled and said, "It's you, I see. Every time I thought I'd seen the full height of junior apprentice Brother Lin. In the end, I find that I have underestimated junior apprentice Brother Lin. This inscription technique, junior apprentice Brother Lin only studied for 3 years to be at the level of a master?" Lin Ming responded, "I don't dare to call myself a master, but I can draw out some simple inscription symbols. This is all because of the help of my master." Haha, Bai Jingyan let out a hollow laugh twice. Some simple inscription symbol. She had heard that when Lin Ming had drawn the Ice Frost Guard symbol and placed it on some armor, the armor had changed color. Could this still be called a simple inscription symbol? 3 years to reach the point of being a master-level inscription master. Bai Jingyun could only attribute it to Lin Ming's monstrous perception that could comprehend a martial skill like the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist with a 70% loss rate to become a master-level inscription master in 3 years. This also she could reluctantly accept. However, for Lin Ming to be an inscription master was his sole talent much more outstanding than this martial arts talent. What business do you two have here today? Lin Ming opened his mouth to ask. His time was very tight these days. He didn't have any to waste. Oh, yes, I have a matter, Bai Jingyun responded, and then drew out her treasure longsword to hand to Lin Ming. The treasure sword was more than 3 feet long, and the shining blade was dazzlingly bright like snow. Moreover, it was extremely soft and could easily circle around one's waist. At the center of the sword pommel, there were 2 characters written in symbols. It wrote, "Blue water, good sword." Lin Ming praised as he probed the blue water sword with his soul force. He discovered that the array structure was very subtle and exquisite. It was superior to most medium-grade human step treasures. Bai Jingyun said, "Junior apprentice Brother Lin, I would like you to inscribe a water attribute or ice attribute inscription symbol on this sword. The true essence increase should be at least 36%. Water or ice attribute, 36%. Anything else?" "No, no more." Bai Jingyun listened to Lin Ming's casual tone. He obviously thought this request was very easy. She thought for a moment and said, "If junior apprentice Brother Lin can do better, that would be for the best. If the materials are insufficient, I can add more." Lin Ming glanced at the materials on the table. Although these materials were precious, they were useless to him. He could only use them to trade for points, but no matter how many points he had, there were some materials that were impossible to buy because the Inscription Association did not have them. Remembering his early plan, Lin Ming came to a decision. He would use this time to utilize all that he had recently learned and see if he could draw up an inscription symbol that even Hotian stage masters would covet. Then, after he had attracted the attention of all the Hotian masters in the nation, he could have them help him find these rare materials. If so, they might even be collected in a short time. Thinking this, Lin Ming said, "1 tael of star obsidian. If apprentice Sister Jingyun can find 1 tael of star obsidian, then I will use my own materials and draw the highest level inscription symbol that I can. I can guarantee that apprentice Sister Jingyun will be satisfied with the end result. 1 tael of star obsidian." Bai Jingyun hadn't spoken, but Murongzi already cried, You are way too black." 1 tael of star obsidian costs 15,000 gold taels, and not only that, but it's very difficult to find in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. If you really wanted to buy it, then 15,000 gold taels might not be enough. Star obsidian was not only used in inscription, but also in refining. It was an extremely precious and rare material. Lin Ming said, "My true essence has recently thickened and condensed even more, and the level of my inscriptions has risen. But I can still only barely draw up this inscription, and there is a risk of failure. Moreover, the value of the materials will not be less than 6 or 7,000 gold taels. I can guarantee that as long as I succeed, it is absolutely worth it. Were it not for the fact that the Inscription Association did not have any star obsidian, I would not have proposed this request." This, Bai Jingyun clenched her teeth and said, "Okay, my uncle in the Hula Nation has some influence. I think he can find it. I promise you." Bai Jingyun had a very high status within the Bai family. Although 15,000 gold taels was not a small amount, if it was just one time, she was able to bring this much out. "Well, then I will thank apprentice Sister Jingyun," Lin Ming said. He took out a pen and immediately began to write down a detailed list of materials. "For these materials, spend the money and points from my account," Lin Ming said as he handed the list to Wang Yuhan. This time was Lin Ming's personal business. Normally, according to the regulations of the Inscription Association, the guests had to pay the guest inscription master and Inscription Association in a 60-40 ratio. The Inscription Association provided the materials, and the guest inscription master provided the service. However, with Lin Ming's current status, the Inscription Association wouldn't haggle over him, occasionally taking advantage of his reputation as a guest inscription master and using the Inscription Association's materials to take on a personal request. Wang Yuhan read the rows of materials, and she was slightly startled. The value of these materials was not low. Generally speaking, even tedious high-quality inscription symbols would only cost 1,000 gold taels in materials. But the cost of this inscription symbol that Lin Ming wanted to draw up was 7,000 gold taels, and there were also several materials that were fairly rare. After the materials were collected, Lin Ming did not immediately start drawing the inscription symbol. Instead, he took up a true essence stone and once again entered the ethereal martial intent state. He sat in meditation and adjusted his condition for half an hour to restore his true essence and soul force back to their peak condition. Afterwards, Lin Ming began to formally draw the inscription symbol. What he was going to create today was the complete version of cold ice fragments. Chapter 130, One Resurgence of Wind and Clouds. Chapter 130, One Resurgence of Wind and Clouds. Chapter 131, Resurgence of Wind and Clouds. The difficulty of cold ice fragments was quite a bit higher than the ice frost guard symbol. Even though the level of Lin Ming's inscription technique had progressed by leaps and bounds, there wasn't a guarantee that he would be able to draw it up successfully. Crush 1 crystal ice quartz, mix it thoroughly with 1 cup of water, and filter out the residue. Lin Ming began to tell Wang Yuhan how to process the necessary materials. After a few days of coordinating with each other, Lin Ming and Wang Yuhan had formed a unique, tacit understanding. As long as Lin Ming gave the directions, Wang Yuhan was able to quickly and perfectly handle the materials. As Wang Yuhan's 10 slender fingers danced like spirits in the wind, each material began to be quickly processed by her one at a time. Lin Ming looked on, took a material, and revolved his overbearing soul tactic as he began his inscription drawing. Inscription symbols began to appear in the air, one after another. Some were round and luminescent like the moon, and some were small like pearls. They shined with a fantasy light and seemed to breathe as if they were conscious beings given life. Lin Ming's inscription symbol drawing success rate was very high. From the start, almost none of the runes or symbols failed. But later, as Lin Ming's soul force and true essence began to steadily decrease, there were occasionally glistening inscription symbols that fell apart and turned onto grains of light like twinkling stars. These failed inscription symbol shards hovered in the air like scattered fireflies dancing in the night sky. In the light of such unreal beauty, Lin Ming's expression was one of incomparable focus. His eyes were like black gems as they stared with dedication at the gorgeous inscription symbols in the air. There was almost a feeling of instant addiction when looking at him. Wang Yuhan's hesitant heart jumped. She quietly gazed at Lin Ming's profile, staring as the rays of light shadowed the contours of his face. For a moment, both her cheeks flushed red. She always thought that Lin Ming's most appealing and interesting time was when he was concentrating on drawing an inscription, and it was only at this time that Wang Yuhan had no fear of being discovered by Lin Ming. She would secretly watch him from her own angle. This scene continued for a long time, and soon the sun began to drop below the horizon of the Zhou Mountain. The light within the inscription room began to gradually dim. This only served to accentuate the inscription symbols' light and make them appear even more enchantingly brilliant. Lin Ming's inscription plan was quite complex. He had continuously drawn more than 150 symbols and lines. The overlapping runes were like layers of ice blue light that wove together into a blissful picture, as if the curtain of night had fallen with shimmering stars glittering within. This was a scene that had never appeared within the Sky Fortune Kingdom's school of inscription technique. Even the usually heartless and mindless Morongzi, when she saw this magnificent display of shining light, was unknowingly enchanted. This was simply too beautiful. After a quarter hour, Lin Ming had approached his limit. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to draw up the last inscription symbol. As both of his hands gathered together, the innumerable blue lights instantly fused into one like a woven piece of blue dream. Lin Ming took Bai Jingyun's blue water sword and directed the ice blue colored flame symbol onto it. That inscription symbol fell onto the snow-white blade of the blue water sword. With a chi-chi sound, the blue-colored symbol mark on the blue water sword began to emit waves of sapphire flames that spread out from the center and covered the entire sword. Soon, there was the sound of cold air condensing, and a layer of frost settled on the blue water sword's blade. This sword seemed as if it was swallowing all the heat around it, and the temperature of the inscription room plummeted by several degrees. Morongzi helplessly looked on as the cold frost on the sword thickened, her beautiful eyes perfectly round. "This is..." Bai Jingyun swallowed a mouthful of saliva, her eyes shining as she looked at the blue water sword. She hesitated for a moment, not thinking of picking up the sword. After Lin Ming rested for a moment, he concentrated a small amount of true essence and poured it into the inscription symbol. He casually swung the sword, and a crescent beam of blue light, visible to the naked light, was sent forth from the sword's blade. It was like a thin piece of tissue paper as it entered into a stone platform in the inscription room and vanished from sight. At that moment, the stone platform was cut apart by that blue light, the two halves neatly sliced apart. As the stone platform was falling, at that moment, a layer of ice suddenly froze the stone platform, and thus the stone platform maintained its original appearance. Skill of inscription. Yang Yuhan cried out in alarm as she saw this blue light. A skill of inscription was when an inscription master would use inscription symbols and place a miniature array formation that would change the treasure's flow of true essence, finally turning that true essence into a skill. This skill was similar to a martial skill that could wound an enemy. It was the equivalent of giving a martial artist another martial skill. In the school of Sky Fortune Kingdom's inscription technique, the skill of inscription had basically been lost. Even many nearby countries did not have any inscription masters that were capable of this technique. Only some inscription grandmasters of Hulan Nation had even the faintest possibility of understanding this technique. Thinking this, Wang Yuhan was short of breath. To Wang Yuhan, who was obsessed with inscription techniques, this was something that she had only ever read of in the ancient records. To be able to see this in front of her caused her to feel incomparably excited. When Lin Ming had drawn up his first inscription symbol, the overwhelming rune had also come with a skill of inscription, instant violent strike. When a martial artist concentrated their true essence into the inscription symbol, the array formation within would absorb the true essence and compress it to the limit. In that instant, it would erupt and create an extremely lethal close-range attack. At that time, Tai Feng had relied upon this inscription at the field to defeat his opponent, Li Qi, and become the unexpected winner of the tournament. Because of this, Lin Ming's inscription symbol was brought to Mui's attention, and that was how Lin Ming eventually met Mui as a result. However, a skill of inscription like instant violent strike was quite preliminary and simple. It was only equal to an ordinary low-grade human step martial skill. Its value was not very high. When Lin Ming had drawn up the inscription symbol, the cost of the materials had only been 100 gold taels. The reason that the effect of instant violent strike was able to help Tai Feng turn defeat to victory was because Tai Feng had been enlisted in the military since his childhood, and his family circumstances were very poor. He had never had a formal education on cultivation methods or martial skills, thus a low-grade human step martial skill was very precious to him and allowed him to raise his battle prowess to another level. This was the reason that Mui had paid Lin Ming 3,000 gold taels to purchase his inscription symbol. This was already a very high price. To put it plainly, the skill of inscription, instant violent strike, was something that someone like Tai Feng, who had never had a formal martial arts training, could ever hope to afford. However, to wealthy individuals like Bai Jingyun and Morongzi, they had no need for such a weak martial skill. But this current cold ice fragments supplementary skill of inscription was different. This skill of inscription was equal to a medium-grade human step martial skill, and it was also at the very top of that grade. What is the name of this skill of inscription called? Wang Yuhan asked somewhat excitedly. It's called Ice Cold Cut. Apprentice sister may feel it. As long as you pour your true essence into the inscription symbol, you can activate it. Lin Ming handed the blue water sword to Bai Jingyun as he said this. Bai Jingyun took a deep breath and carefully took the blue water sword into her hands. As soon as she touched the sword, Bai Jingyun immediately felt a cold chill spread up her arms as if it were part of her flesh and blood. She then brought forth a small amount of true essence and injected it into the blue water sword. The entire process was lossless and incomparably smooth. The increased true essence effect is at least 40%. Bai Jingyun was startled. To her knowledge, only Wang Xuanji was at this level. Not only that, but this sword had a skill of inscription attached. Bai Jingyun concentrated her true essence into the inscription symbol as Lin Ming told her. She felt her true essence go through an amazing transformation as it turned into an icy air. As she continued pouring her true essence into the blade, the cold air around the blue water sword became increasingly terrifying. Little by little, the blue water sword began to excitedly ring, and the blade violently shivered. Bai Jingyun did not doubt that as long as she slashed her sword now, she could split apart the entire inscription room. This ice-cold cut is probably superior to the 2 medium-grade human step martial skills that I chose from the 7 profound martial houses depository. Although Bai Jingyun had yet to wield her sword, she knew what the result would be. After listening to Bai Jingyun's appraisal, even though Wang Yuhan was mentally prepared, she was also surprised. One must know that the martial skills and cultivation methods in the 7 profound martial houses depositories were already the best one could find within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. There were many martial artists in the Sky Fortune Kingdom that were unable to enter the 7 profound martial house. Or, even if that had entered the 7 profound martial house, if they hadn't entered the heavenly abode, they would not be able to choose a medium-grade human step martial skill. And even if they did enter the heavenly abode, and were given an opportunity to choose a medium-grade human step martial skill, this choice was also limited by their ranking. Most of the time, they could only choose a martial skill that received little attention. Bai Jingyun was ranked 22, and the martial skills she could choose from were very good. Still, those choices were actually inferior to the ice-cold cut. How could Wang Yuhan not be startled by this? As one could imagine, if news of this kind of inscription symbol spread throughout the circles of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists, it would inevitably cause uproar. Maybe even most pulse condensation period martial artists or even Hotian experts would come and pay a visit to ask for this inscription symbol. Wang Yuhan lightly estimated that this inscription symbol could sell for at least 20,000 gold taels. Even if it costed 30,000 gold taels, there would be a high demand. However, no matter how high, it couldn't be much higher. After all, only a medium-grade human step treasure would be worthy of such an inscription symbol. The treasure added together with the cost of materials would easily cost more than 50,000 gold taels. This was a price that the majority of pulse condensation period martial artists could not afford. So, after deducting costs, an inscription symbol could earn Lin Ming 20,000 gold taels. although the consumption of true essence and soul force was very high. With Lin Ming's frightening resilience, he could most likely draw 2 a day. 2 of these inscription symbols were 40,000 gold taels. As long as there were customers that could afford this, he could earn 2 million gold taels in a month. That was simply mass robbery. An estimation of the number of martial artists that could afford more than 20,000 gold taels was no fewer than 100. In light of this, Lin Ming could gain more than 2 million gold taels with just this one inscription symbol. If Wang Yuhan thought of this, then Lin Ming had too. With his practice till now, coupled with his cultivation of the peak 3rd stage of body transformation and the crazy amount of training he had done in inscription technique these days, Lin Ming had just barely been able to draw this inscription symbol. What Lin Ming lacked now was not gold, but materials. There were many materials that simply could not be bought with gold. Therefore, Lin Ming had planned to trade the inscription symbol for those rare and precious materials that he needed. He would ask those that wished for his services to have the materials he wanted ready. He did not believe that with the help of all of Sky Fortune Kingdom's martial artists, he would not be able to collect all the materials he needed for the body inscription symbol in a short period of time. The news of Lin Ming trading top-quality inscription symbols for rare and precious materials was like a bomb. It rapidly spread throughout all of Sky Fortune City. True essence amplification factor of 40%, coupled with a top-tier skill of inscription. In Sky Fortune City, this inscription symbol could possibly be called an incomparable treasure. Even Wang Xuanji did not have the means to draw this inscription symbol, because in the Sky Fortune Kingdom's school of inscription technique, this skill of inscription had already been lost. Chapter 132. Let's see who is more cruel. Chapter 132. Let's see who is more cruel. Usually, a post-condensation period martial artist wouldn't have much interest in a preliminary skill of inscription. Because they had more advanced and stronger martial skills, these skills of inscription were just too weak. But once they knew that this skill of inscription was equal to a top-tier medium-grade human step martial skill, they became filled with jealousy. Of the Sky Fortune Kingdom's many martial artists, almost none of them knew a medium-grade martial skill. And even if they did, it certainly would not be a top-tier one. Which martial artists didn't hope that they would know several different kinds of martial skills. When the time came for them to fight their enemy, even if their first move was seen through, they would still have a second one. However, the most explosive part of this news was not the inscription symbol itself, but that the character who was creating inscription symbols turned out to be Lin Ming. He was the 7 profound martial house's genius of a century. He was also the Sky Fortune Kingdom's most dazzling star. Not only did he comprehend a martial intent, but he also possessed an exceedingly monstrous perception. Now, it seemed he was simultaneously an inscription technique grand master who could draw up top-tier inscription symbols with skills of inscription, and his age was still several months shy of 16. Was this even possible? To Lin Ming's diehard fans, as long as it happened to Lin Ming, there was nothing impossible. To learn inscription technique was truly difficult. However, with Lin Ming's monstrous perception, even this kind of shocking miracle of becoming an inscription grand master at the tender age of 15 was not unexplainable. However, there were also those who had some understanding of inscription technique, in particular inscription masters, that were not willing to believe this. After all, inscription technique was an art and experience that one slowly accumulated over time. Even with godlike perception, that was still insufficient to reach such a stage. But just 2 days later, the Inscription Association gave a categorically clear response. This rumor was without a doubt true. The next day, Sky Fortune City's official government newspaper explicitly wrote, "The 7 profound martial house heavenly abode, disciple Lin Ming, while working as a guest inscription master for the Inscription Association, is trading an inscription symbol supplemented with a top-tier skill of inscription for rare and precious materials. The materials that Lin Ming wanted to find were listed in the newspaper. The official government newspaper was generally only used to send official statements and news of the government. It was very rarely used for matters outside of the government's jurisdiction. This time, they had written about Lin Min in order to help him find all the materials he needed as soon as possible. So people could not help but believe. As far as post-condensation period martial artists were concerned, a top-quality inscription symbol placed on a medium-grade human step treasure would greatly increase their combat prowess. With a medium-grade human step treasure, it would be able to completely absorb their true essence, and it might even cut off an enemy's low-grade human step treasure. If they had no weapon, then how would they fight? A medium-grade human step treasure was common. As long as one was willing and able to prepare 20,000 gold taels, they would always be able to buy one if they spent some effort. However, an inscription symbol that was worthy of such a treasure was actually extremely rare, in particular those with an appropriately matching elemental attribute. Those could only be discovered, they could not be sought. Therefore, there were some post-condensation period martial artists who had come to the Inscription Association to ask for an inscription symbol, even though they hadn't yet found a medium-grade human step treasure. Soon, martial artists all over began to utilize all of their connections to seek out the materials that were listed out in the government newspaper. Those martial artists that could afford this type of top-quality inscription symbol all had large fortunes, great strength, assets, aristocratic backgrounds, or deep family histories. Being such, it was only natural that they all had a wide web of influences and contacts. There were many large and respected families who had influences and connections that were even superior to those of the crown prince. With such a large force being launched to look for these rare and precious materials, its effects could be imagined. However, there were some individuals whose hearts pained to part with so much gold. Thus, they maintained an attitude of wait and see, hoping that the inscription symbols would be reduced in price. But they soon began to quickly regret this. The materials required on that newspaper's list became fewer and fewer, and those that remained were the most rare and precious of all. As the required materials were slowly collected, Lin Ming's inscription technique became more skillful. Every day, he would use high-quality materials to practice. In addition to the pure true essence stones he was using to restore his energy, it was burning through money. Lin Ming's inscription technique was becoming increasingly perfect. Before, he had just barely managed to draw up the top-tier inscription symbol cold ice fragments. But now, this process was already familiar and easy to him. Aided by his ethereal martial intent, Lin Ming did not neglect his true primal chaos formula. He had now reached the small success boundary of the second layer of the true primal chaos formula. His vitality grew stronger, and his true essence became increasingly thick. Lin Ming believed that if he and Ling Sun both made an all-out effort to compare fist strength, he would not necessarily lose now. After 3 more days passed, Lin Ming only needed a few more materials. But these materials were actually the most precious and difficult to find. For instance, the invaluable 5th-level vicious beast blood had still not been found. Lin Ming looked at the list of materials that had been crossed out one by one and felt a great sense of achievement. But as he looked at the last few, several of the most precious materials he needed, he felt some worries. If he did not find these within a short time, it would be somewhat troublesome. At this moment, a sound-transmitting talisman from the crown prince lit up and caused Lin Ming's complexion to fall. "Brother Lin, there's a matter that might affect your state of mind in practicing martial arts, so I did not want to tell you. However, I thought over it and reconsidered that I must bring up this issue with you. Several days ago, Zhang Guanyu brought people to where Miss Lan lives. His intention was malicious, but Mr. Liao promptly rushed over and rescued Miss Lan. I have arranged for Miss Lan to stay in a safe place at my palace. I suspect that Zhang Guanyu wished to use Miss Lan to provoke you into anger and attack your heart of martial arts, and in your duel 4 months from now, to use cruel and despicable methods and severely wound you so that you cannot pass the 7 profound martial house core disciple test. This Zhang Guanyu is someone who cultivates the divine acacia power. This cultivation method will cause one's possessive instincts to grow out of control. Moreover, Zhang Guanyu is a demented individual that has sunk into madness. I fear that in the future he will try to do something detrimental to Brother Lin. Brother Lin must use be careful by all means possible. I have already sent some masters to guard the Lin family and have also sent over some sound transmitting talismans to help protect the safety of your mother and father. The sound transmitting talisman stopped there. Lin Ming deeply frowned. A foreboding look crossed his eyes. Zhang Guanyu. He did not know this man. Although he had heard the name many times after entering the 7 profound martial house, he had never seen him, not even once. He had frequently seen Ling's son and Taku appear together. Obviously, these 2 young men were good personal friends. Zhang Guanyu didn't seem to be very familiar with those 2. I no longer have any connection to Lan Yunyue, and I will not interfere or question how she will live in the future or whom she will marry. But Zhang Guanyu, if you want to deal with me by moving against her, you are simply courting death. Even if you are a disciple of the 7 profound martial house and an elite of the Allied Trade Association, I cannot kill you, but I will make you pay a painful price. Wang Yuhan noted Lin Ming's gloomy expression and guessed that the reason was because of the sound transmitting talisman from earlier. She hesitated and could not help but ask, Mr. Lin, is there something wrong? It's not a big deal. After my last match against Zhu Yan, the 7 profound martial house pushed me to oppose Zhang Guanyu. Zhang Guanyu wanted to put his dirty hands on Lan Yunyue and attack my heart of martial arts. He probably thinks that 4 months from now he will absolutely win, so he wants to cope with me before I grow and give me a severe wound so that I fail the 7 profound martial house test. Lin Ming did not conceal anything from Wang Yuhan. His story with Lan Yunyue had already passed. Naturally, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Put his hands on Miss Lan? Miss Lan. Only a few people in the circles of the aristocracy knew of the matter between Lin Ming and Lan Yunyue. Wang Yuhan was a member of the Inscription Association, so she was also clear about this matter. She unconsciously covered her small mouth in alarm. If Zhang Guanyu had done anything nefarious to Lan Yunyue, then it would be too tragic. This Zhang Guanyu was someone who practiced the divine acacia power. This cultivation used women as objects in order to increase one's cultivation. It absolutely did 100 harms without anything good. Lin Ming shook his head and said, Mr. Liao arrived there in time, so everything's all right. Fortunately, Wang Yuhan let out a sigh of relief and patted her chest with her small hand. That Miss Lan is now. She's very safe. Oh, that's good. Wang Yuhan wanted to ask Lin Ming about his view of love, but hesitated. She thought that might be too abrupt or offensive, and after thinking about it for a long time, still didn't know how to start, so she didn't open her mouth. But at this moment, another sound transmitting talisman lit in front of Lin Ming. It was once again a message from the Crown Prince to Lin Ming. Brother Lin, I would like to say some words of advice. According to my sources of intelligence, after Zhang Guanyu started cultivating the divine acacia power, he has made no small amount of progress. His strength has greatly improved from the past. Brother Lin, if you don't think you can fully grasp victory, it's better if you do not challenge Zhang Guanyu rashly. The divine acacia power is a very sinister and ruthless cultivation method, and its moves are the same. If an internal injury is left behind, I fear that Brother Lin may have some difficulty in passing the 7 profound martial house's core disciple test. The core disciple test only requires Brother Lin to achieve the peak altering muscle stage before you are over 16 years old. It does not require you to defeat Zhang Guanyu. This Zhang Guanyu is a very mad, crazy man. He will not hesitate in mutually wounding you. Brother Lin, please carefully think things over twice before acting, or else you might ruin your own future. The flame extinguished and coldly snorted in his mind. The divine acacia power is sinister and ruthless. I wonder if it is more sinister and ruthless than the pulse-cutting palm. I did not think that I would have to study the pulse-cutting palm so quickly. Now, you have forced me to learn this. I feel really sorry for you. Since you want to give me a severe wound so that I will fail the 7 profound Martial House's core disciple test, then I will waste your martial arts and destroy your manhood so that you can peacefully and safely live out the rest of your sad days as a eunuch. This will also be a good deed for all of the girls in Sky Fortune City. This Zhang Guanyu was originally very strong. If his cultivation in the divine acacia power has progressed again, then I cannot lower my guard or take him lightly, or I might be defeated. After this body inscription symbol is complete, I must earnestly cultivate the heretical god force and golden rock shattering the void. With this 3-pronged attack, no matter how this Zhang Guanyu progresses, I will crush him so that he will never recover from this defeat. As Lin Ming was thinking these dark thoughts, Wang Yuhan suddenly became cold. She turned to Lin Ming and told him in a low voice, Zhang Guanyu, it's him. Lin Ming was surprised. Zhang Guanyu had actually come to the Inscription Association of his own initiative. Well done. Zhang Guanyu, you dare wish to lay your hands on Lan Yunyue, and you still have the courage to see me. Lin Ming followed Wang Yuhan's gaze. He saw a smiling young man wearing a silk snow-brocaded gown with a Kirin design. The young man had a 7-gemmed crown on his head, and he was holding an ornate fan. The young man's skin was clear and fair, with a slightly ruddy complexion. His eyebrows were slanted upwards, and his mouth was red like a cherry. He carried around a bit of a woman's comeliness, but without losing the smooth grace of a man. He was overall a very beautiful and handsome man. His looks combined with his warm and congenial smile gave the impression that he was a true gentleman prince. With this appearance, it was hard to think that his innermost feelings were so demented and full of malice. Chapter 133, Digging Your Own Grave. Chapter 133, Digging Your Own Grave. Chapter 133, Digging Your Own Grave. Early bone forging stage. Lin Ming instantly judged. His cultivation was not too far off from Zhang Guanyu's, and he was able to see through his cultivation level. In the 7 profound Martial House's heavenly abode, there were only 2 disciples at the bone-forging stage. One was Ta Ku, and the other was Zhang Guanyu. Their true combat prowess outside of the 7 profound Martial House was absolutely stronger than regular peak bone-forging stage martial artist. Oh, Mr. Lin, what a fortunate meeting, fortunate meeting. After Zhang Guanyu saw Lin Ming, he closed his fan and walked forwards with a bright smile plastered on his face. Lin Ming smiled as he saw Zhang Guanyu's acting. You're a good one, Zhang Guanyu. Much better than Zhu Yan. At most, Zhu Yan was just sinister, vicious, and subject to changing moods. But this Zhang Guanyu, not only was he demented, but his skin was so thick to the point of making one's blood boil. I wouldn't have thought. I really wouldn't have thought. Zhang Guanyu pulled up his robes and sat down on a stool in front of Lin Ming. I didn't think that Brother Lin would actually be an inscription Grand Master. When I heard this news, I just couldn't believe it. Wow, a 15-year-old inscription Grand Master. What kind of concept is that? It's such a pity. The legacies of the 7 profound Martial House don't include an inscription master among them. Otherwise, with Brother Lin's amazing ability, you would have already been slated to be a core disciple of the seven profound martial house. Zhang Guanyu began to swing his fan while he familiarized himself with Lin Ming's appearance. After Zhang Guanyu had discovered that the rising star Lin Ming was the guest inscription master of the Inscription Association, he was truly quite shocked. This Lin Ming's perception was just too terrifying. In such a short period of studying, he had already become an inscription grand master. This caused him to feeling all the more uneasy, but since he was now enemies with Lin Ming, he could not retreat. Lin Ming had not spoken, but Wang Yuhan was already angry. In her life, she had seen two kinds of men she hated the most. The first were the womanizers, and the second were the vicious brutes. But this Zhang Guanyu just happened to be both. Zhang Guanyu, you are not welcome within the Inscription Association. I ask that you leave immediately. Coming from an aristocratic background, Wang Yuhan's self-control was very finely tuned. Even if she spoke words in anger, there wasn't a trace of anger in them. Zhang Guanyu simply disregarded these words. He would never be mad against beautiful women, especially beautiful women that he had yet to conquer. Zhang Guanyu looked at Wang Yuhan and smiled, saying, "Miss Wang is so charming. I also like this straightforward temper. How about Miss Wang comes to my place another day, and we can have a little chat and drink together?" Listening to Zhang Guanyu's words, Wang Yuhan flew into a wild rage. Not only did he ignore her, but he was also propositioning her straight in her face. Then Lin Ming coldly said, "Sir Zhang, if you have no business here, then please leave. After 4 months, I will naturally pay a visit, but right now I am very busy. Please do not bother me at my job." "Ha ha, Mr. Lin, I heard that Mr. Lin is collecting the most rare and valuable of materials. I just so happened to bring some with me today." As Zhang Guanyu said this, he took out a small jar from his spatial ring. That small jar was filled with a dark, garnet liquid, very thick, as if it were some sort of heavy mercury. 5th level vicious beast blood. Lin Ming's eyes shined. He had already been looking for some 5th level vicious beast blood for a long time, but still hadn't found any. The Allied Trade Association, who had existed since before the Sky Fortune Kingdom was founded, truly had a profoundly terrifying capability. "Ha ha! Brother Lin has such great eyes. This truly is 5th level vicious beast blood. I came here today to ask Brother Lin about a matter concerning inscription technique." Zhang Guanyu extracted a long sword from his spatial ring. The sword was 3 feet 3 inches in length. The handle was simple, and the sword edge was shimmering cold. Above the blade was a blue-colored flower pattern that looked as if it had been traced from 10,000-year cold ice. One could see with just a glance that this was an excellent sword. Lin Ming probed with his soul force and was immediately shocked. High-grade human step treasure sword. This was the first time that he had seen a high-grade human step treasure. Perhaps in the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, only figures like Muyi and Wang Xuanji, who were Hotian masters, would have the qualifications to wield such a treasure as their weapon. This kind of treasure could not be bought in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Brother Lin really has some extraordinary experience. Indeed, this is a high-grade human step treasure. I hope to have an inscription symbol placed on it. I need in true essence increase of 50% inscription symbol. That also comes with a skill of inscription. If Brother Lin can achieve this, I can have the Allied Trade Association help Brother Lin look for several materials that Brother Lin is missing. 50% true essence amplification inscription symbol. Lin Ming frowned. "I can't do that, right? That's really too bad, but perhaps Brother Lin is looking for these materials for his master. Perhaps Brother Lin can request his master to do this. I will reward him greatly," Zhang Guanyu said with a bit hesitation and waved his fan. Lin Ming immediately understood Zhang Guanyu's intentions. The reason he came today was to investigate the matter of his master. Yes, even if Lin Ming's perception was astonishing, it was simply impossible for a 16-year-old to become a self-taught top inscription Grand Master. Lin Ming's inscription technique was not part of Sky Fortune Kingdom's school of inscription technique. It was clearly from somewhere else. This was what Zhang Guanyu was dreading. Lin Ming said, "You do not need to worry about why I am collecting the materials that I am. As for my master, he is usually wandering the world. I cannot find him, so you do not need to count on him to help you." Oh, so it's like this. Zhang Guanyu's thoughts raced. Although he was demented like a rabid dog would still not dare to bit a tiger. He was indeed probing what sort of person Lin Ming's master was. He guessed that Lin Ming's master should have been a Hotian stage martial artist whose strength would be comparable to Mui. But this person's level of inscription technique actually surpassed Wang Xuanji. As for the Xiantian masters, he never thought of that. Xiantian stage martial artists were simply legendary existences. If they took in a disciple, how could they possibly have their disciple enter into the Seven Profound Martial House and have them struggle for the Seven Profound Martial House's resources? Not only that, but also compel them into a situation where they would have to undergo a core disciple test. A Xiantian master, even if placed in the third grade sect, the Seven Profound Valleys, would be an extraordinary character. The Allied Trade Association, with their deep history and influence, would not fear a single Hotian stage martial artist. This because the Allied Trade Association had their own Hotian stage master. And it seemed that this Hotian master did not have a deep connection with Lin Ming. Before this, Zhang Guanyu had already investigated Lin Ming's past just to be sure. Lin Ming had always been living a very frugal and lonely life. He had used the most basic medicinal cures for a very long time. He had tried to sell his inscription symbols at the 100 Treasure Pavilion, but the 100 Treasure Pavilion was actually one of the Allied Trade Association stores. What was most likely was that Lin Ming had encountered a fortuitous opportunity and found the inheritance of a peak Hotian master. Relying on his amazing perception, he had become a self-taught inscription Grand Master. This would explain why he had such strength at his young age, but was still poor and had to enter into the Seven Profound Martial House. Zhang Guanyu was insane and demented, but he was not stupid. With just a few clues, he was able to come close to deducing Lin Ming's true situation. It was just that what Lin Ming had found was not the inheritance of a peak Hotian master, but the inheritances of the topmost powerhouses within the realm of the gods. Thinking this, Zhang Guanyu smiled, but within his smile was hidden a ferocious intent. He decided not to change the plan he had to deal with Lin Ming. He would make Lin Ming suffer an incomparably pitiful fate so that his spirit would never be smooth again. Ah, that's such a pity. I missed a chance to meet such a senior expert of inscription. But, Mr. Lin, since I have already taken out this bottle of 5th-level Vicious Beast blood, I have no intention of taking it back. I would like to ask Mr. Lin if Mr. Lin can personally help me and guarantee me a top skill of inscription along with the highest amplification that Mr. Lin can achieve. If you request a specific attribute, then I can go up to 41%. If there is no specific attribute, then I can go up to 43%. Hearing Lin Ming say this, Wang Yuhan anxiously said, "Mr. Lin, do not help him. He will use your own inscription symbol that you place on that sword to deal with you." This was undeniable. The reason that Zhang Guanyu came today was first to inquire about Lin Ming's master, and second was to find an inscription symbol for his high-grade human step treasure sword. At this time, within the Sky Fortune Kingdom, Lin Ming's inscription technique was second to none. Haha, if Mr. Lin is afraid of helping me with an inscription symbol, then I may have the Allied Trade Association use their connections and go to Wulo Nation to look. Although it will take a great deal of effort and a very high price, I think I will be able to find an inscription master that can conform to my needs. There were many powerhouses within the Wulo Nation. Their level of inscription technique was correspondingly higher than Sky Fortune Kingdom's, but To find an inscription master that knew the techniques to add a top-tier skill of inscription was simply impossible. At best, they would have a few masters that could surpass Lin Ming's true essence amplification. Lin Ming smiled and said, "You don't need to taunt me. Since I've already decided to fight with you, then naturally I want to defeat you in your strongest condition. This is my Tao of martial arts." Lin Ming was certainly willing to draw an inscription symbol for Zhang Guanyu. He had just said a moment ago that the most important material he needed was some 5th-level vicious beast blood. If he missed this opportunity, he didn't know when the next time that he would find any was. It was not wrong that an inscription symbol could increase Zhang Guanyu's combat prowess, but a body inscription symbol would increase one's strength even more. Zhang Guanyu would never have even dreamed that the 5th-level vicious beast blood that he brought to Lin Ming's hand would be able to directly improve his strength and cultivation speed. Then I'll trouble Mr. Lin. Zhang Guanyu licked his lips. He did not think that Lin Ming would really have complied. His original intention was to have Lin Ming refuse him and then frustrate his proud heart a little. After all, the might of a high-grade human step treasure coupled with the power of a top-tier inscription symbol was simply terrifying, even facing Lin Ming's dark purple elastic iron spear. If he poured enough true essence into his sword, he could simply cut that spear in half. If the weapon was sliced apart, then how would he continue fighting the battle? Zhang Guanyu said, "I do not need a specific attribute, and 43% amplification is good. But what if Mr. Lin cannot achieve this, or if Mr. Lin places some sort of hidden secret within the inscription symbol?" Lin Ming lightly coughed and said, "Humph, if you don't believe me, then why look for me? Doesn't your so-called Allied Trade Association have an inscription master? Even if they cannot draw up a skill of inscription, they can still examine the truth of the inscription symbol that I draw up. I won't ruin my proud work merely to ruin some high-grade human step treasure of your Allied Trade Association." "Good, then I'll be waiting here." Seeing that this matter had come to a foregone conclusion, Wang Yuhan sighed. Lin Ming was just too impulsive. Now was not the time to be swayed by personal feelings. Zhang Guanyu's strength was very formidable, yet Lin Ming was actually helping him create a top-tier weapon. Nicely putting it. He was simply being impulsive with his own emotions, but crudely putting it, he was just digging his own grave. Chapter 134 Small Success of Movement. Chapter 134 Small Success of Movement. Chapter 134 Small Success of Movement. Lin Ming took a short period to prepare, and then began the drawing process. Lin Ming had become increasingly skilled at creating these inscription symbols, but because this was his first time working with a high-grade human step treasure inscription, he was a little slower than usual. Altogether, he had used half an hour of time. As he completed the last rune of the inscription symbol in one breath, the nearly 100 glistening runes congealed into a flame-marked inscription symbol that fell upon the high-grade human step treasure sword. Zhang Guanyu picked up the treasure sword and tested it. He poured his true essence into it, and found that it really did have a 43% increased amount of true essence. Afterwards, the true essence congealed into the skill of inscription. It was simply of magnificent power. "Ha ha! Good sword." Zhang Guanyu laughed. "This Lin Ming is such a sucker. I really cannot wait to see, 4 months from now, just how Lin Ming will come to regret when he is brought to grief under the blade of this treasure sword that he personally placed an inscription symbol upon. I'm going to enjoy his expression and the way his mind breaks. I can't wait to see his expression and state of mind when I use this sword and show him the most vicious moves of the divine Acacia power. When I find the right opportunity, I will give him such a severe wound that even his cultivation will drop. I wonder just how you will pass the 7 profound Martial House's core disciple test then." However, What Zhang Guanyu did not know was that Lin Ming was actually having similar thoughts. Lin Ming looked as Zhang Guanyu flourished that skill of inscription and inwardly sneered. This Zhang Guanyu is such a fool. He's really saved me a great deal of effort. I'll wait for the 4 months to pass to see how Zhang Guanyu will suffer a miserable defeat at my hands because of these 2 body inscription symbols. What a pity it will be that Zhang Guanyu will never know the reason he suffered a defeat, and that the 5th level vicious beast blood he brought to me would play a major role in his downfall. I want to see his expression when I use the most ruthless martial skill pulse-cutting palm on his body. Not only will I sever all the meridians in his body, but I will destroy his virility. Then, I wonder just how you will cultivate that divine acacia power of yours when you're with a woman. Although these 2 people's thoughts were diabolically dark, it was impossible to tell from the surface, especially Zhang Guanyu. His brilliant smile was beaming to the extreme. Right. Mr. Lin, I think there were some misunderstandings with Mr. Lin about Lan Yunyue. About Miss Lan's matter. I visited Miss Lan at that time to pay my respects, and it seems Mr. Liao was too excited and misunderstood my intentions. Is that right? So that's the case. Lin Ming sneered in his heart. He wanted to have a good luck at just what this Zhang Guanyu was up to. Let me speak the truth. I really, truly do admire Miss Lan. Otherwise, I would not have visited. Towards beautiful girls that I like, I will never use underhanded means. I will only pursue them. As Zhang Guanyu said this, an angry voice suddenly resounded. Zhang Guanyu, do you not even care about face? The pure-hearted Wang Yuhan had finally reached the limit of what she was able to bear. She immediately wanted to kill this beast in human skin. However, Zhang Guanyu's cultivation had already reached a high enough level that he was able to completely disregard Wang Yuhan. He self-servingly said, before, I heard that Mr. Lin liked to make bets with the people that he dueled, like Wang Yanfeng, Zhang Tsang, and so on. Then, with this match of mine against Mr. Lin, how about we also make a gambling bet? How about this? Mr. Lin needs materials, and I just happen to have one, 7-star Oregon. How about I use this to bet with Mr. Lin, on whom Miss Lan belongs to? If I lose, then I will turn over the 7-star or to Mr. Lin, and I will not disturb Miss Lan again. If I win, then I will also turn over the 7-star or to Mr. Lin, but about Miss Lan's matters, Mr. Lin cannot meddle in them again. Whether or not I can move her heart will depend only on my own ability. So, regardless of the outcome, the 7-star or will be given to Mr. Lin. But only if Mr. Lin loses will Mr. Lin never meddle in Miss Lan's matters again. How about it? Move Lan Yunyue's heart with your own abilities. Lin Ming brightly smiled. It seems that no matter what, this Zhang Guanyu wanted to use Lan Yunyue to attack his heart of martial arts. If he lost in the battle 4 months from now, then it would be a defeat so horrible and appalling that he wouldn't be able to lift his head proudly anymore due to shame. He sneered in response to Zhang Guanyu. Even if I'm sure to defeat you, I will never use a woman to make a bet. Lan Yunyue already has nothing to do with me. Who she marries is her own choice. It's none of my business. If your moral character was any good, and you decided to pursue Lan Yunyue, then fine. But if you plan to deal with me by encroaching on Lan Yunyue, then I will not sit idly by and do nothing. It's true that I lack several materials, but I do not need the Allied Trade Association, nor will I ever. If I cannot find what I need, then it's just a bit of trouble to me. Now you can roll out of here. Hearing this, Zhang Guanyu's expression finally sunk. Oh, it seems that you really are determined to win against me? Good. Very good. Zhang Guanyu, you think that 4 months from now you will crush me, so I cannot stand up from the failure. But what a coincidence. I also have the same intention. When the time comes, let's see just who is suppressing who. Ha ha. Very good. Since that's the case, 4 months from now, I will have you regret ever being born into this world. Zhang Guanyu received his long sword, flicked his sleeves, and departed. Lin Ming thought little of Zhang Guanyu's threats. He took out a true essence stone and prepared to restore his true essence. At this moment, Wang Yuhan could not help but say, "Mr. Lin, you were too reckless. Although 5th-level vicious beast blood is rare, it's not something that cannot be found. If we waited a few days, it would have been fine. But you actually helped that despicable Zhang Guanyu inscribe a symbol on his treasure sword. Even in the entire Huluan nation, there might not be anyone that can create an inscription symbol of your caliber. That Zhang Guanyu has probably cultivated the divine acacia power for several months. In these months, who knows how many women have gone to his manor. It's impossible to know just how far his strength has progressed. Mr. Lin, you..." Wang Yuhan was genuinely concerned. This battle between Zhang Guanyu and Lin Ming would definitely be a death match. If he lost, he would pay a truly terrible price. Zhang Guanyu had long been famous for his sinister and ruthless tactics. If something was to happen to Lin Ming smiled and said, "Miss Wang, please be assured that I know all of this fairly well, but I think that..." Wang Yuhan simply didn't know what to say. She knew that Lin Ming constantly created miracles in front of her. She thought that nothing was impossible concerning Lin Ming. But in this duel involving his Lin Ming's personal safety, Wang Yuhan worried, afraid of what would happen. "Thank you, Miss Wang, for worrying over me. The truth is, if I really am not a match for Zhang Guanyu, then I'll simply withdraw. I'm afraid that there is no one else coming this afternoon. I will go back first." Lin Ming only drew the high-quality inscription symbols these days. However, he would only do so as long as someone brought one of the rare materials on the list. The materials were getting fewer and fewer now, and the customers that could find them were also less. So in the past couple of days, Lin Ming had only received a few jobs. He spent most of the time cultivating. All the time that Lin Ming had at the 7 major killing arrays was spent so that he could gradually become more aware of the concept of wind. Now Lin Ming had increased the difficulty from the 6th level to the 7th level, but even so, he still practiced in the violent wind tunnel every day until his appearance was miserable. Many of the disciples of the 7 profound martial house were aware of this strange phenomenon. As soon as this century genius of the 7 profound martial house entered the violent wind tunnel, at only 7 levels of difficulty, he would be beaten up until he was black and blue. This kind of matter was simply inconceivable. Those people that were jealous of Lin Ming said that Lin Ming's foundation was not solid and his lower body was unstable. However, those that held this view were completely drowned out by the massive amount of frothing saliva from the Lin Ming fanatics. Did those insulting idiots not see how Lin Ming was motionless like a mountain on the battlefield? With which eye did they see that Lin Ming's lower body was unstable? These crazy fans believed that Lin Ming was using some sort of special method to practice. But what exactly was this special method of training? Nobody could actually explain it. A little girl that worshipped at Lin Ming's altar patted her heavy chest, wanting to understand. Senior apprentice brother Lin Ming is definitely practicing his get-hit ability to let the violent wind blow against one's own body so that they freely hit the wall over and over again. This was the only explanation for the get-hit ability. To come up with such ridiculous reasoning, that young girl had a truly vivid imagination. This opinion rapidly spread. Regarding this rumor, Lin Ming could only force a smile. He did not want the publicity, but it was impossible to conceal the fact that he was turning black and blue from the bruising every day of hitting the walls in the violent wind tunnel. Even if he had very good healing medicine, it was futile to think that all his wounds and bruises would instantly heal. He could only bring his heavily injured body back to his room, soak in a medicinal bath, and then take the evening's time to remove the bruises and heal the hidden wounds. However, people began to gradually discover that Lin Ming's injuries were becoming less and less even as the difficulty grew higher and higher until a month later. Lin Ming had opened the 9th level of difficulty, but after he had stayed in for several hours, he had come out in perfect condition with no injuries. To a normal heavenly abode disciple, this didn't have much meaning. With someone at Lin Ming's ranking, they would easily be able to handle the 10th level of difficulty. But to Lin Ming's ardent Lin maniacs, their first impression was that he was practicing the almighty get-hit ability. He did not use any true essence or bodily strength to resist the force of the wind, and let his body repeatedly and wildly hit the walls over and over again. Since he now reached the point of not having any injuries, was his head now made of copper? They were afraid that if this was true, then Lin Ming had already become invulnerable to all damage. But if this were so, why would Lin Ming only open the 9th level of difficulty? What exactly do you think senior apprentice brother Lin is really doing inside? He only opened the 9th level of difficulty. If senior apprentice brother Lin displayed his true strength, that wind would only tickle him. I already told you that senior apprentice brother Lin is cultivating his get-hit ability. You just don't have faith. The young girl who had been the first to propose this theory grunted, showing her discontent at those that dared to doubt her. Senior apprentice brother Lin's get-hit ability is just too fierce, and it's not an exaggeration. To have that powerful wind of the 9th level blow him against the wall, and yet he still doesn't have a single injury. His body is simply steel now. He is invulnerable to all. Humph! This is nothing for senior apprentice brother Lin. Did you forget that he had used his empty palm to fend off Zhang Tsang's saber? That's because he had used the body-tearing, bone-shattering fist. That was also the reason that Zhu Yan lost to senior apprentice brother Lin Ming. The disciple that was speaking seemed to be aware of many things. At this moment, another person also commented, "Have you seen that senior apprentice brother Lin's clothes when he goes in and out of the violent wind tunnel only have a little damage?" After this third disciple inadvertently reminded the other two, these two felt a chill in their hearts. Yes, when Lin Ming had gone in and out, he had worn the same clothes. His clothes only had a little damage, so he hadn't needed to change. It had to be known that when the violent wind tunnel reached the 9th level of difficulty, a common disciple could rely on their true essence and strength to resist the strong winds. However, because the wind speed was too quick, the clothes on their bodies would be torn. Chapter 135 Body Inscription. Chapter 135 Body Inscription. Chapter 135 Body Inscription. When the violent wind tunnel reached the 9th level of difficulty, a common disciple could rely on their true essence and strength to resist the strong winds. However, because the wind speed was too quick, the clothes on their bodies would still be torn. Soon after, their clothes would be ripped to shreds. If they were to choose the 10th level of difficulty, their clothes would even become completely split apart until they were finally stark naked. But Lin Ming's clothes were only a little damaged. He didn't need to replace them. This was simply an inconceivable matter. In the violent wind tunnel, the howling wind was like the roars of dragons and tigers. At the 9th level of difficulty, there were 10 feet tall rolling boulders that haphazardly tumbled around. Lin Ming's body seemed weightless in the forceful gales as he danced in the air. What was strange was that even though the whirlwinds were like a pack of surging ruinous beasts, Lin Ming's body only moved at a slow speed, as if he was a fish that was swimming against a mighty current. Lin Ming's eyes were closed the entire time. He felt the force of the chilling wind with his heart and soul, stabilizing his body as he balanced himself in the Mistral air. The wind that fell upon Lin Ming naturally parted around him. Suddenly, a powerful wind vortex appeared around Lin Ming, causing his body to shake and fall towards a boulder. Under this kind of forceful wind, if an ordinary person hit the rock, they would have immediately suffered a painful death. Even a viscera training stage martial artist would have been heavily wounded. But as Lin Ming approached this boulder, he suddenly waved his sleeves and followed a breeze that flowed over the rock. Lin Ming's body drew beautiful arc as he bypassed this rock wall before coming to a stop in midair. This continued for several days. With each day, Lin Ming was increasingly like a fish in water as he hovered in the violent wind tunnel. As long as he used his true essence, his feet would not touch the ground, and he was able to sail through the wind. Only when his true essence was exhausted would he fall to the ground. After that, Lin Ming opened the 10th level of difficulty, but he was still able to barely keep his balance firmly in the wind. Even if there was suddenly turbulence from a whirlwind, Lin Ming was still able to maintain his form. He was just like a kite. Despite the howling wind blowing upon him, he was always steadily flying through the air. After several days, Lin Ming began to do all kinds of various movements and actions as he faced the strong wind, moving slowly as he borrowed the gentle force of the wind. At the start, Lin Ming's movement was slow, and the range of his motions was limited. The next day, his speed had increased, and the range of his movement had extended to dozens of feet. Afterwards, Lin Ming's speed grew with each day. The sphere of action which he could move encompassed the entire violent wind tunnel, even approaching the innermost depths of the violent wind tunnel, where it was narrowest. 10 days later, Lin Ming had gained a basic understanding of the concept of wind, officially entering the first layer of golden rock shattering the void. Now, Lin Ming was able to move anywhere in the violent wind tunnel at will. The wind wasn't even able to influence him in the slightest. I've spent all 120 hours of this month's time at the 7 major killing arrays, cultivating the golden rock shattering the void. Fortunately, my golden rock shattering the void has reached the small success level. Starting from tomorrow, I must practice the heretical god force and pulse-cutting palm and also attempt to break through to the altering muscle stage. I just don't have enough time. Lin Ming had already reached the peak viscera training stage. Although he hadn't set aside time to break through to the altering muscle stage, these days he had practiced his inscription technique, and during that time he would often deplete all of his true essence. Following that, he would enter into his ethereal martial intent state while revolving the true primal chaos formula. Under this sort of extreme state, it had been surprisingly good cultivation for his true primal chaos formula. Lin Ming's talent was average, but he would still be able to reach the altering muscle stage soon. This was all thanks to the true primal chaos formula and his ethereal martial intent. As he walked through the back mountains of Zhou Mountain, with every casual step that Lin Ming took, he was able to cross dozens of feet. His toes gently tapped the thin blades of grass, and he would soar into the sky. By revolving his true essence, he was able to swiftly rise into the air. Like this, he could easily cross over a 20-foot wall. Feeling light with not even the slightest weight to his body, Lin Ming felt a great happiness. This concept of wind is simply too marvelous. Normally, when a martial artist cultivates a movement martial skill, it would depend on the coordination of their true essence and bodily strength to increase their speed. Once they jumped up, they would not be able to maintain their speed and would inevitably slow down. But with this concept of wind, I can actually increase my speed in midair. If I can cultivate the golden rock shattering the void to the 3rd or 4th layer, if I combine that with my increasingly thick true essence, then I might be able to fly. Usually only a Xiantian stage master would have the ability to fly, but I can as long as I achieve the pulse condensation period. As Lin Ming was basking in his excitement, a sound-transmitting talisman lit in front of Lin Ming, and the sweet voice of Wang Yuhan sounded in Lin Ming's mind. "Mr. Lin, we have finally found all of the materials that you want." Hearing this news, Lin Ming rejoiced. This was a double celebration. He could finally start drawing up the body inscription symbol. Lin Ming took a detour straight to the Inscription Association. After completing several scheduled inscription symbols, he finally received all the materials he needed. The materials were collected through the combined efforts of the Crown Prince, the Inscription Association, and the influence of numerous powerful families within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. This nationwide search for materials had finally finished after nearly an entire month. For these materials, the Crown Prince, the Inscription Association, and the various major families had spent a mind-boggling amount of manpower and financial resources. When he was collecting the materials from the Inscription Association, Lin Ming had a certain smug feeling as he saw the piles of materials worth hundreds of thousands of gold taels. Lin Ming wasn't in a hurry to begin. He knew that his current mentality was not suitable for drawing the body inscription symbol. The body inscription symbol was incomparably precious. It would take a very long time to create, and he absolutely could not afford to be even the least bit careless. Once Lin Ming had collected all of the materials, he first took a nap. After waking, he closed his door and placed a "Do Not Disturb" plaque on the outside. He washed his hands, burned incense, bathed, and finally entered the ethereal martial intent state. He sat in meditation for almost half an hour and relaxed as his mind became completely calm. There were many martial arts that, after obtaining a top-tier cultivation method, would practice a similar ceremony. This was in order to eliminate their distractions and let their minds become calm. But unless they were monks, while facing such a top-tier cultivation method that could affect the destiny of their entire lives, who could truly remain calm? However, the nature of Lin Ming's heart was much purer than a normal martial artist's. With the support of his ethereal martial intent, he was able to adjust his condition its perfect state so that his heart and mind were able to singularly focus on a task. When Lin Ming finally opened his eyes for meditation, his eyes were shining bright like stars. He took the first material, the 7-star ore, and ground it, extracted it, and mixed it. The tools that he used were the best ones that could be found within the Inscription Association. These black-silver inscription tools would not injure or alter the nature of the materials in the least. Not only that, but these tools were able to perfectly work in conjunction with soul force so that an inscription master could clearly feel any changes in the materials. Of these black-silver tools, each one had a value that was similar to a treasure. The entire set of inscription tools had a value above 20,000 gold taels. This set of tools was a gift to Lin Ming from the Inscription Association. As he processed the materials, Lin Ming was already completely immersed in the world of inscription technique. Each inscription symbol that emerged from his hand was like a living spirit that jumped out. Because of this month-long practice, Lin Ming was able to freely control his soul force like never before. He could divide his soul force into hair-thin strands and guide the materials together so that each one formed a beautiful inscription symbol. This feeling was like sliding on ice. There was no hitch in the fluid process. Lin Ming was already completely immersed within a rapturous realm. In this state, he had reached an unprecedented extreme of skill. The sun set, the moon rose, the stars fell, and the rose-colored clouds of dawn reflected the new day. Lin Ming had unknowingly drawn the inscription symbol for an entire night. In the past, he was able to complete the symbols and lines in a very short time. But now, each symbol and line took at least an incense stick of time. In drawing these complex structures, he did so gingerly. In this period, Lin Ming also failed a few times, but he had already anticipated this situation. He had left the most precious materials for last. There were backups for everything else. Unconsciously, Lin Ming's soul force had already surpassed his natural limit. However, because his spirit was in such a state of high concentration, Lin Ming had entered into a state of self-hypnosis. He did not feel himself overdrafting his soul force, but this state was also extremely dangerous because he had gone past what his body could bear. There were stories of earthquakes where children would be caught in the collapsing ruins. But because of maternal love, a child's mother would be able to exert a godly strength and abruptly lift fallen walls that weighed 1,000 genes, thus rescuing their child. The reason this was possible was because of self-hypnosis. At the end, the mother would often exceed the limits that could be placed on her body, and she would be disabled or even die. Time passed 1 second at a time until it was late morning. Lin Ming had drawn up the last symbol that he needed. As he gathered his hands together, the complex inscription symbol in the air began to superimpose upon itself layer after layer until it became one organic whole. It sent out a sparkling light as if it were a newborn star, and this star gently fell onto Lin Ming's left chest. There was a slight stabbing pain, as if he was being pierced by scalding hot needles, and then a mysterious six-pointed star appeared on Lin Ming's left chest. Then, Lin Ming could only see black as dizziness erupted in his head, and he slumped to the ground. His exhausted soul force had resulted in a bone-aching sleepiness. As the body inscription symbol was finally completed, Lin Ming almost instantly fell into a deep slumber. In this deep sleep, he had severed all perception of the outside world. This sleep lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. An intense feeling of hunger finally woke up Lin Ming. He stumbled around as he crawled up on his knees. He only felt a splitting headache. This pain was what followed an overconsumption of soul force. He casually took out some food from his spatial ring to eat, his expression sluggish as he sat on the ground. He sat there for a long time, and then finally slowly mumbled, "This is how?" Trying to remember, he vaguely recalled the process of drawing up the body inscription symbol. He lifted his hand and traced his left chest. On the originally smooth skin, there were some uneven lines. He lowered his head to look. On his left chest was a mysterious 6-pointed star mark. It had fused into one with the mark left from the magic cube. Chapter 136, Altering Muscle Stage. Chapter 136, Altering Muscle Stage. The body inscription symbols. I see. It was because I overtaxed my soul force from drawing up the body inscription symbol, so I fell asleep for such a long time. What time is it? The large hourglass in the cabin had already streamed cleanly to the bottom. He had apparently slept for at least an entire day. It's a good thing that I succeed. I misjudged the difficulty of the body inscription symbol. I didn't expect for each symbol and line to have taken such a long time. The one that I drew was the essence gathering symbol. The 2 body inscription symbols that Lin Ming had planned to place on himself were the essence gathering symbol and the strife seal. The essence gathering symbol was placed on the chest and could enhance the speed at which true essence was gathered, thus increasing a martial artist's cultivation rate. The strife seal was placed on the right hand, and by improving how true essence would flow, it could increase the strength of true essence and improve a martial artist's martial skill or striking power. Lin Ming's cultivation was the most important right now, so he had first drawn up the essence gathering symbol. Lin Ming sat in meditation and tested how much better he could gather true essence. Really, it seemed because of the presence of the essence gathering symbol, he was able to more easily absorb the strength of the world, and the speed at which he gathered true essence had increased significantly. It's increased by at least 40%. It seems because of the self-hypnosis state, I overdrew my body and injured myself because my soul force was too lacking. But now that I've completed the essence gathering symbol, it's exceeded my expectations. Lin Ming felt a great happiness. A 40% increased rate was simply astonishing. It had to be known that a normal medium 3rd-grade martial artist, if they started cultivating at the age of 12 and were not supported by any special top-quality pills, then they would be able to reach the early bone forging stage by the time they were 40 years old. This period was at least 30 years. But for a medium 4th-grade martial artist, if they started in a similar situation at 12 years of age and also didn't utilize any top-tier pills or cultivation methods, they would reach the early bone forging stage when they were 30 years old. This period was 20 years. The truth was, This 10-year disparity between a single grade of talent could also be considered a 50% difference in the speed of cultivation. But this 50% difference was actually of great importance. A 30-year-old martial artist was in the prime of his youth. They had a hope of breaking through to the post-condensation period, thus extending the period of their growth. And their strength would also greatly improve. They would be like a carp that became a dragon. But a 40-year-old bone-forging stage martial artist would often have to face the dire consequences of physical aging. Their body strength would decrease, and they would be weaker compared to younger martial artists at the same level. Moreover, it would be much more difficult for them to have any progress, let alone break through to the post-condensation period. So this essence gathering symbol that could increase one's cultivation speed by 40% was simply extraordinary. The essence gathering symbol is only the most simple of body inscription symbols. Later, when my cultivation grows, I also have the possibility of drawing up even more formidable body inscription symbols. When that time comes, my talent will no longer be a barrier. When I drew up the essence gathering symbol, I almost damaged my soul. This strife seal can wait until my strength increases again before I draw it. In any case, the strife seal is only a body inscription symbol that enhances one's own strength. As long as I successfully draw it up before my match with Zhang Guanyu, then it's not too late. Day after day, Lin Ming would go to the icy pond waterfall to cultivate the true primal chaos formula. He was able to sit within the 10th level of difficulty in the ice pond waterfall for 4 to 5 hours at a time. Under the dual abilities of the essence gathering symbol and his ethereal martial intent state, Lin Ming's cultivation speed experienced a tremendous leap forwards. In addition to the top heart mantra of the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming's true essence had been polished to a rich and pure state. In the past, because he had taken the top-tier pills, there had been some impurities within his true essence. But those pills had already been completely refined by Lin Ming. Lin Ming's true essence was pure to such a degree that it was even better if compared to most peak bone forging stage martial artists. After half a month passed, it was the second month of the 4 months before the match, as Lin Ming immersed himself within the ice pond waterfall and entered into his ethereal martial intent, he discovered that his true essence had already completely spread throughout his viscera and had begun infiltrating deep into his muscle and bones. Fourth stage of body transformation, altering muscle. Lin Ming was absolutely delighted, but he was not too surprised. The Martial House Core Disciple Test required that Lin Ming reach the peak altering muscle stage before he was over 16 years old. But if he continued at his current rate of cultivation, that was a goal he would be able to effortlessly achieve. Normally, when a martial artist was advancing to a new stage, they would experience a bottleneck. The reason for this bottleneck was usually because their foundation was not solid. For instance, a normal viscera training stage martial artist, if they did not have a top quality cultivation method, or were not able to go to the ice pond waterfall and have true essence temper every part of their body, then they would experience a bottleneck when breaking through to the altering muscle stage. If there was only a small amount of true essence that permeated their organs, then it would be even more difficult for that true essence to sink in any further. Even if they barely managed to break through to the altering muscle stage, if their altering muscle stage foundation was not steady, then the result would only be that breaking through to the bone forging stage would be that much more difficult. Finally, they would be completely unable to take that final step into the post-condensation period. If one's foundation was not solid, then as they strived towards greater heights of cultivation, it would become increasingly difficult. But Lin Ming did not have this kind of problem at all. His true essence had already penetrated deep into each and every nook and cranny of his internal organs, and had even entered into the innumerable tiny units within his body. For him, he would be absolutely successful in breaking through to the altering muscle stage bone forging stage, or even the pulse condensation period. As long as he managed to accumulate enough true essence, he could break through. As he pushed the true primal chaos formula to its limit, Lin Ming was able to clearly feel the wonderful feeling of true essence sinking into his muscles and bones. There were many martial artists that did not have a steady foundation and would only have bitter experiences during their attempts to break through their bottlenecks. If they wanted to enter the altering muscle stage, they would often need to push their true essence inwards and forcefully fuse their true essence into their muscles and bones. They would have to repeat this process slowly as they fused one little part at a time and very slowly reach the altering muscle stage. This was the reason why so many martial artists were stranded at the peak viscera training stage for several years. But this did not apply to Lin Ming. His internal organs had already reached the maximum of how much true essence could be absorbed. This was just like a reservoir that was already filled with water. Because the reservoir could not accommodate more true essence, then the true essence would leak over and naturally seep into the muscle and bones, fusing with them. Of these two different methods of breaking through a bottleneck, it was easy to see which was good and which was bad. Lin Ming's breakthrough lasted for 3 full days. During these 3 days, Lin Ming would cultivate at the icy pond waterfall for 6 hours every day. He used a grand total of 18 hours in order to fully integrate the true essence into his muscle and bones, what the so-called altering muscle stage cultivated, with the tendons and the periosteum. As he recovered from his long meditation, Lin Ming felt that the true essence within his body moving incessantly like an endless river. Resisting the frosty chill of the icy pond waterfall had become an easy task for him. As he emerged from the icy pool, Lin Ming casually flicked his palm. The edge of his palm formed an indistinct, faint blue ripple, just like waves in water. As Lin Ming saw this rippling blue wave, his eyes shined. True essence realization. I didn't expect that I would have reached the boundary of being able to realize my true essence. Usually only a martial artist at the pulse condensation period who had extremely thick true essence would be able to manifest their true essence. Or there were also some heaven-gifted rare genius peak bone forging stage martial artists that could just barely achieve this. But Lin Ming had been able to manifest his true essence as soon as he reached the early altering muscle stage. Throughout the entirety of Sky Fortune Kingdom's history, he was the first one to be able to do this. Lin Ming clenched his fist and felt a sense of smugness. I've just reached the early altering muscle stage, and yet I've achieved the boundary which normally only a pulse condensation period martial artist could achieve. I wonder just how far I am compared to an ordinary pulse condensation period martial artist. When I step into the peak altering muscle stage, will I be able to defeat a normal pulse condensation period martial artist? Lin Ming was not sure whether or not he could defeat the strength of a powerhouse of the pulse condensation period, but to defeat Lin Sun, who was at the peak altering muscle stage, Lin Ming had a degree of confidence. Even though Ling Sun had his Ashura martial intent, how could that even compete with the chaotic virtues combat meridians? To Lin Ming, reaching the peak altering muscle stage from the early altering muscle stage was only a matter of time. Oh, junior apprentice brother Lin, what an infrequent visitor. The deacon senior apprentice brother, who was in charge of the wood puppet lane major killing array, saw Lin Ming and immediately welcomed him with a laugh. Of the 7 profound martial house's 7 major killing arrays of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and thunder, the wood puppet lane killing array belonged to the wood element. Lin Ming had only cultivated at the icy pond waterfall and the violent wind tunnel. This was his first time coming to the wood puppet lane. Therefore, the deacon senior apprentice brother, who managed the killing array, was especially enthused and warm as he greeted Lin Ming. One never knew, perhaps several years from now, this Lin Ming might even become the martial house master of the 7 profound martial house. If that time ever came, Then this Lin Ming would be his superior's superior. It was natural that he would want to curry favor and flatter him. Senior apprentice brother, forgive me, but this is embarrassing to say. I just decided to come here without having made an appointment in advance. I wonder if you have any spots that are open yet. After Lin Ming had broken through to the altering muscle stage, he wanted to test his own strength. In the 7 major killing arrays, Golden Soldier Hall, and Wood Puppet Lane were the 2 major killing arrays where one could practice their combat skills. Of course there is a spot open for you. Ha! Whenever Senior Apprentice Brother Lin comes, there will always be a spot open just for you, the Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother said with a congenial smile. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Brother. Then, if I could trouble the Senior Apprentice Brother to help me open the 11th level of difficulty. 11th level of difficulty? The Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother stared at him with wide eyes. Generally speaking, those disciples that were in the top 10 of the ranking stone would enter the 11th level of difficulty. Did Lin Ming's strength already enter into the top 10 rankings? The Deacon Apprentice Brother felt this was inconceivably incredible, but suddenly he saw Lin Ming's cultivation, and his eyes widened even more until they were like giant white circles. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, you've already broken through? Altering muscle stage. Yesterday I had a lucky breakthrough. The Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother unconsciously gulped. The bottleneck between the viscera training stage and the altering muscle stage was not too big nor too small. To a genius, breaking through this bottleneck was bound to happen sooner or later, but it shouldn't have happened so quickly. He vaguely remembered that Lin Ming had broken through to the viscera training stage just a few months ago. To only use a few months to break through to the altering muscle stage from the viscera training stage, what the hell was this kind of speed? This Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother's talent was already quite good, but it had taken him nearly 3 years to achieve this. This young man had already reached the altering muscle stage when he was only 15 years old, and still had more than a year left to reach the peak altering muscle stage. Lin Ming might even be able to reach the bone forging stage. It was already 90% guaranteed that he would pass the 7 profound Marshall House's core disciple test, a core disciple of the 7 profound Marshall House that came from Sky Fortune Kingdom. The Deacon Senior Apprentice took a deep breath. With just a nod of his head, Lin Ming could become the absolute overlord of the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. Senior Apprentice Brother, please open the 11th level of difficulty. Lin Ming saw the Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother in a daze and politely reminded him. Oh, yes, yes, the Deacon Senior Apprentice Brother responded, and then fiddled with an array disc to open the 11th level of difficulty for the Wood Puppet Lane. Chapter 137, The Might of Goldenrock Shattering the Void. Chapter 137, The Might of Goldenrock Shattering the Void. Wooden Puppet Lane was built into the face of a mountain. There were altogether 12 caves, and each could be opened by themselves. These caves were created by Sciention masters cutting through the mountain themselves. One could still see glaring sword marks. Wood Puppet Lane was filled with wooden puppets. The deeper one went, the more formidable these puppets would be, and the more there were. These wooden puppets were from one of the 7 inheritances of the 7 profound valleys, the masterpieces of the puppet faction. The puppet faction was a very mysterious faction within the 7 profound valleys. Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound Marshall House did not have any of these factions' cultivation methods or secret techniques, so they had never had much exposure to it. Seeing the crowds of wooden puppets increase, Lin Ming did not hurry to attack. He hadn't even taken out the penetrating rainbow spear. After he had reached a location with more than 20 puppets, Lin Ming rushed in, unarmed. Cha! A wooden puppet aimed a club at Lin Ming. The weapons that these wooden puppets all used were completely made of wood, such as wooden clubs or wooden sabers. A wooden weapon may not have seemed like a very dangerous weapon, but even so, if one was pounded by a wooden club or saber, they would still be dealt a crushing blow and vomit blood from a severe wound. Lin Ming watched as a wooden club came at him and waited until it was just in front of him. He closed his eyes and gently pushed with his toes. His body flickered backwards half a step, and as a result, the descending club that would have smashed Lin Ming's nose was just avoided with not too much or too little distance. Whiz! Another wooden puppet cut towards Lin Ming's waist with a wooden saber. This time, Lin Ming leapt into the air. His body floated in the air, and because of inertia, he floated backwards. Another wooden puppet cut towards Lin Ming's waist from behind. And this attack didn't seem as if it could be evaded. But then Lin Ming gently waved his sleeves, and his body became like a leaf that was blown away by a gently breeze. It seemed as if he completely violated the rules of physics, and he appeared 2 feet to the side, dodging that hidden saber by just a hair's width once more. Swish, swish, swish. The wooden puppet continuously attacked Lin Ming, but Lin Ming did not counter. Instead, he dodged the attacks from the wooden puppets as if here was taking a leisurely stroll through a park. There were more than 20 puppets, but only 7 or 8 were able to attack Lin Ming at the same time. But these 7 or 8 puppets had very scary attacks. Their moves and combinations interwove with each other, and there almost wasn't an angle to dodge. However, Lin Ming was able to mysteriously avoid all these attacks. It was as if the puppets did not have a weapon in their hands, but instead a fan. Lin Ming was like a light feather. Each time the wooden puppets brandished their weapons at him, the wind of the passing weapons would blow him away. This was the concept of wind that Lin Ming had comprehended. A waving fan would never be able to touch a floating feather, and like this, a wooden puppet's weapon would never be able to each touch even the hem of Lin Ming's robe. Wonderful. Very good. Come again. Lin Ming wholly immersed himself in the depths of the concept of wind. This was the first time that he had applied the golden rock, shattering the void movement ability to actual combat. These fellows are just a bit too weak. As Lin Ming thought this, his body rose like a rock, rising several dozens of feet before he landed on a cliff and flew towards to depths of Wooden Puppet Lane. At this time, outside of Wooden Puppet Lane, the Deacon's senior apprentice brother was still in shock as he stared unblinking at the true essence stones in the heart of the major killing array. Every array formation had an array heart. This was often where the array was supplied with energy from. The puppets of Wooden Puppet Lane were able to self-repair and regenerate, but this regeneration required the consumption of true essence stones in order to power it. There were some abnormal individuals like Ling Sun and Ta Ku who would cause a quick consumption of true essence stones after entering Wood Puppet Lane. Sometimes, just looking at this wasteful sight made the Deacon's senior apprentice brother's heart hurt deeply. But Lin Ming had already gone in for such a long time, yet he had only consumed a small number of true essence stones. Obviously, Lin Ming was struggling in dealing with these wooden puppets, and had only managed to take down a few. Realizing this, the Deacon's senior apprentice brother let out a soft sigh of relief. Fortunately, junior apprentice brother Lin isn't that abnormal. Indeed, it seems that he still isn't able to challenge the 11th level of difficulty of Wood Puppet Lane in such a short time. Junior apprentice brother Lin is just too impatient. His strength isn't high enough yet for him to jump straight to the 11th level of difficulty. But in this Wood Puppet Lane killing array, if the difficulty is too high, one could be easily injured or might even die. I estimate that another half incense stick of time will pass before junior apprentice brother Lin decides that he cannot last in there any longer and comes out to change the difficulty to the 10th level. The Deacon's senior apprentice brother picked up the array disc and waited for Lin Ming to come out and ask him to change the difficulty. But after waiting half an hour, there was no news of his exit. What do I do? The Deacon was a bit confused. the array heart was still only consuming true essence at a very slow speed. He even suspected that Lin Ming had encountered some troubles inside and been killed by the wooden puppets. What's going on? Is it possible that junior apprentice brother Lin is hiding in some corner of Wood Puppet Lane? Was that the reason that he had opened the 11th level of difficulty? At this moment, Lin Ming had already reached the deepest depths of Wood Puppet Lane. Here, the wooden puppet strength was at a much higher level, and they were also large. What was most peculiar, though, was that the surface of their bodies was a strange dark red, as if they had been dyed in blood. Facing so many more advanced puppets, Lin Ming felt an intense amount of pressure. As he dodged the wooden puppets' intense attacks for a long time, he was beginning to gasp for breath even with the support of the true Prima Chaos formula. Almost there. Lin Ming had practiced his movement for almost an entire hour. He felt that this was enough, and thinking this, he turned his hand and extracted the penetrating rainbow spear from his spatial ring. Holding the spear in both hands, Lin Ming's eyes flashed with a cold light. The countless tiny units in his body began to synchronize their breathing to the same frequency, as his thick true essence began to shake like a mountain. In that moment, his imposing aura instantly erupted. Total annihilation. Boom, 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 boom. With the formidable strength of altering muscles cultivation level, combined with his fiercely vibrating true essence, there was an explosion of sounds in succession as the penetrating rainbow spear swept out, and the puppets were all sent flying backwards. Oh, not dead? Lin Ming found that besides the puppet that had borne the majority of his attack and shattered to pieces, the other puppets had only fallen to the ground and were beginning to crawl back up. Good resilience. No one understood the terrifying destructive power of flow like silk more than Lin Ming. Back when he was at the Viscera training stage, a single strike from his spear was able to turn a thick stone column dozens of feet high into nothing more than crumbled rock. Now that his strength had increased even further, he might even be able to split apart a hall with just a few spear moves. But now that he had struck at these wooden puppets, only one had died. The more resilient they are, the better. Today, I will enjoy this fight. After officially stepping into the altering muscle stage, in addition to reaching the large success of Golden Rock shattering the void, Lin Ming really needed a battle to examine his own strength and also allow his body to adapt to the change in his true essence and physical strength. Bang, bang, bang. Wooden puppets began to blow up one after another. The penetrating rainbow spear was like a purple-black dragon that was churning in the ocean waves. Ha fun. Come on, more. Lin Ming flourished penetrating rainbow with grandeur. Each spear move was imbued with a flow-like silk concept, and every hit would cause a wooden puppet to explode into pieces. In fact, what Lin Ming did now know was that when other martial artists entered Wood Puppet Lane, most could not even injure these puppets, they could only knock them down. Even if it was Ling Sun, who had such an abnormally overwhelming combat strength, he could only cut apart a wooden puppet with his sword. He simply could not be like Lin Ming, whose every spear thrust would cause a wooden puppet to burst into fragments. The wooden puppets could repair themselves, but this repair required the consumption of true essence stones as the energy source. If a wooden puppet was knocked down, it would only be slightly damaged and be able to repair itself with very little energy. Even if they were cut apart by Ling Sun, it wouldn't require too many true essence stones to repair. But when Lin Ming had shattered them his spear, this was truly a tragedy. Not only did the repairs take time, but the consumption of true essence stones would be terrifying for a long time afterwards. Outside Wood Puppet Lane, the Deacon's senior apprentice brother was still waiting for Lin Ming to come out and lower the difficulty to the 10th level. As he casually glanced at the true essence stones in the array heart, the scene scared and dumbfounded him. He could only helplessly look on at the true essence stones' energy levels plummeted. The true essence stones began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Starting from its original lustrous crystal-like appearance, It gradually turned a dull white, and then after some time, purng, it exploded. The array would automatically replace it with a new true essence stone, but the result was still the same. In less than half an incense stick of time, another true essence stone exploded. What was happening? Even if Ling Sun was here, the consumption rate would not be so high. Was it Lin Ming? No, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The deacon's senior apprentice brother looked at the true essence stone at the center of the array heart and constantly swallowed as he panicked. Although logic told him that it was impossible for Lin Ming to be so abnormal, the truth was already placed in front of him. Just what the hell is this? The deacon's senior apprentice brother cried in his heart. With so many true essence stones being suddenly consumed, he simply could not find a good explanation. Where'd they all go? Lin Ming had been enjoying destroying all the wooden puppets, but now the originally threatening and aggressive wooden puppets had been reduced to just 2 or 3. They were just as dangerous as cats now, and the rest that still hadn't shattered yet were missing arms and legs. This wood puppet lane sucks. Is this everything? It's the 11th level of difficulty. Lin Ming was speechless. In his mind, this 11th level of difficulty was unworthy of the name. If the deacon's senior apprentice brother knew Lin Ming's thoughts, he probably would have wanted to smack his head against a wall and kill himself. The puppets of Wood Puppet Lane could repair themselves after they were destroyed, but Lin Ming had exploded them with his spear and turned them completely into scattered pieces. This repair would just take a long time. Although I couldn't fight to my heart's content, I've about gotten a good grasp on my current strength. Right now, I still might not be able to compare to Zhang Guanyu, but I should absolutely not have a problem entering the top 10 of the 10,000 killing array rankings. First, I'll participate in this coming 10,000 killing array assessment and take the heavy, profound soft spear before planning my next move. Lin Ming put away his penetrating rainbow spear and walked out of Wood Puppet Lane. Chapter 138, Heavy, Profound, Soft Spear. Chapter 138, Heavy, Profound, Soft Spear. Chapter 138, Heavy, Profound, Soft Spear. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was a bit sluggish as he watched Lin Ming come out of Wood Puppet Lane. He still hadn't figured out just what the hell had happened inside a moment ago. Was there a malfunction in the Wood Puppet Lane array? How come the true essence stones were consumed so quickly? Junior apprentice brother Lin, are you all right? The deacon's senior apprentice froze for a long time before he hesitantly asked him, if there was a breakdown in the array formation, then did junior apprentice brother Lin encounter any problems in there? Me? I'm fine. Lin Ming asked, somewhat puzzled, but he didn't dwell on this much. Thank you, senior apprentice brother. I will leave first. I'll come by another day and thank you for your hospitality. Lin Ming turned around and departed. The deacon's senior apprentice brother was still in a daze. He thought about the possibilities for a while, and then suddenly moved. He picked up his robes and scurried into the Wood Puppet Lane cave that Lin Ming had just been in a moment ago. This scene left him petrified on the spot. He only saw scattered parts all throughout Wood Puppet Lane. There were broken wooden puppets everywhere, with hands and feet haphazardly tossed around or pulverized to little splinters. This is what the hell did Lin Ming do? His throat violently spasmed. This array formation had broken down. This was certainly an array formation breakdown. But if the wooden puppets were broken like this, could they still be repaired? After Lin Ming had reached the altering muscle stage, he hadn't invested too much of his time in cultivating the true primal chaos formula. Instead, he had focused all of his energy on cultivating the heretical god force and pulse-cutting palm. The pulse-cutting palm was quite simple. This martial skill was only able to deal with opponents with a far inferior strength, or those who had already lost all their ability to resist an enemy. Lin Ming only took a few days to learn this skill. In short, the pulse-cutting palm infiltrated one's own true essence into an enemy's body, blowing out all of their meridian channels. Before a martial artist reached the pulse condensation period, the meridians in their body hadn't yet opened and connected. But this did not mean that they had no meridians, only that the meridians were blocked and body points were dried, thus they showed no effects. But the pulse-cutting palm was able to forcefully pour true essence along these depleted meridians, ravaging them as they passed. Eventually, all the meridian channels would be destroyed. The meridians were the path that a person's qi flowed. If one did not have meridians for the qi to pass, then they would be called a natural non-meridian born. These non-meridian borns would usually not survive past the age of 25. The pulse-cutting palm was able to destroy the meridians and simulate the effect of a non-meridian born. It would cause a martial artist to gradually lose their cultivation until it was finally all obliterated. Cultivating the pulse-cutting palm was simple. However, cultivating the heretical God force was a completely different level of difficulty. The heretical God force was divided into 6 layers. Lin Ming had cultivated this ability for 10 days, but still hadn't even been able to touch upon the first layer. The essence of the heretical God force is compression of true essence. The first layer compressed true essence by 50%. The second layer compressed true essence by 100%. The third layer, 150%. All the way until the 6th layer, where true essence was compressed by 3 times. If true essence was compressed, then its power would naturally be multiplied. The heretical God force could only compress a portion of one's true essence, and then store that in the body. In a battle, one could bring out this compressed true essence. What Lin Ming needed to cultivate was the seed of the heretical God force. As long as this heretical God seed existed, true essence would automatically be compressed and confined within this seed. Lin Ming would not need to consciously manage it. I'm not in a hurry to cultivate this heretical God force. This is only the end of the 2nd month. I should participate in the 10,000 killing array assessment first and take the heavy, profound, soft spear. The heavy, profound, soft spear was a medium-grade human step treasure. If Lin Ming poured his true essence into it, it would be able to flow through unimpeded. With his penetrating rainbow spear, only the spearhead was a low-grade human step treasure. The spear shaft was made from ordinary iron. Although this iron was the dark elastic purple iron, the flow of true essence would still be greatly reduced within. For flow like silk, Lin Ming needed to pour true essence into the spear in order to display its power. So if Lin Ming was able to take the heavy, profound, soft spear, he would become that much more powerful. There were only 3 days left until the 10,000 killing array assessment. He would attain a top 10 spot within the ranking stone in one fell swoop and finish the first reward task from the 7 profound martial house and obtain the heavy, profound, soft spear. With this spear in hand, he would be much more confident against Zhang Guanyu. 3 days later. Today marked the 4th month since Lin Ming had entered the 7 profound martial house. Lin Ming had participated in the 10,000 killing array assessment twice. The first time he had been ranked 126, and the second time he had been ranked 62. The time between these 2 rankings had only been 1 month. During the 3rd 10,000 killing array assessment, Lin Ming had been wholly absorbed in preparing for his decisive showdown with Zhu Yan, so he hadn't participated. As for the 4th assessment, Lin Ming had already obtained privileges and resources equal to the top 3 ranks of the ranking stone, so he hadn't felt the need to participate. But now, this would be the 5th 10,000 killing array assessment. For this 10,000 killing array assessment, there weren't many disciples attending. In the entire Ashlar Square, since the sun had risen, there were only a handful more than 20 people. Moreover, within these disciples, Most were ranked below rank 100, and there were only 6 or 7 disciples that were ranked in the top 100. As for the top 50, none of them had come. This deserted and lonely scene was mainly because the majority of the 7 profound Marshall House's disciples had planned to attend the next 10,000 killing array assessment. Next month's assessment was set to be highly anticipated, because that day would mark the 3rd month since the 7 profound decree was issued. Lin Ming would definitely challenge the top 10 of the ranking stone during that time in order to obtain the heavy, profound soft spear. At that appointed time, there would no doubt be countless powers that had their eyes and ears on scene, and powerhouses from all around would converge. Naturally, one could not miss such a grand event. But nobody would ever think that Lin Ming would challenge the top 10 rankings of the ranking stone at only the end of the 2nd month. Since the opening of the 10,000 killing array, it had only been half an hour. The Ashlar Square was very peaceful. Most of the early arriving martial artists sat in the bamboo grove and meditated. The early morning air was rich with life and energy. It was very suitable for breathing. Moreover, controlling one's breath during meditation could assist with adjusting a martial artist's mental and bodily condition. Of course, all disciples hoped to enter the 10,000 killing array in their best state and thus achieve the best result they could. Because there weren't many disciples attending this 10,000 killing array assessment, and those who did were mostly new disciples, the deacon's senior apprentice brother responsible for the 10,000 killing array seemed to lack interest. He strolled around with an air of boredom as he received the true essence stone from the participating disciples. Each disciple that wished to enter into the 10,000 killing array had to pay a deposit of 1 true essence stone. The deacon's name was Liang Guangfeng. He had already served as a deacon at the 7 profound Marshall House for a long time, and his mind was thinking about his hopeful future promotion to a human hall elder. Of the 7 profound Marshall House elders, there were the heavenly abode elders, the earth hall elders, and the human hall elders. The human hall elders had the lowest status of the 3. As long as they were a pulse condensation martial artist, they could hold this post. Liang Guangfeng was a pulse condensation period martial artist, although the deacon of the 10,000 killing array was of a somewhat higher status than most other deacons. He was still only a deacon after all. A deacon would always be inferior in status to an elder. If I can get on good terms with Lin Ming, and he possibly becomes the Marshall House master someday, then it would just be a matter of a few words to become a human hall elder. What a pity that the number of people that wish to befriend Lin Ming are high enough that they can line up into their own army. When would it ever be my turn? Lian Guangfeng ruefully smiled and shook his head. But at this moment, he saw a young man wearing black clothes, carrying a dark purple-colored long spear on his shoulder, come out from the bamboo grove. Liang Guangfeng's eyes widened. Lin Ming. Did he wish to participate in today's 10,000 killing array assessment? This was only the 2nd month. Not only was Liang Guangfeng surprised, but many of the disciples present noted Lin Ming's arrival. Lin Ming was the current shining star of the 7 profound Marshall House. Many of the young junior apprentice brothers and junior apprentice sisters of the human hall were Lin Ming's adoring fans. To see Lin Ming was the same as seeing a lifelong idol. Look quickly, that's Senior Apprentice Brother Lin. Senior Apprentice Brother Lin has come. Lin Ming would soon reach 16 years of age. In the 7 profound Marshall House, he was still considered relatively young. But even those older than Lin Ming would still refer to him as Senior Apprentice Brother Lin. Those that cultivated the martial path respected achievements first and foremost. For instance, Ling's son would always be the elder senior apprentice brother of the heavenly abode. Does Senior Apprentice Brother Lin want to participate in today's 10,000 killing array assessment? No way. This is only the 2nd month. Maybe Senior Apprentice Brother Lin wants to warm up? Che, how could someone like you predict the actions of someone at Senior Apprentice Brother Lin's level? I think today he will try to enter into the top 10 rankings. Don't just wildly guess. Maybe senior apprentice brother Lin is just taking a walk around. As the disciples discussed this, a young 15-year-old girl timidly edged towards Lin Ming and asked, "Senior apprentice Lin, may I ask if you are participating in today's 7 profound Marshall House assessment?" "Yes." Lin Ming nodded. Lin Ming's reply caused all these low-order Earth Hall disciples to be excited to the point of fainting. Some even took out sound-transmitting talismans and quickly relayed messages to their friends to come see this grand event. Lin Ming's participation in the 10,000 killing array assessment was an extraordinary matter. If he could smoothly enter the top 10 of the ranking stone, then would he be able to defeat Zhang Guanyu in the 4th month, and then subsequently defeat Ta Ku and Ling Sun? To the disciples of the 7 profound Marshall House, the trio of Zhang Guanyu, Ta Ku and Ling Sun had acquired too heavy a reputation over the years to defeat individuals like them. These disciples simply dared not imagine such a scenario. Moreover, if Lin Ming really could defeat Zhang Guanyu, then the matter of passing the 7 Profound Valleys core disciple test could be considered settled. A local-born 7 Profound Marshall House core disciple of the Sky Fortune Kingdom had the possibility of becoming a 7 Profound envoy or the Marshall House master in the future. These were simply legendary figures. Lin Ming moved towards the 10,000 killing arrays altar and took out a true essence stone as payment for entrance. Liang Guangfeng apologetically smiled. "Junior apprentice brother Lin may directly test. It makes no difference whether you place down a true essence stone deposit or not." The last time Lin Ming had participated in the 10,000 killing array, he had been ranked 62. Now, after such a long time, his true strength was at least several dozen ranks above that. Even if he paid down a true essence stone, he was sure to take it back. Lin Ming was expressionless as he said, "Then thank you, senior apprentice brother Liang." The urgent news traveled quickly. After some people heard this, they immediately rushed to the 10,000 killing array. The previously lonely Ashlar Square was now lively and full of people. Even several elders had arrived. "Lin Ming, ha! Do you plan on challenging the top 10 positions of the ranking stone so quickly?" A hearty voice called out. Lin Ming turned and saw that this person was an elder of the 7 Profound Marshall House's heavenly abode, Sun Sifan. Chapter 139, 2 Geniuses. Chapter 139, 2 Geniuses. Chapter 139, 2 Geniuses. Lin Ming turned and saw that this person was an elder of the 7 Profound Marshall House's heavenly abode, Sun Sifan. Before, during the entrance examination at the start of fall, Lin Ming had managed to pass all 3 trials in first place. However, because of the limit of his talent, some elders did not agree that Lin Ming should have the first place spot. But this Sun Sifan was actually one of those who had supported Lin Ming. After that, Lin Ming had severely wounded Wang Yanfeng and Elder Su and rushed on stage to look for trouble with Lin Ming. That time, it was also thanks to Sun Sifan helping Lin Ming that Elder Su was forced to back down. Because of his timely help and graciousness, Lin Ming had a very good impression of Sun Sifan. He respectfully bowed and said, "Greetings, Elder Sunday." Sun Sifan quickly held Lin Ming up and said, smiling, "There is no need to be so polite between us. Soon when you become a core disciple, our statuses will be the same. Sun Sifan paused. "You already reached the altering muscle stage." Sun Sifan's eyes were like a torch, and he immediately saw through Lin Ming's cultivation. Before, Lin Ming had restrained his true essence within him, so the many young junior apprentice brothers and sisters, who were mostly at the second stage of body transformation, did not see that Lin Ming had already made another breakthrough. "Yes, I had a lucky breakthrough yesterday, so that's why I have the confidence today to challenge the top 10 spots of the ranking stone. Good, good. The young are truly great. There is still more than a year left in the 7 Profound Valleys Core Disciple Test. Since you are at the altering muscle stage, you must have easily broken through the bottleneck from the viscera training stage to the altering muscle stage. With your fast progress, it is only a matter of time until you reach the peak altering muscle stage. This test has already been decided. A 15-year-old altering muscle martial artist was simply extraordinary. Even a 5th-grade talent would be mediocre by comparison. This young disciple has confidence to pass the test, but to defeat someone like senior apprentice Brother Lin, this young disciple does not truly have the confidence to win. Haha, passing the test is already a wonderful achievement. If you could also beat Ling's son, that would be a true miracle. Ling's son was known throughout the Sky Fortune Kingdom as being invincible within his own cultivation stage, and even undefeatable to those below the pulse condensation period. There were even some weak pulse condensation period martial artists that Ling's son would be victorious over. If Lin Ming could defeat Ling's son, then that would mean he would be a 15-year-old at the early altering muscle stage with strength equivalent to a pulse condensation period martial artist. In the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom, there were only a mere 100 or so pulse condensation period martial artists, and most of those were concentrated in the 7 Profound Martial House. If Lin Ming could defeat Ling's son, then that would mean that in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, his individual strength would be in the top 100. This ranking at such a young age really caused one to feel alarm and horror. At this moment, another elder entered the Ashlar Square. It may have been a coincidence, but this elder turned out to be Elder Su, the Su Fengyuan who had made things difficult for Lin Ming. Not even in Su Fengyuan's wildest dreams would he have thought that Lin Ming would achieve this level of fame 4 months ago. Now that he was a 7 Profound Martial House Core disciple, he might even become the Martial House Master in the future. That would make him his own immediate superior. When he remembered the entrance examination and how he had tried to meddle with Lin Ming, Su Fengyuan felt such a deep, aching regret that even his intestines turned blue. Recently, Su Fengyuan had been having difficulty sleeping and eating. Although Su Fengyuan loathed this to his heart, he reluctantly came today for a chance to meet with Lin Ming and come to terms with what happened. If they could bury their past animosity, perhaps this Lin Ming would not retaliate against him in the future. For the martial house to get rid of a heavenly abode elder, it wasn't a small matter, but it also wasn't too difficult. Choosing this time to come, he didn't anticipate that he would bump into his old rival, Sun Sifan. Su Fengyuan immediately complained of this hardship in his heart. This was a time when he was already planning on losing face, but he had actually managed to run into an old rival. Would this guy not just make a joke of him? Lin Ming also remembered this Elder Su. The spatial ring that he had was from Su Fengyuan. The spatial ring had been very convenient. Lin Ming did not even bear a grudge against Wang Yanfeng, much less Su Fengyuan. While Su Fengyuan had been unfair, it was still understandable. After all, it was a natural human reaction. Su Fengyuan was old friends with Yuelu City's Wang family, and Wang Yanfeng was from the Wang family. Lin Ming greeted him with the same respect. "Greetings, Elder Su." Su Fengyuan awkwardly coughed. He had immediately discovered that Lin Ming had broken through to the altering muscle stage. This caused him to not know how to react to this sudden development. Wang Yanfeng was still trying to reach the peak viscera training stage, but this Lin Ming was already at the altering muscle stage. At the beginning of fall, Wang Yanfeng's cultivation had been his greatest advantage against Lin Ming, but now he had already fallen behind. The test had only started 2 months ago, and he had reached the altering muscle stage. There was also more than a year left of time. To achieve the peak altering muscle stage would simply be child's play. If there wasn't some catastrophic accident, then Lin Ming would definitely become a core disciple of the 7 Profound Marshall House. Because Sun Sifan was present, Su Fengyuan didn't wish to tarry. He dryly coughed and said, "I just passed by and heard that Lin Ming was going to take the assessment. I came here to take a look and, well, good luck in the array. If you come across problems in your cultivation, feel free to come ask me anything." These remarks of Su Fengyuan were a tactful apology on his part. Lin Ming naturally would not argue for anything more. Su Fengyuan was still a Hotian stage master. Such a humble dialogue already showed much face to Lin Ming. Lin Ming said, "Many thanks to Elder Su. This young disciple will come pay a visit another day." "Good." Listening to Lin Ming say this, Elder Su was finally relaxed. With the presence of the two elders, the lower-order disciples of the earth all stood at a distance and did not dare to go forward. But at this moment, there was another stir within the Ashlar Square. This rippling wave of awe was no less than that caused by Lin Ming. Another person had arrived in the square. This person was unexpectedly Qin Xingxuan. If there was anyone in the Seven Profound Marshall House who could compare with Lin Ming, then that person, without a doubt, would be Qin Xingxuan. When Qin Xingxuan's fame was rising, Lin Ming was still an unknown. Now, the halo of prestige that surrounded Qin Xingxuan was no less than Lin Ming's. With these two monstrous geniuses of the Seven Profound Marshall House gathering together, how could it not be thrilling? Lin Ming was also quite a bit surprised at seeing Qin Xingxuan arrive. He hadn't thought that she would come. Qin Xingxuan was a core disciple, so there was no reason for her to participate in the 10,000 killing array assessment. That meant that the only reason she came here was to see him. Thinking this, Lin Ming felt a very unusual feeling percolating in his mind. Today, Qin Xingxuan was wearing a very simple martial outfit. It was neat, loose, and tied at the waist with a band. It perfectly served to accentuate her beautiful shape, and combined with both her slender legs, it gave off a very pure and valiant feeling. However, what Lin Ming noticed was not Qin Xingxuan's beauty and temperament, but her cultivation. Qin Xingxuan had already broken into the 5th stage of body transformation, the bone-forging stage. When Lin Ming had first entered the Seven Profound Marshall House, Qin Xingxuan was already at the peak altering muscle stage. Now, in 4th months, she had crossed the bone-forging bottleneck. But Qin Xingxuan was also younger than Lin Ming by several months. A 6th-grade talent was simply too terrifying. Xingxuan greets Elder Su, Elder Sunday. Although Qin Xingxuan's status was similar to these elders of the heavenly abode, she still displayed the etiquette of a child to an elder and bowed to these two elders. The two elders also noted Qin Xingxuan's cultivation. They exclaimed with surprise in their heart, the Sky Fortune Kingdom had never before in their entire history had a martial artist reach the bone forging stage at only 15 years of age. With such progress, Qin Xingxuan had the possibility of breaking through to the pulse condensation period at 16 years of age. At present, between this boy and girl pair, one's combat capabilities were unrivaled, and the other's cultivation speed went against heaven's will. These two youths were simply the true monsters among monstrous geniuses. Unfortunately, Qin Xingxuan had already made it clear to all that she planned to pursue the Xiantian path, and had no intention of staying in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Otherwise, in the future, Lin Ming could be the Marshall House Master, and Qin Xingxuan could be the Seven Profound Envoy. They could marry as one, and they would be the definition of a golden couple, simply a match made in heaven. Their children would inevitably be gifted with an astonishing natural talent, and there would be a new legendary family within the Sky Fortune Kingdom. With these two people, the destiny and future of the nation would be much more stable, and the nearby enemies would not dare to invade the Sky Fortune Kingdom. Lin Ming, long time no see, Qin Xingxuan faintly smiled. Of all his peers, only Qin Xingxuan directly called Lin Ming by his name, smoothly and naturally with a nice ring to it. Others would call him Senior Apprentice Brother Lin, maybe Sir Lin, or even Mr. Lin. It's been 2 months since we've seen each other. Haha, you two chat first. We shall go sit in the bamboo grove. Sun Siphon saw these two youths talking and created an excuse to leave of his own initiative. He knew that Qin Xingxuan would certainly not ask these two old men to leave. Elder Sun, Elder Su, please walk carefully, Qin Xingxuan sweetly said. Have fun catching up, Su Fengyuan hurriedly said. This was one of the few times that these two were of the same opinion. After seeing these two walk away, Qin Xingxuan brightly smiled and said, Lin Ming, I've recently been in seclusion for cultivation. When I came out, I heard that your inscription technique has already reached the pinnacle of Sky Fortune City. Since I was the first one to know of your status as an inscription master, can you give me a discount? I have a sword, and I would like your help with it. Qin Xingxuan's eyes twinkled like stars as she winked. It showed a rarely seen playful demeanor that only highlighted her peerless, enchanting beauty. Even Lin Ming was stunned speechless for a moment. He finally smiled and said, I am willing to serve Miss Qin. In fact, I can help you for free. Really? Then I am honored. Qin Xingxuan coyly smiled and continued, Lin Ming, please call me by my name. There is no need for us to be strangers. Since you came today, you must be confident in entering the top 10 ranks of the ranking stone, right? Lin Ming nodded. He had a 100% assurance that he could enter the top 10 ranks today. More and more people began to stream into the 10,000 killing arrays Ashlar Square. The originally lonely scene, because of the sudden appearance of Lin Ming, had become very festive, and some people were even rushing in. As the 10,000 killing array assessment was soon to begin, Bai Jingyun and Morong Zi also arrived. Seeing Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan having such an engaged conversation, Morong Zi curled her lips and plopped down. There was no way that she was going to go up and say hello. As Bai Jingyun saw Morong Zi like these, she laughed silently. In truth, Morong Zi was actually quite proud. But unfortunately, in the face of someone like Qin Xingxuan, she had lost all of her self-confidence and couldn't find it anywhere. Qin Xingxuan was younger than Morong Zi. When Qin Xingxuan's name was shaking the entirety of Sky Fortune City, Morong Zi had yet to be convinced. She wanted to compare herself to Qin Xingxuan. After a long time and much effort spent, she had discovered that the two of them were simply not on the same playing field. And now, as Morong Zi saw Qin Xingxuan and Lin Ming happily chatting with each other, she felt something in her heart that was hard for a little girl to explain. It was a somewhat inexplicable, bewildering jealousy that clouded her mind. Morong Zi had a very simple disposition. She was never one to hide her feelings, therefore she just sat down on the spot. Bai Jingyun smiled and said, Zi, didn't you just say a few days ago that you had a medium-grade human step sword that you wished Junior Apprentice Brother Lin to help you with? Chapter 140 Blazing Fighting Spirit. Chapter 140 Blazing Fighting Spirit. Chapter 140 Blazing Fighting Spirit. Bai Jingyun smiled and said, Zi, didn't you just say a few days ago that you had a medium-grade human step sword that you wished for Junior Apprentice Brother Lin to help you with? Morong Zi said with a sour taste, that person Qin Xingxuan also has a sword and is looking for your Junior Apprentice Brother Lin's inscription symbol. A sword from the Marshal's quarters is probably a high-grade human step treasure sword. With my low-class broken sword, how can I go there to just lose face? Humph, those stubborn old men in my family are simply beggaring cheapskates. Morong Zi's sour words could be smelled from several blocks away. Bai Jingyun could not help but laugh. As Morongzi had been seeing these days, there were many juniors of large and respected families that had medium-grade human step treasures with Lin Ming's flame inscription symbol added on them. She could not sit still and let this opportunity pass her, so she had used soft and hard tactics, and one way or another had managed to obtain a medium-grade human step treasure sword and some rare and precious materials from the old men in her family. She had grabbed by Jingyan in high spirits and ran to the Inscription Association to look for Lin Ming and have him place an inscription symbol on her weapon. But after finally arriving at the Inscription Association, they found that Lin Ming had collected all the materials he was looking for and had shut down his shop, no longer working. This caused Morongzi to feel very melancholic and depressed. She returned to the 7 Profound Martial House, where she also found that Lin Ming had gone into seclusion to train. This caused Morongzi to feel even more unwell. Bai Jingyan did not tease Morongzi. She walked over to greet Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan. Junior apprentice Brother Lin. Miss Qin. Oh, senior apprentice Sister Jingyan? Lin Ming moved slightly, immediately smiled and replied, I hope that you are satisfied with that sword's inscription. It has been very worthwhile. I don't know if Junior Apprentice Brother Lin has any free time these days, but Z also has a sword and would like to request Junior Apprentice Brother Lin's help. No problem, there's no need to ask. An inscription symbol shouldn't take too long. I have more than enough time. I would still like to thank Senior Apprentice Sister Jingyan for the Star Obsidian. It has helped me a lot. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin is too polite. Bai Jingyan smiled, and before she could say anything more, the copper clock on the altar sounded. The 10,000 killing arrays assessment had officially begun. Lin Ming's eyes shined. His fighting spirit was already blazing. After a long period of 3 months, just how far could he reach on the ranking stone? Will Junior Apprentice Brother Lin go on stage now? Bai Jingyan asked. I will go on for the first round. Normally, a disciple of formidable strength could choose the final rounds to go on stage. This was so that they could have their finale in front of all. But Lin Ming didn't want this. The reason he came today was to enter the top 10 and take the reward of the heavy, profound soft spear. It was not to perform. Those disciples that wished to participate in the first round, please come up, the deacon's senior apprentice brother proclaimed. Lin Ming leapt into the air, as if he was a gently lithe swallow, and instantly appeared on the 10,000 killing arrays altar. Others may not have noted this seemingly weightless, light movement, but Qin Xingxuan did, along with the 2 elders, Su Fengyuan and Sun Sifan. Qin Xingxuan instinctively felt that there was something strange with Lin Ming's movements a moment ago, but could not pinpoint exactly what it was. She could only pensively look at Lin Ming, puzzled, as she recalled the scene in her mind. Su Fengyuan stroked his beard and said, Mr. Sun, did you notice that there was most likely some mystery within Lin Ming's movement just now? Sun Sifan recalled Lin Ming's movement just then. His movements couldn't be said to be too fast, but they actually contained some sort of special mystery. The average person, after jumping, would gradually slow down due to the force of gravity and air resistance. Though the jump speed was fast and the distance was short, those with careful perception were able to sense that even though Lin Ming jumped onto the altar at an average speed, his body seemed to be weightless like a feather, and he had been blown by a breeze on stage. There does seem to be something out of place. This kid just went missing for several days, yet his progress has not been small. Well, look, because Lin Ming had arrived on stage, those disciples who had planned to go on for the first round stopped themselves as if they had come to a prior arrangement and didn't step on stage. Now, the only person on the first round of the assessment was Lin Ming. Lin Ming did not care about these people and sat cross-legged directly on the altar. There is no time limit to this assessment. Defeating an early second stage of body transformation enemy will gain you 1 point. Defeating a peak second stage will be worth 5 points. A early third stage enemy will be worth 10 points. A peak third stage enemy will be worth 50 points. An early fourth stage enemy will be worth 100 points. A peak fourth stage enemy will be worth 500 points. An early fifth stage enemy will be worth 1,000 points. A peak fifth stage enemy will be worth 5,000 points. Death in the dreamland will mean defeat. Junior Apprentice Brother Lin, if you are prepared, then we may start. Deacon Liang Guangfeng spoke the usual introduction routine. Please begin. Lin Ming nodded. Afterwards, a gently white light enveloped him in front of everyone. Lin Ming had once again entered that vast white world. At his side, there were a wide variety of weapons. Spear shaft 8 feet, spear head 8 inches, dark purple elastic iron spear shaft, cloud vein wrought iron spear point, total weight 820 jeans. Lin Ming conceived the image of the weapon in his mind, and like that, a replica of the penetrating rainbow spear fell into his waiting hands. Meanwhile, in front of Lin Ming, more than 10 martial artists and vicious beasts appeared. Their strength only ranged from the early second stage of body transformation to the early third stage of body transformation. To the Lin Ming of now, this sort of strength carried not even the slightest bit of threat. Not waiting for these enemies to attack, Lin Ming stepped forwards and instantly appeared in the middle of this shadowy pack of vicious beasts and martial artists. He swept out his spear, killing circle, even with no flow like silk, and just with his physical strength alone, that single sweep of his spear caused every single enemy to explode like bags of blood. Every single one died. A single move to clear all, cleanly and neatly. As several breaths of time passed, another group of enemies winked into existence. This time, the enemies were mostly at the peak third stage of body transformation, and there was even one at the early altering muscle stage. But this cultivation was just as trivial to Lin Ming. He gripped the penetrating rainbow spear and flicked it into his hand. Lin Ming fired into the group of enemies. The cow-like vicious beast, with strength equal to the altering muscle stage, stormed towards Lin Ming. Its large body of several thousand genes rapidly ran at him. Its 4 trampling hooves shook the ground, causes dirt and stones to fly in the air. With the fearsome power of the cow-like vicious beast, and in addition to the strength from its charge, even a palace would collapse on impact. Facing this aggressive monster, Lin Ming did not dodge or evade. He shouted, arms lowering, and his imposing aura erupted from his body like a volcano. Flood dragon goes to sea. With a roar, Lin Ming's spear pierced through that cow-like monster's body. Kacha! Under the force of this impact, the penetrating rainbow spear split apart the cow-like monster's thick skin, as if it was rotten leather, and then stuck straight in the middle of the cow-like beast's body. The powerful clash of the two caused the penetrating rainbow spear to curve like a crescent moon. Li Ming fiercely stepped forward with his right foot, and his feet became rooted to the ground, as if he were an immovable mountain that had become one with the earth. Ho! Lin Ming's body flooded with thick true essence. His waist bent, and his body flexed like a bow. Both of his arms suddenly rose, and that several thousand gene cow beast was sent flying over Lin Ming's head. With a single move to send that cow monster soaring in the air, Lin Ming's momentum had already reached an extreme. He gave a loud shout and crashed into the center of the pack of enemies. Wielding his spear with both hands, he emanated an epic majesty. The penetrating rainbow spear was just like a purple-black flood dragon diving in the midst of a billowing sea of pain, where the flood dragon, when blood would spray, bones would break, and muscles would be torn apart. Every move of the spear killed at least 2 enemies. The 10,000 killing array unceasingly conjured up new phantasmal enemies. However, the old enemies died even faster. After a long period passed, there were only 7 or 8 phantom beasts and martial artists that surrounded Lin Ming. Most of these had been swept by his spear, and had their legs broken of spines shattered. They lost nearly all their combat prowess and would soon be eliminated. Outside the 10,000 killing array, the fourth incense stick had already been lit. Lin Ming was sitting on the altar, looking as indifferent as he did when he started, apparently still not having reached anywhere near his limit. The fourth incense stick is lit. During the last 10,000 killing array assessment, when Lin Ming arrived at the fourth incense stick, he had already been weakened. Even so, the speed at which he killed the enemies inside was too fast, and he killed his way to rank 62. Now, it's already the fourth incense stick, and Lin Ming hasn't even been affected at all. It looks like even persisting to the sixth or seventh incense stick is not a problem. With Lin Ming's increased strength, the speed at which he's killing enemies is absolutely faster than before. He might already have killed them to the point of the array creating bone-forging stage martial artists. An early bone-forging stage martial artist is worth 1,000 points. I just can't even imagine what Lin Ming's ranking will be like. Bai Jingyun commented as she looked at the incense burning while estimating Lin Ming's current score. The 10,000 killing array 10th place is probably around 8 or 9,000 points. As long as he can kill 4 or 5 early bone-forging stage martial artists, in addition to the points he's already accumulated, he could easily enter the top 10 rankings. To Bai Jingyun, for a 15-year-old to enter the top 10 rankings, that was an absolutely terrifying result. As Bai Jingyun spoke, Morongzi was sitting cross-legged on the grass, propping up her head with both hands under her chin. She looked at Lin Ming as he sat down on the altar and didn't really have much of a surprised feeling. This was probably because this Lin Ming had created too many miracles lately, and Morongzi had become immune to whatever amazing things Lin Ming would do. She was just too lazy to be surprised. In the 10,000 killing array, Lin Ming was facing bone-forging stage enemies, just like Bai Jingyun had predicted. However, these were not early bone-forging enemies, but peak bone-forging enemies. Bai Jingyun had vastly underestimated the speed at which Lin Ming slaughtered his enemies. Lin Ming had just entered the early altering muscle stage, facing off against peak bone-forging enemies. There was more than a stage and half difference between their cultivations. Peak bone-forging, Lin Ming greedily licked his lips, his eyes flashing with a brilliant fighting spirit. Because of the blood that stained his lips and face, his expression was particularly ferocious. As the enemy's strength increased, the pressure that Lin Ming felt on him also increased. Lin Ming's strength had already surpassed that of a common peak bone-forging martial artist. However, in a situation where he was surrounded by a group of enemies that diverted his attention from all angles, to kill someone that was at the peak bone-forging stage was a much greater level of difficulty. Peng, Lin Ming recklessly fought with a peak bone-forging stage martial artist. This phantom martial artist actually used a rare staff as a weapon. As the staff pounded down, it had a tremendous crushing strength. Lin Ming brandished the penetrating rainbow spear and struck the other staff. Sizzling sparks showered the air, and the spear and staff both bent from the formidable impact. At this time, the advantage of an elastic weapon was revealed. If that staff was not elastic, then, with the strike, the martial artist's hand would have gone numb from the intense vibration. A peak bone-forging martial artist had astonishing strength, but Lin Ming's strength was even greater. With the support of the chaotic virtues combat meridians and combined with the power of flow like silk, Li Ming's spear shaft was like the surging tides of the infinite sea. Not only was it formidable, but it also stretched. The penetrating rainbow spear that was bent into a half-arc flexed back to its original shape. The peak bone-forging black armored martial artist was sent flying backwards by Lin Ming. In contrast, Lin Ming had not even taken half a step back. Chapter 141 Extreme Speed. Chapter 141 Extreme Speed. Chapter 141 Extreme Speed. The penetrating rainbow spear that was bent into a half-arc flexed back to its original shape. The peak-bone forging black armored martial artist was sent flying backwards by Lin Ming. In contrast, Lin Ming had not even taken half a step back. In normal times, Lin Ming would lunge forwards and stab out his spear with his formidable momentum. Even if his spear could not directly kill the enemy, it would still leave a serious wound. But now, if Lin Ming just wanted to rush forward, two vicious beasts equivalent to the early bone forging stage would immediately be at his right and left, trying to bowl him over and kill him. Die! Lin Ming cried out, and the penetrating rainbow spear fiercely swept outwards. The spear point was filled with true essence as it swept out, and these two vicious beasts' heads immediately shook with the intense, vibrating true essence, and then exploded. The two vicious beasts' heads were like watermelons that burst apart. Poof, poof. The two headless corpses fell to the ground, blood erupting like a gushing fountain from their bodies. Thanks to the vicious beasts delaying for time, the peak bone forging martial artist that had been sent flying backwards by Lin Ming was able to recover his breath. He supported himself with his staff, and with the aid of the staff's elasticity, he shot forwards. Both hands grasped the staff and directly pounded down at Lin Ming. Seeing this staff come at him in the vision of his eyes, Lin Ming's mouth curved in a smile. He flicked the penetrating rainbow spear into his hands and took a leaping step forwards. But in this single step, Lin Ming had reached a terrifying speed, golden rock shattering the void. Under Lin Ming's footsteps, distance had already lost its meaning. When the peak bone forging martial artist staff was descending, Lin Ming flickered in front of the bone forging martial artist as if he had teleported and thrusted out his spear. Puff! The long spear pierced through the peak bone forging martial artist's throat. Even 10,000 moves could be shattered with extreme speed. When one's agility reached the pinnacle, they would have already killed their enemies before the enemy could even react. The peak bone forging martial artist hadn't expected Lin Ming to do this. Lin Ming hadn't yet shown such a horrifying velocity, and the result was that he had died to Lin Ming's spear. The penetrating rainbow spear was like a poisonous snake that was returning to its hole in the ground, and that peak bone forging martial artist's throat was such a big, bloody hole. As the peak bone forging martial artist died, the other early bone forging stage vicious beasts and martial artists were no match for Lin Ming. Under Lin Ming's alarming striking power and speed that was like flying ghosts, the penetrating rainbow spear was simply a death god's scythe as it harvested the life of these vicious beasts and martial artists. Under Lin Ming's golden rock shattering the void movement skill, even if these vicious beasts and martial artists attacked, every single one would miss. After killing several early bone forging stage vicious beasts, Lin Ming was able to catch his breath for a brief moment. Then 5 or 6 phantoms appeared in the dreamland. The majority of these were peak bone forging martial artists or vicious beasts, but impressively, there was actually a silver armored martial artist that was at the pulse condensation period. A pulse condensation period martial artist. Good, very good. Let me take a look and see just how big the disparity is between the present me and an ordinary pulse condensation period martial artist. Seeing the appearance of a pulse condensation period martial artist, Lin Ming's fighting spirit combusted like a raging inferno. He had heard rumors that the limit of Ling Sen's strength was able to compete with a weak pulse condensation period martial artist. But this silver-armored martial artist's true essence wasn't as rich. He had apparently just made a breakthrough to the pulse condensation period, and the meridians through his body hadn't yet made a complete connection. This sort of pulse condensation period martial artist was the weakest of all. If Ling Sun were here, he would most likely be able to kill him. But for Lin Ming to deal with him was just too difficult. Now, if Lin Ming wanted to, he could take the most sensible approach. He would avoid the pulse condensation period martial artist and use his great striking power, speed, and flow like silk to continuously harvest points from the bone-forging stage vicious beasts and martial artists. This was the best way to maximize points. In fact, all the 7 profound Marshall House disciples were the same. If they ran into an enemy they could not deal with, they would use this method. Zhang Guanyu and Ta Ku were no exception. These 2 individuals were still unable to kill a post-condensation period martial artist. At this time, they could only persist as long as they could under the vigilance of this post-condensation period martial artist and try to kill as many enemies as possible. Ta Ku relied on his formidable strength, even in a situation where several post-condensation period martial artists appeared. He would still be able to find his way in and cleanly slay a bone-forging stage martial artist. This was why he had always been placed above Zhang Guanyu and had taken the throne of 2nd rank on the ranking stone. But Ling Ming had no desire to do this. He knew that with the points he had, his position in the top 10 was already ironclad. Even if he killed more bone-forging stage martial artists to rise to a higher rank, what significance would there be in that? In the past, Lin Ming had to struggle for resources by attaining a higher ranking, but now Lin Ming was already undergoing the core disciple test, and thus enjoyed benefits no different from being in the top 3 ranks of the ranking stone. Therefore, points to him now were nothing more than clouds in the sky. As long as he entered the top 10 ranks and obtained the heavy, profound soft spear, that would be enough. Constantly dodging the attacks of the post-condensation period martial artist and killing off the weaker enemies. Like this, his score would be higher, but the number of post-condensation period martial artists would also gradually increase. Therefore, Lin Ming would completely lose the opportunity to kill the post-condensation period martial artist. What Lin Ming wanted to know was not how many points he could accumulate, but what the disparity was between him and a normal post-condensation martial artist. Lin Ming did not go to deal with the other enemies. He grasped the penetrating rainbow spear and flew directly at the silver-armored warrior. Outside the 10,000 killing array, the 6th incense stick had already burnt to its end. This result was as many people anticipated. 6 incense sticks of time were not too long. The last time Morongzi had participated in the 10,000 killing array assessment, she had also persisted for 6 incense sticks of time and finally achieved rank 28. But what everyone knew was that Lin Ming's 6 incense sticks of time was much different than an average person's 6 incense sticks of time. The speed with which he killed his enemies was simply distressing. The 7th incense stick just lit. Lin Ming seems to be approaching his limit. During this time in the 10,000 killing array, Lin Ming's face became flushed red with blood, and his forehead was heavily sweating. Under the diversion of the crowds of bone-forging stage martial artists, the pressure on him as he was battling the post-condensation period martial artist could be imagined. The disparity between a post-condensation period martial artist and a bone-forging stage martial artist was enormous, because a post-condensation period martial artist was able to connect all of their body's meridians. The enemy Lin Ming was facing had just broken through the post-condensation period, so the meridians hadn't thoroughly opened. But his extreme strength was truly abnormal. If it was not for the movements of golden rock shattering the void, Lin Ming would have already been surrounded by enemies as he faced the post-condensation period martial artist and suffered agonizing defeat. Even so, with the passage of time, the wounds on Lin Ming's body began to gradually increase. He experienced over a dozen injuries on his body and had lost a massive amount of blood. There were several deep wounds where even bone could be seen. Even though Lin Ming was able to breathe like bellows and breathe out a whirlpool, and also had the support of the true primal chaos formula, he had already arrived at this limit. During that time, Lin Ming had pierced that silver-armored knight with his spear. Although the spear had penetrated the armor and slightly injured the body, the intense vibrating true essence had passed into the body of the silver-armored knight. But even though Lin Ming had poured all of his true essence into that strike, he was still only able to make his enemy cough up a mouthful of blood. Flow like silk was able to kill the enemy due to the vibration of true essence. However, the true essence in a pulse condensation period martial artist was simply too thick. It diffused the vibrations to a certain extent as the shock came, and therefore Lin Ming had been unable to kill his enemy in a single strike. At this time, the 7th incense stick had burnt less than half. In the 10,000 killing array, Lin Ming let out a stuffy cough and was suddenly drawn back from the dreamland of the 10,000 killing array. The assessment has ended. Lin Ming had eventually failed to kill the pulse condensation period stage martial artist. He only just injured him with his spear. Although his strength was far inferior, with the support of the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming had been able to last for a good while until his defeat. While under the attacks and diversions from numerous bone-forging stage martial artists and vicious beasts, Lin Ming had still been able to injure a pulse condensation period martial artist. Even though this pulse condensation period martial artist was a phantom conjured by the 10,000 killing array, this result was enough for him to take pride in. If this news spread out, it would create a stir within the entire Sky Fortune Kingdom. However, after having injured that pulse condensation period martial artist, facing the attacks from so many more bone-forging stage enemies, Lin Ming had been forced to eliminate several of the bone-forging martial artists and vicious beasts. The end result was that another pulse condensation period martial artist had appeared, and this one was even stronger than the least. Because of the increased pressure on Lin Ming, he was finally defeated. Lin Ming stepped down from the altar, and the eyes of everyone had already turned to the ranking stone. They wanted to personally see with their eyes just how high Lin Ming would be arranged. Lin Ming had numerous fanboys and fangirls. For instance, the many young junior, apprentice brother, and sister Limaniacs of the Human Hall who fanatically supported and worshipped Lin Ming. They believed that the omnipotent Lin Ming could accomplish anything. But older, sensible disciples who saw reason, they assumed that the reason Lin Ming came today was to warm up and see how far he was from reaching the top 10 rankings. The 7 profound martial house master had given Lin Ming 3 months to reach the top 10 rankings. This definitely was not some random date that he had set. What kind of person was the 7 profound martial house master? He must have seen Lin Ming's potential and estimated the speed of his progress. Thus, he listed out the series of awards. 3 months to reach the top 10. That should be Lin Ming's limits. Otherwise, if Lin Ming was lax even just a tad, it would be impossible for him to reach the top 10 in 3 months. This Lin Ming wants to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Since he dared come today, he must not be too far from the top 10. Even if he cannot enter this month, he should be able to next month. A heavenly abode, disciple ranked 20th commented as he swung his fan. The more points one had, the slower the calculation on the ranking stone would be. Now, several breaths of time had passed, and yet there was not any stir on the ranking stone. Lin Ming should be close to the top 10. The martial house master's judgment shouldn't be wrong. The fact that he gave Lin Ming 3 months to advance to the top 10 was not some random guess. He must have already seen through Lin Ming's potential and didn't want to leave anything to accident. Lin Ming should be able to advance to the top 10 next month. If so, he might even possibly defeat Zhang Guanyu in the 4th month's match. To defeat Zhang Guanyu in 4 months, that is simply too fearful. If junior apprentice brother Lin surpasses us this time, I just don't know how I will respond. The young man who answered was a heavenly abode disciple who was ranked in the top 20. These 2 friends would soon graduate. They had been fellow disciples for 5 years and had entered the Earth Hall together and then entered the heavenly abode together. They were very good lifelong friends. These 2 people had just passed by, and after learning that Lin Ming was participating in the assessment, came especially to see. In their view, for Lin Ming to advance to the top 10 in 3 months was already an inconceivable myth, something only heard about in children's bedtime stories. And now, if he managed to reach the top 10 in 2 months, they really wouldn't be able to find the words to describe such a fantastical situation. Any talent, genius, monster, evildoer, or other adjective would simply not be enough to describe Lin Ming. Their eyes were focused on the second row of the ranking stone as they waited for the illusory magic array to calculate the points. The second row was the location where the disciples in the tens were located. After several more breaths of time, there was finally that trademark rippling distortion on the ranking stone. However, this fluctuation actually appeared on the first row. The fifth and sixth names were shoved apart by some unseen strength, and Lin Ming's name impressively appeared between them. Lin Ming, rank 6. Chapter 142, Heavy Profound Soft Spear. Chapter 142, Heavy Profound Soft Spear. Sixth. The two top 20 heavenly abode disciples said at the same time, surprised. The Marshall House master had given Lin Ming 3 months to enter into the top 10 rankings, but in only 2 months, he had reached 6th place. Was this a joke? Even the two of them, though they were big fans of Lin Ming, didn't think that Lin Ming would reach the top 10, but then to also kill his way to the 6th rank spot. Even the fanatical young female apprentice of the human hall rubbed her eyes, as if there was something wrong with her sight. The threshold of difficulty for which the 7 profound Marshall House had set the tasks before Lin Ming would receive a reward was difficult beyond imagination. 3 months to enter the top 10, 4 months to defeat Zhang Guanyu, 5 months to defeat Ta Ku, 6 months to defeat Ling Sun. There were even those who believed that this list of rewards was merely someone poking fun at Lin Ming, but the present result was that when it came to Lin Ming, the difficulty that the 7 profound Marshall House had set the rewards at was too low to have Lin Ming advance to the top 10 in 3 months. They were simply looking down on Lin Ming. Now Lin Ming had only taken 2 months to arrive at the 6th place rank. Wasn't this just embarrassing oneself? Now, it was extremely possible for Lin Ming to defeat Zhang Guanyu. The only requirement for Lin Ming to be a core disciple of the 7 profound Marshall House was that he reach the peak altering muscle stage before he was over 16 years old. Everyone was no longer anxious of this test. This difficulty was simply too low for Lin Ming. That is, whether or not Lin Ming could defeat Ta Ku or Ling Sun in the future, he was already destined to be a core disciple of the 7 profound Marshall House and reach the pulse condensation period. He would go to 7 Profound Valley's main sect for several years and easily reach the Hotian stage. Then, as long as Lin Ming wished for it, he could return to the Sky Fortune Kingdom and become a 7 Profound Envoy, or the 7 Profound Marshall House Master. At that time, the Sky Fortune Kingdom would become Lin Ming's garden, and he could do as he pleased. This made how many people, how many families jealous to the degree of bleeding. Lin Ming was also so young. He completely had the possibility to step into the Hotian stage before he was 30 years old. Then he could casually and freely spend his couple hundred years of youth as countless families and major powers tried to flatter and curry favor with him. Innumerable beautiful young girls would want to marry him. Even royal princesses and proud, arrogant women like Bai Jingyun and Morongzi would be at his beck and call. Not only was it the beautiful women of now, but those several dozens of years later, or 100 years later, would all be easily obtained. Compared to this, it was even better than being a mortal emperor by hundreds of times. To the majority of the 7 profound Marshall House's male disciples, this was simply the pinnacle of living, the pinnacle of life. Lin Ming looked at the ranking stone and understood why he was able to achieve such a result. The first reason was that he had broken through to the altering muscle stage, so his true essence and strength had increased by a large margin. The second reason was that he had comprehended the concept of wind and had successfully learned the movement ability golden rock shattering the void. In the past, Lin Ming had rarely moved in battle. No matter how aggressive his enemy was or how threatening their killer moves, Lin Ming never escaped. His fighting method was to completely meet an enemy head-on in a battle of toughness. If he is strong, then I am stronger. In a battle, Lin Ming's aura was motionless like a mountain that had existed since time immemorial, as if he was that passing cable in a torrentially surging river. After Lin Ming had reached the large success stage in his cultivation method, so far the only one who had been able to force him back was Zhu Yan. The reason for this method of fighting was mainly because of how formidable Lin Ming's strength was and how vigorous his true essence was. What he excelled most at was meeting an enemy head-on, of course, but the other reason was because Lin Ming's speed was just not that fast. His attack speed was fast enough, but his body speed actually relied upon the foundation movement technique. The foundation movement technique was only the most basic of movement manuals after all. Lin Ming just hadn't placed much time or effort into cultivating this foundation movement technique. Thus, Lin Ming's accomplishments in terms of agility had remained limited. If he only rushed forwards, then by relying on his physical strength and vigorous true essence, Lin Ming could reach a certain speed. But if he were to move at strange angles, drifting about in erratic movements, then he did not excel in this aspect. But the golden rock shattering the void was able to completely make up for this insufficiency. Now that he had comprehended the concept of wind, regardless of whether it was linear velocity or how nimble his movements could be, Lin Ming was already far superior to martial artists at the same cultivation. He could even soar to a stop in the air and then change direction. These movements completely violated the laws of physics in air. As he had amazing physical strength, and the true essence in his body was astonishingly thick and pure. Meanwhile, he was a martial artist who had the terrifying ability of flow like silk and the ghostly speed from golden rock shattering the void. What sort of concept was this? Words were not enough to describe how powerful he was with all these skills together. With my strength as it is now, I don't know how much worse I am than Zhang Guanyu. If I am weaker, just how much weaker am I? I heard that from the 4th rank on, there was extreme disparity between the 4th rank and Zhang Guanyu's 3rd. The 4th rank and 3rd rank on the ranking stone were not even close to the same level. This time, Lin Ming had not been trying to maximize his score. Otherwise, with his golden rock shattering the void movements, he would have easily been able to flit around and kill enemies at the bone-forging stage and greatly increase his score. He could have reached the 4th place ranking and even had the possibility of reaching 3rd. However, rankings did not mean everything. Even if Lin Ming's rank surpassed Zhang Guanyu, it would not mean anything. It had already been a very long time since Zhang Guanyu last participated in the 10,000 killing array assessment. According to the Crown Prince's information, Zhang Guanyu currently cultivated the divine acacia power, and his strength had experienced a tremendous rise. Right now, I am inferior to Zhang Guanyu. I don't know how much time it will take to surpass him. The 7 profound Martial House Master gave me 4 months to challenge Zhang Guanyu, but I think I will be able to in 3. Lin Ming didn't consider defeating Zhang Guanyu to be an insurmountable problem. Lin Ming, congratulations, Qin Xingxuan said with a smile. She had been standing not too far off from the altar and watching the changes in the ranking stone. Not only in the top 10, but also the 6th place ranking. Really not something I expected, Bai Jingyan said as she also walked over, blinking as she steadily gazed at Lin Ming. She hadn't thought that Lin Ming's growth would be so drastic in such a short time. However, Murongzi's state of mind was much better. She distantly glanced at the ranking stone and then looked at Lin Ming as he casually talked to Qin Xingxuan and Bai Jingyan in a friendly manner. She muttered in a low voice, "Farm animals are farm animals. It's impossible to judge a person just by looking at them." The second round of the 10,000 killing array carried on as usual. However, no one was actually paying attention to this. If not for some disciples that had already put down a true essence stone as down payment, they wouldn't even have wanted to undergo the assessment. As the second round of the assessment began, an old man wearing a long blue gown walked into the 10,000 killing array's Ashlar Square. The old man appeared silently. Many people hadn't even noticed that he was there. It was as if he had always been standing there, and no one had ever noticed him. Lin Ming suddenly started. This was the first time that he had seen this blue-gowned old man. This person had appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. Lin Ming unconsciously took a step back on this old man. Lin Ming realized that his breath was even stronger than Mui's. "Greetings, Senior." Although he didn't know who this old man was, but to appear in the 7 Profound Martial House at this time, he should be one of the top elders of the 7 Profound Martial House. It was even possible that he was the 7 Profound Martial House Master. Qin Xingxuan discovered this old man at nearly the same time that Lin Ming did. Seeing this old man, she was slightly surprised, immediately bowing, "Greetings, Martial House Master." The man laughed and stroked his beard, saying, "Young child Xingxuan, your words are sweet enough. What Martial House Master am I? I am just a deputy." The 7 Profound Martial House had a Martial House Master and 2 Deputy Martial House Masters. However, Qin Xingxuan was always awkward greeting the Deputy Martial House Masters, so she ended up greeting them as Martial House Master. Lin Ming's heart was slightly cold. It turned out that this old man was the 7 Profound Martial House's Deputy Master, yet he had managed to acquire peak Hotian stage strength. If the Deputy House Master had such power, then the Martial House Master was certainly stronger. However, no matter how strong they were, it would be impossible for them to be a Xiantian stage master. The Martial House Master should also be at the peak Hotian stage. Within those at the peak Hotian stage, there were also those that were weaker and those that were stronger. As Qin Xingxuan greeted this old man, the disciples present also heard. They hadn't thought that this old man that suddenly came out of nowhere would be the 7 Profound Martial House Deputy Master. Suddenly, these disciples felt a cascade of emotions at once. They were panicked, flustered, excited, awed, and scared, all at the same time. This was just like when a commoner suddenly saw the arrival of the emperor. They would fear they did not know what the proper etiquette was, but also feel excited and honored to be in his presence. After all, to the common person, the emperor was a legendary character. To these low-order disciples, the Martial House Master and the Deputy Martial House Master were elusive and secretive in their movements. One would feel their presence, but not see them. There were many heavenly abode disciples who, in their entire 5 years at the 7 Profound Martial House, would never catch even a glimpse of the Martial House Master. The Deputy House Master personally came. That's the Deputy House Master of the Martial House. He really is a true master. I never even noticed that he appeared. Why would the Deputy House Master come here? Would it be to congratulate Lin Ming? I doubt it. But if it's true, this Lin Ming's face is just too great this time. Even if a new emperor ascended the throne, it would be very difficult to ask the Martial House Master to attend the crowning ceremony. As people were speculating in confusion, at this moment, the old man in blue clothes withdrew an overly long box from his spatial ring, set upright. This box was even higher than the old man. It was almost 10 feet high. The box was made from sandalwood. It appeared to be extremely aged and faintly exuded the scent of rustic wood. As Lin Ming saw this long box, he had a faint guess in his heart. Sure enough, when the old man opened the box, revealed inside was a long silk cloth. Between the silk, there was a faint shine of something silver. Without a doubt, this was a spear that was wrapped in the silk. Heavy, profound, soft spear. The old man in blue clothes smiled and said, "Boy, Take the spear and have a look. Lin Ming took a deep breath, pulled off the silk cloth covering, and took the heavy, profound, soft spear in his hand. As his hand touched the spear shaft, Lin Ming felt an immediate rush of coolness, as if this spear was linking with his flesh and blood. It had an extremely heavy feeling. The weight had to be above 1,000 genes. The spear was bright silver all around. Even the spearhead was also shiningly silver. The spear's blade was thin, cold, and strikingly sharp. The spear shaft was elastic, but to shake it actually required a greater amount of strength than what the penetrating rainbow spear required. It was clear that the implicit tension and striking force of the heavy, profound, soft spear was much higher than dark, purple elastic iron. Feeling this faintly cool trace of the spear shaft, Lin Ming clearly felt slightly ridged trace lines on the spear shaft. They were just like ripples of water and felt pleasant to the touch. These kinds of trace marks were not for preventing one's grip from slipping. Rather, they were from a refiner master who inscribed it upon the barrel of the shaft. These lines had already penetrated into the spear shaft and were similar to an inscription symbol. They had long merged into one organic whole with the spear. Relying on these lines, it enabled one to pour their true essence into the spear and circulate it throughout, finally transforming it into a medium-grade human step treasure. Chapter 143, True Essence Manifestation. Chapter 143, True Essence Manifestation. Chapter 143, True Essence Manifestation. There's no inscription symbol, Lin Ming thought. He himself was the current most splendid inscription Grand Master in the Sky Fortune Kingdom. He would have to ponder over what sort of inscription symbol to add to this heavy, profound, soft spear, to seek the highest possible promotion of might. By now, the blue-clothed old man said, before the Marshall House master departed, he gave me this spear and told me that as long as you passed the test, this spear would be given to you. This spear was created by the 7 Profound Valleys refiner faction. If it were not because of the inherent limitations of such weapons, it would be at least a high-grade human step treasure. Weapons like the spear, staff, and bow all demanded both tenacity and elasticity. They were the most difficult of treasures to create. Although this heavy, profound, soft spear was only a medium-grade human step treasure, in terms of value, it was much more precious and valuable than a common high-grade human step treasure sword. As Lin Ming held onto the heavy, profound, soft spear, he loved it enough that he was almost unable to put it down. The blue-clothed old man said, this heavy, profound, soft spear weighs 1,200 genes. The spear shaft is 9 feet long and made from heavy, profound, soft silver, while the spearhead is 9 inches and made from cold star steel. The total length of this spear is 9 feet 9 inches. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the shape of a spear and lance were similar. The general belief was that a spear was less than 10 feet, and a lance was longer than 10 feet. The spear was a weapon usually used in battles by martial artists, but the lance was almost exclusively used by someone riding on a war horse. Because the lance was too long, it was difficult to display its strength without riding on the back of a horse. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, the army provided standard war horses and lances to those in its ranks. The pole of a lance was 10 feet, and the lance 0.8 inches, therefore it was known as a 10-foot-8 lance. The lance was once famously used by a tough and valiant general. He had favored the lance, and his strikes would cause the enemies to bleed, as if his weapon was a serpent. Thus it became known as the 10-foot-8 snake lance. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, an average man was 7 feet, and they would have sons that were 7 feet. Of course, there were those that were taller, and might even be 8 feet high or taller. An 8-foot spear was already the height of a tall martial artist. A 9-foot 9-inch spear was higher than a martial artist by 2 feet. Using such a long spear, The range of attack would be larger, but the difficulty would also be higher. Among all the numerals, 9 is the highest. This symbol had been noble and honored since ancient times. A mortal emperor could only be referred to as the royal 9-5, but the martial gods of old were actually called the supreme 9-9. The spear was the king of 100 soldiers, and a 9-foot 9-inch spear was the supreme 99 among all other spears. This spear was truly a king among kings. A normal refining master with only a modicum of ability would never dare to rashly refine a 9-foot 9-9 long spear. They would fear their ability was insufficient and ruin their own destiny. Even if there were refining masters that were confident in their own refining technique, when creating the spear, they had to quench the flames of its creation with water added with 5th-level ominous beast blood. Only with this sacrifice to the spear would the malignant influences of the spear vanish. With the 7 profound valleys' deep resources and history, they certainly would have used 5th-level vicious beast blood to quench and temper the spear. Not only that, but they would not have used a small amount. In the Sky Fortune Kingdom, 1 tael of this blood was worth more than 30,000 gold taels and was difficulty to buy. When Lin Ming had been planning to draw his body inscription, he had spent a tremendous amount of effort in order to collect 2 taels of this blood. "Thank you, Deputy Marshal House Master," Lin Ming reverently said as he took the heavy, profound, soft spear in both his hands and deeply bowed. This spear was simply too precious, and it was also very important to him. Seeing Lin Ming receive the heavy, profound, soft spear, the other disciples of the martial house had very keen and eager expressions. Although they did not use a spear, if a martial artist saw a good weapon, they would still be envious. "Show off a few moves. This old man wants to take a look at your spear technique." The blue-clothed old man wet his lips and chuckled. Yes, Lin Ming held the spear in both hands and bowed. He took a step back and pressed the spear flat against his arm and pointed it outwards. The 1200 gene heavy, profound, soft spear was held perfectly level by Lin Ming. With Lin Ming's increased strength, this 1200 gene heavy, profound, soft spear was just right. As he felt the weight of the spear, Lin Ming gave the shaft a fierce shake. The heavy, profound, soft spear danced like a silver snake in his hands, and the originally sharp point of the spear head vibrated until it looked like a large, illusory pearl. There was a powerful force contained within the heavy, profound, soft spear that was very lethal. If an average person touched this vibrating spear head, they would be sent flying backwards by the vigorous tremors. If this spear point touched certain points like the chest or belly, the ribs would fracture, and there was an extreme possibility that the internal organs would all burst, and that person would die a miserable death. "Good spear." Lin Ming sincerely praised the spear, and his left hand pat down on the breech of the shaft. He forcefully held down the vibrating long spear, and then took a step back. An imposing momentum erupted around him, and the heavy, profound, soft spear thrust out like a bolt of silver lightning. Flood dragon goes to sea. Cha! The piercing sound in the air was just as if a sharp knife was running across a glass pane. Rippling waves visible to the naked eye congealed in the air, as if light itself was twisting. This was because the vibrating true essence that was poured into the spear had no place to vent, so it rushed into the air, causing vibrating sound waves that rapidly spread out. Boom! A thunderclap sounded in the air, and a stone pillar 100 feet far from Lin Ming suddenly exploded, stone rubble flying everywhere as the column collapsed into dust and rocks. But Lin Ming's spear point was 90 feet away from that stone column. The blue-clothed old man's eyes brightened. What a good young fellow! That was true essence manifestation. True essence manifestation was an ability within the realm of pulse condensation period martial artists. Martial artists were able to release magnificent and awe-inspiring martial skills. But this was not true essence manifestation. True essence manifestation referred to when a martial artist casually attacked and was able to realize true essence and condense it into reality. So, every free strike they made would be comparable to a martial skill from an ordinary martial artist. The requirement for this was that a martial artist's true essence must be incomparably thick. Usually, only a post-condensation period martial artist could achieve true essence that dense. But the current Lin Ming had only just entered the early altering muscle stage. How could that blue-clothed old man not be startled? It was not only the blue-clothed old man, but also the two elders, Elder Sun and Elder Su, Qin Xingxuan, and some other master talents present that had noticed Lin Ming's true essence manifestation. To Qin Xingxuan, this ability of Lin Ming's to manifest true essence was much more surprising than him obtained the 6th place rank on the ranking stone. Qin Xingxuan found it hard to imagine that an early altering muscle stage martial artist could reach the boundary where he could manifest true essence. She was already at the bone-forging stage, yet she did not yet have that ability. What the hell is Lin Ming cultivating? Is this ethereal martial intent really that godly? The other disciples had not been able to see the mysterious principles within Lin Ming's spear strike, but this did not hinder them from exclaiming in surprise at the spear's excessive vigor. Spear wind, that was definitely spear wind. No, that was certainly the legendary spear light. What do you know? That was what ancients called spear fu. The lower order disciples didn't know much about the theories of spear wind, spear light, sword wind, sword light, and were somewhat vague on the other speculations. They only knew that Lin Ming's strike was truly fierce. With a single thrust of Lin Ming's spear, he had been able to shatter a stone column. Though this was an unintentional move, he was still incomparably excited. After Lin Ming had broken through to the altering muscle stage, he had reached the boundary of true essence manifestation. But he hadn't been able to use this to fight his enemies. However, now with the medium-grade human step treasure, for the first time Lin Ming was able to release his true essence. Even without touching, he could still attack his enemy. Relying on true essence to create a ranged attack was not difficult. Normally, a martial artist could do this once they cultivated a martial skill. Lin Ming hadn't yet studied any martial skills, but now, as long as his true essence reserves were enough, he could actually strike out with a force tantamount to a martial skill. Lin Ming wasn't satisfied with just a single spear move. When his true essence poured into the heavy, profound, soft spear, it had the feeling of a fish swimming in water, and let Lin Ming feel incomparably comfortable. At this time, the aura around Lin Ming's body bloomed once again. He received his spear, gripped it in his right hand, and fiercely thrust out a dozen times. He turned and stabbed. Flowers in the Storm. Flowers in the Storm was another move within the foundation spear technique. The strikes of the spear were like a hail of petals without a single opening where not even water could enter. The spear's shadow became blurry, and a keening whistle was produced from the terrifying speed of the spear. In the surroundings of the spear's shadow, there were ripples once again visible to the naked eye. Anything that this high-speed, vibrating shockwave touched was torn into shreds. Lin Ming stabbed out hundreds of times, and finally vented the powerful momentum that he had gathered a moment ago. As he took back the silver spear, Lin Ming's mind was filled with a great happiness. The strength of this medium-grade human step treasure was truly outstanding. If he added an inscription symbol on top of that, the might of the spear would increase by nearly 50%. Lin Ming already couldn't wait to battle Zhang Guanyu. The news of Lin Ming reaching the 6th place in the 10,000 killing array was like a massive bomb that exploded throughout Sky Fortune City. In merely one day, it had spread to every nook and cranny of the land. 3 months to enter the top 10 ranks of the ranking stone, 4 months to defeat Zhang Guanyu, 5 months to defeat Taku, and 6 months to defeat Ling Sr. To everyone, this series of tests was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But now, Lin Ming had only used 2 months to complete the first task. Not only that, but he had eclipsed it ranking stone, 6th place. Did this mean that after 4 months, he could defeat Zhang Guanyu and then defeat Ta Ku in the 5th month, and 6 months later, subsequently challenge Ling's son? Zhang Guanyu and Ta Ku did not count for much, but Ling's son had already been recognized throughout Sky Fortune Kingdom as being invincible within his stage. It could even be said that he was the top martial artist of those below the pulse condensation period. He was only a half step into the bone forging stage, and yet he had strength that was comparable to pulse condensation period martial artists. If Lin Ming defeated Ling Sen, then he would have shattered Ling Sen's legend of being invincible within his stage, and his individual strength would be comparable to a pulse condensation period martial artist. For someone with cultivation at the altering muscle stage to have the strength of a pulse condensation period martial artist, it was terrifying. Not only that, but Lin Ming was so young and his cultivation speed was completely abnormal. How many years would he need to break into the bone forging stage or the pulse condensation period? When Lin Ming reached the pulse condensation period, could he defeat a Hotian master and seize the throne of being the top martial artist within the Sky Fortune Kingdom? Like this, could Lin Ming reach the Hotian stage or even the peak Hotian stage? With Lin Ming's cultivation speed, to reach the Hotian stage before he was 30 would not be difficult. If he were to reach the peak Hotian stage, would he be able to compare to a Xiantian master? Thinking of this, many people did not dare to presume any further. To them, a Xiantian master was simply a fable that existed only in legends. Even in the 7 profound valleys where masters and powerhouses lurked everywhere, a Xiantian stage master had a pivotal status, regardless of if they were a 7 profound envoy or a martial house master. They would only be at the peak Hotian stage. Although their status was higher than the emperor of Sky Fortune Kingdom, they still had to give some respect to the emperor. When they were issuing a decree, they also had to mind their tone. But a Xiantian master was different. They were able to directly discard the emperor and even set up a new emperor in place of the old. If one did not obey their orders, they would kill their way into the royal palace at night and take the emperor's severed head. Who would dare to stop a Xiantian master? Even if everyone knew perfectly well who it was that killed the emperor, who would have the ability to investigate? Chapter 144 Ouyang Dihua. Chapter 144 Ouyang Dihua. Chapter 144 Ouyang Dihua. To put it in layman's terms, a Xiantian master was an existence that completely upset the natural balance. If a country had a Xiantian master, then the neighboring countries would have no courage to go to against this country. If it really came down to war, then the very first day the generals of all the armies would die silently in their camps, and on the second day the emperor would also die in his royal palace. How could they continue fighting at this point? If Lin Ming someday had strength that could compare to a Xiantian master, then he would essentially dominate all of Sky Fortune Kingdom. Everything would be under his control. As the news that Lin Ming obtained 6th place on the ranking stone continued to spread, the Crown Prince was one of the first to hear of Lin Ming's situation via a sound transmitting talisman. The Crown Prince was pleasantly surprised by Lin Ming's results. He thought again. With Lin Ming as he was now, it was becoming more and more likely that he could defeat Zhang Guanyu in the 4th month. With Zhang Guanyu's personality, how would he reconcile with this truth? The 7 profound martial house was similar to a beast cage. All talents were gathered, just like those trainers that would find those beasts with good bodies and trap them in a cage, feed them good meat and water, and finally let them slaughter each other to select the final king of beasts. Now, the martial house master had given Lin Ming 4 months to defeat Zhang Guanyu as a target goal. This was equal to turning Zhang Guanyu into Lin Ming's grindstone. If Zhang Guanyu was indifferent, or was some particularly tenacious warrior who would become braver when pressured and could accept their defeat, then even at the worst, it would not be a major problem. But Zhang Guanyu's personality was demented and paranoid. He would not easily accept his defeat, and the ripples from that fight would be especially alarming. What dark methods would Zhang Guanyu adopt? Yang Lin frowned as he thought this. Lan Yunue was in his mansion, so he was able to guarantee her safety, and Lin Ming's parents in Mulberry City were under layer upon layer of heavy protection, so there shouldn't be a problem there either. As for Lin Ming, Zhang Guanyu would not dare move against him. So what could Zhang Guanyu do? Now, at the Allied Trade Association, Zhang Guanyu had a very gloomy expression as he reclined against a couch. At this side were two beautifully dressed maids standing beside him in fear and trepidation. When Lin Ming had gone to the 10,000 killing array for the assessment, Zhang Guanyu was one of the first to receive the news. He could easily have rushed over to see Lin Ming's assessment, but he was not even a cent interested in seeing Lin Ming show off in front of everyone. When Lin Ming had finished the assessment, Zhang Guanyu was also one of the first to receive a sound transmitting talisman with the results. Only 2 months, and he had reached the 6th rank of the 10,000 killing array. This result caused Zhang Guanyu to feel uneasy. Although the first 3 ranks on the ranking stone were far away enough from the 4th that they couldn't even be considered in the same category, and Zhang Guanyu's strength had also progressed considerably recently, the speed at which Lin Ming was progressing was simply too horrifying. If another 2 months passed, would even the heavens know how much he progressed? Now Zhang Guanyu had the feeling of having ridden the back of dangerous tiger. He could no longer back down. "Young master, are you looking for me?" Zhang Guanyu turned to see a middle-aged man at the Viscera training stage walk into the room. The middle-aged man bowed. He had also heard the news about Lin Ming reaching the 6th rank. Concerning this result, he could only sigh. 2 months ago, he had disapproved when Zhang Guanyu had gone to provoke Lin Ming, but it was not his place to order Zhang Guanyu on how to handle his affairs. Now that he had already offended Lin Ming, it was too late to turn back the hand of time, but also with Zhang Guanyu's character, he definitely would not rescind his hand. If the young master continues along this path, and doesn't change his nature, then I am afraid there will be future trouble concerning young master's status as the successor of the Allied Trade Association. It will not be good fortune for the young master. The elder will not choose a man with an extreme character to stand at the helm of the Trade Association. The middle-aged man silently shook his head. He dared not speak this thought out loud. Zhang Guanyu sat as he was looking increasingly dreary and not saying a single word. Zhang Guanyu, of course, understood what type of person was suitable to be the future heir of the Allied Trade Association, but after having cultivated the divine acacia power, Zhang Guanyu no longer cared for this vaunted position. What he pursued was eternal youth and infinite young essence. The status as chief of the Allied Trade Association was simply riddled with mundane problems and would affect his cultivation. After a period of silence, Zhang Guanyu finally said, "Help me contact the Cloud Prince and the 7 profound valleys, Ouyang Dihua. I must see them." The Cloud Prince and Ouyang Dihua? The middle-aged man was surprised. He understood that Zhang Guanyu was seeking a helping hand, and that the Cloud Prince was undoubtedly Lin Ming's enemy, and that an enemy of an enemy was a friend. But since ancient times, when it involved the struggle for the throne, the Allied Trade Association had always maintained their complete and utter neutrality. They would not favor any party. But this time, Zhang Guanyu actually wanted to reverse this tradition and take the side of the 10th prince. As for Ouyang Dihua, this person was the direct disciple of the 7 Profound Valleys Acacia faction's 3rd elder, Ouyang Boyan. In fact, Ouyang Dihua's talent wasn't regarded as outstanding among the disciples of the 7 Profound Valleys. He had entered the pulse condensation period at the age of 22 and had now been there for 2 years, but still had not been able to reach the peak pulse condensation period. The reason he could be a direct disciple was mainly because he was the nephew of the third elder, Ouyang Boyan. Because of his identity, let alone the emperors of various countries, even the 7 profound envoys and martial house masters had to greet Ouyang Dihua with several points of respect. These years, Ouyang Dihua had been cultivating the divine acacia power. Because of this, he had left the 7 profound valleys and gone to experience the neighboring countries. The truth was this experience was in fact seeking the beautiful women in these countries. Ouyang Dihua had a wide and experienced palate. However, what he was most interested in were 2 kinds. The first kind was the young daughters of large, respected families. These girls had an outstanding temperament and a great inner pride. What Ouyang Dihua liked the most was to rip at the clothes of these women and turn these originally pure and holy girls into the basest of sluts. The second kind was the daughters of wealthy families. These girls were pure and lovely and were like a breath of fresh air. Ouyang Dihua very much enjoyed the vaguely virgin sweet fragrance of their bodies. The Allied Trade Association, where Zhang Guanyu had many old dealings with the third elder Ouyang Boyan of the 7 profound valleys acacia faction. The reason that Zhang Guanyu was able to cultivate the divine acacia power was because he had obtained it from Ouyang Boyan. Of course, the Allied Trade Association had paid a steep price for this. 5 days later, 30,000 miles from the Sky Fortune Kingdom, at the Heavenly Wind Nation's capital's palace, Zhang Guanyu stood in a hall, hands relaxed, without single ounce of arrogance on his face. In front of him was a 20-something-year-old man, lazily reclining on a bed, holding a jade-like beauty in his arm. Wrapped in blankets, the man occasionally moved, and parts of the blanket would uncover, revealing an indecent scene. Obviously, the woman was stripped naked under the blankets. Zhang Guanyu, be honest, for what matter did you come here today to ask for help? This man was Ouyang Dihua. He had lived these past few days in the Heavenly Wind Nation, enjoying the beautiful women while also attempting to break through to the perfect stage of the divine acacia power's 3rd layer. Zhang Guanyu found that Ouyang Dihua was staying at the Heavenly Wind Nation, so he borrowed the Allied Trade Association's Heavenly Wind Eagle and spent the last 5 days crossing the 30,000-mile distance to personally visit Ouyang Dihua. Zhang Guanyu withdrew a painting scroll from his spatial ring and respectfully handed it to the man, who opened it and looked at it. It was a drawing of a beautiful woman, aged around 15 or 16. She had an extremely fresh appearance, and rarest of all, her body exhibited a very faint, pure, and noble mixed temperament, making one wish to immediately make her their own. The girl on this painting was Lan Yunyue. Good. Ouyang Dihua's eyes lit up. What he liked most were the princess types and the pure daughter types of wealthy families, but the woman in this painting seemed to have the makings of both at the same time. Where is she? Ouyang Dihua cut straight to the chase. Zhang Guanyu hesitated slightly, and then truthfully said, in the Sky Fortune Kingdom's Crown Prince's Palace. Ouyang Dihua was momentarily stunned, and then he immediately laughed and said, Zhang Guanyu, has the Crown Prince of Sky Fortune Kingdom offended you? This girl is the Crown Prince's concubine? You want to borrow my hand to defeat the Crown Prince? Although I do not fear some little Crown Prince, do not think that I am someone who will unknowingly act as a proxy weapon for your own interests. And if this girl has already been received by the Crown Prince as a concubine, then I do not have much interest. Zhang Guanyu said, Young sir has misunderstood. This girl's virginity is absolutely intact. Moreover, this girl was born on an Een year and Een month. Before this, I already sent my men to look for 12 pure Een girls to help young Sir Ouyang break through to the 4th layer of the divine acacia power. This girl is a superior 3rd-grade talent. She will happen to make an excellent primer of the 12 pure Een girls. Now, there has already been a small harvest of the 12 pure Een girls that I am looking for. Ooh, oh, Ouyang Dihua grew interested. 12 purine girls? Heh, you are quite determined. The way Sky Spill Continent calculated dates was by the union of celestial stems and earthly branches. There were 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. The odd were yang, and the even were een, both respectively occupying one half. Therefore, there were many een year, een month girls that were born. Lan Yunhua happened to be one of them. However, it was actually quite difficult to collect 12 purine girls. The first girl, or the primer, had to be the best looking. However, the following girls all followed the lead of the first girl's horoscope and required the calculation of their birth horoscope. The result was it became increasingly difficult to find them. Moreover, these girls also had to be above a third-grade talent. The number of third-grade talents in the population was only a mere 1%. This already excluded the vast majority of women. Finally, the 12 purine girls all had to be beautiful women below the age of 20, and also had to have the body of a virgin. To cultivate martial arts, one's spirit had to be joyful and unobstructed. If the girl's appearance was too ugly, then those martial arts cultivators would not be moved. How could they possibly depend on these ugly girls to break through their cultivation bottleneck? To be at least a third-grade talent below 20 years old, a beauty, virgin, and more harsh horoscope requirements, this caused the gathering of 12 purine girls to be very difficult to find. There were some Acacia faction disciples who had attempted to collect 12 purine girls. They spent several years looking and finally found them with great difficulty. However, the first girl's age would have already surpassed 20 years. However, in terms of looking for 12 purine girls, the Allied Trade Association had an unmatched superior advantage. This was because the Allied Trade Association was involved in almost all areas of business, and one of their biggest ones was the slave trade. In the Sky Spill Continent, slave trading was a common occurrence. There were many poor families that had children they could not raise, so they would sell these children, who would eventually become something like a maid, concubine, servant, eunuch, and other occupations. During times of war, the massive numbers of captives and refugees were often turned into servants and slaves. Chapter 145, Heretical Godseed. Chapter 145, Heretical Godseed. Chapter 145, Heretical Godseed. The Allied Trade Association was responsible for the slave trade of several nations. Since they could choose from so many young girls, it was relatively easy to collect 12 purine girls. Before, the Allied Trade Association had spent many years and finally collected 2 sets of 12 purine girls, 24 altogether. These 24 girls were given to the Acacia faction's third elder, Ouyang Boyan. This was the reason that Ouyang Boyan had traded away the secret cultivation method, Divine Acacia Power. 12 purine girls. How many have you found? Ouyang Dihua's heart moved. If he could pick up 12 purine girls, his strength would take a great step further. I've already found 6, Zhang Guanyu nonsensically said. In fact, it was just the other day that he had determined Lan Yunhua could be a primer. To find 11 other girls based on Lan Yunhua's horoscope, while conforming to a list of other conditions, was easier said than done. The order had just been passed out. He estimated that there were only 1 or 2 girls that were found so far. The first girls were the easiest. Unfortunately, those behind them were much harder to find. 6. Humph! Well, I do not care if it's true or not. A year later, I want to see the complete set of 12 purine girls. I do not need their appearance and talent to be higher than this woman in the painting, but they cannot be too bad. With Lan Yunhua's beautiful appearance and superior third-grade talent combined, in the civilian population, she was absolutely 1 in a million. To collect 12 girls of such high quality and also conform to the horoscope was simply impossible. Therefore, Ouyang Dihua could only reduce the requirements. Young sir, please feel relieved. I only have a small favor to ask. Speak. Ouyang Dihua already expected that the reason Zhang Guanyu came today was to ask him to handle some matters. Otherwise, why would he help him collect 12 Purine girls for no reason at all? This search was a massive undertaking in terms of manpower and resources. I would like to become a secret disciple of Elder Ouyang. I also hope for young sir to put in a few good words for me. A secret disciple. Ouyang Dihua slightly hesitated. Zhang Guanyu's talent was just above 5th grade. There was still a disparity in qualifications to become a secret disciple of a 7 Profound Valleys elder. Thinking this, Ouyang Dihua said, "My uncle is in seclusion. When he comes out in a month, I will take you to see him. As to whether or not he decides to take you, it is all up to his decision." Zhang Guanyu was delighted in his heart. He said, "Thank you, thank you. Don't rush to be happy. I can clearly discern what gratitude and grudges are. Since I've received your gift, then if you have troubles, I might be able to help you. As to whether or not my uncle will teach you a high-level cultivation method, that's not something I can control." "I understand. If it is convenient for young sir, perhaps young sir would like to ride together with me on the Heavenly Wind Eagle to Sky Fortune Kingdom, and take a look at whether there are any women that conform to young sir's standards. Young sir will definitely find it possible to stay in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and find women to cultivate with. I will help gather them up and can absolutely guarantee satisfaction." Ouyang Dihua's eyes shined. Going to Sky Fortune Kingdom would be quite good. He had already bored himself with the Heavenly Wind Nation. It was time to sample a different taste. And he just so happened to remember that there was a superior 4th grade talent who he had noticed in the Sky Fortune Kingdom, a young girl whose last name was Bai. On this trip, he might as well collect her too. Thinking this, Ouyang Dihua obscenely smiled and said, "Good, then I'll go with you on this trip." As soon as he obtained Ouyang Dihua's affirmation, Zhang Guanyu grinned, savagely smiling. Lin Ming, let's see how you will manage this. No matter how fierce you are, compared to you, I have the support of Ouyang Dihua. Do you also have the ability to deal with him? I'll have a look when you try to rebel against Ouyang Dihua and are stamped to death beneath his boot. Win against me in 4 months? Then I will force the date of that decisive battle to 3 months. I will use the life-severing death bone blade to ruin your vitality and make you permanently disabled. I wonder how you will maintain the myth of your talent then. Emperor's Banquet. Lin Ming had just received the Crown Prince's sound transmitting talisman. 10 days later at the Imperial Palace, there would be a grand banquet held. And there were even some important personages of the 7 Profound Valleys that would be attending. The Crown Prince wanted Lin Ming to attend by all means. Important figures of the 7 Profound Valleys, Lin Ming pondered. He had never seen someone from the 7 Profound Valleys before. Although he did not really like such flashy events like banquets, Lin Ming would certainly become a core disciple of the 7 Profound Martial House soon. Since an important figure from the 7 Profound Valleys came, he was inclined to participate. It was not only Lin Ming, but all the strong youths of the younger generation in Sky Fortune City had received an invitation, including Qin Xingxuan by Jingyun, Murong, Zi Lingsun, Ta Ku, as well as the rest of the 7 Profound Martial House core disciples, and so on. The entire Sky Fortune City had been undergoing a mass cleaning. The streets were cleaned, the drains were emptied, the gardens pruned, and colored ribbons were hung along the streets of the main road. Lin Ming was immersed in practice, so he did not know, but those who hated him would aim for him at this grand banquet. At this time, the bright moon was high and clear in the night sky. Lin Ming held the heavy, profound, soft spear in one hand, keeping the spear parallel to his arm and pressed against his elbow. The 9-foot 9-inch, 1,200 gene heavy, profound, soft spear was steadily kept horizontal as it was held by Lin Ming. A bowl of water was lying flat on the spear point, with no trace of a ripple. This stance was one that Lin Ming had practiced countless times before. The foundation spear technique's iron bridge blocks the river. Lin Ming kept his eyes closed. The tiny units in his body began to adjust to a strange frequency, and all the innermost feelings in his heart were completely ethereal. He did not have the least bit of distracting thoughts. To an onlooker, he was simply like a motionless rock under the moonlit sky. The night winds blew, and the grass undulated like overlapping waves. A bean-sized green firefly quietly landed on the edge of the bowl on the spear point and began to drink from that bowl of water. It could be seen that not a single ripple spread in it. Then Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. In these 5 days, he had already completely fused as one with the heavy, profound, soft spear. Extending the spear was the same as moving his arm. Even if a tiny bug fell on it, he could clearly feel it. The bug was oblivious as it continued to drink water. After drinking enough, it flapped its wings and flew away. Lin Ming returned to his ethereal martial intent state and began revolving the true primal chaos formula again. Lin Ming was becoming increasingly skilled at the ethereal martial intent state. Now he could enter at any time and wake up at any time. It wasn't like before, where, once he entered the ethereal martial intent state, he would not know what hour it was. Slowly, the circulation speed of the true essence in Lin Ming's body began to pick up. Each time true essence circulated past the heart, there would always be a little bit of true essence that silently stayed there, detained. As true essence began to accumulate there, it gradually began to revolve. Slowly, a true essence crystal the size of a grain congealed in that maelstrom of true essence. Because of the formation of this tiny crystal, the flow of true essence sped up, and there was a faint feeling of approaching the peak of the second layer of the true primal chaos formula. Large success of the true primal chaos formula's second layer. With the upgrade of the true primal chaos formula, Lin Ming's muscles and skeleton began to slowly start vibrating. The countless tiny units in his body began to achieve an extraordinary harmonization. Although Lin Ming had already cultivated flow like silk, it had never been like was right now. He had a completely clear feeling of his true essence being turned into filaments, and he could even perceive the specific number of filaments. There are a full 5,000 true essence filaments. This number appeared in Lin Ming's mind. His flow like silk was at the foundation stage, and his true essence was able to be divided into 5,000 true essence filaments. If these 5,000 true essence filaments pierced into a rock, in theory, it could cause 5,000 points of destruction. If all those points were destroyed, the rock would be broken into several thousand pieces. If the target was a person, they would truly meet a cruel death. Although the true primal chaos formula had further advanced along with his flow like silk, Lin Ming still maintained a state of neither being happy nor sad. The small true essence crystal in his heart began to unceasingly condense, and from its original rough and irregular shape, it began to slowly round, until it eventually condensed into a small, pearl-like crystal pellet. This is the heretical god force's seed. Lin Ming knew that the series of changes in his body just now were all because of the formation of this heretical god seed. The heretical god seed was the foundation of the heretical god force. The heretical god force was the most precious and mysterious secret technique in the memories of that second soul fragment. Even the powerhouses in the realm of the gods thought that it was an incomparably amazing skill. Obviously, it was that powerful. The first layer of the heretical god force could enhance one's strength and true essence force by 50%. The second layer could enhance by 100%, the third layer by 150%, and so on until the sixth layer, where it could enhance a martial artist's strength and true essence force by 300%. This kind of enhancement depended on the compression of true essence. To promote one's power by 50%, One had to compress their true essence by 50%. To promote one's power by 100%, one had to compress their true essence by 100%. And this true essence compression precisely relied upon this heretical God seed. As long as the heretical God seed existed, if the compressed true essence was used up, it would automatically build up by itself. Lin Ming did not need to manage it. Lin Ming had inadvertently spent a long time in the ethereal martial intent state, and now, finally, he had planted the seed of the heretical God force into his heart. Before a martial artist achieved the pulse condensation period, their blood and vitality were the foundation, and the heart, which was at center of all this, was the main weakness. But after achieving the pulse condensation period, the meridians were the foundation, and the dantian was the center of this, so that also became a weakness. Lin Ming's heretical God force seed now existed in his heart. After he broke through to the pulse condensation period, this seed would move to his dantian. After the heretical God force had broken through to the first layer, Lin Ming put away the heavy, profound, soft spear. He placed one hand between his eyebrows and the other gently pressed into his dantian, and then spat out a long breath. This breath was the same as an arrow flying out. It created a whirlpool in the air that rotated for several breaths of time before finally slowly dissipating. I didn't think that this breakthrough of the heretical God force would have so many unexpected benefits for me. It seems this heretical God force is not only a mystic technique that increases one's power, but it is also helpful for martial arts cultivation. The heretical God seed that is in my heart is conducive to stabilizing the blood and compacting true essence. Lin Ming was a bit surprised, but he also felt quite relaxed about this. After all, this could be regarded as one of the top secret abilities even within the realm of the gods. How could it not have some special effects? Chapter 146, Sorrowful by Jingyun. Chapter 146, Sorrowful by Jingyun. Chapter 146, Sorrowful by Jingyun. The true primal chaos formula has reached the large success stage of the second layer. Flow like silk has split into 5,000 filaments, and the cultivation of my early altering muscle stage has been greatly consolidated. It's about time that I finally drew up the strife seal. The two body inscription symbols that Lin Ming had chosen were the essence gathering symbol and the strife seal. The former was able to speed up one's cultivation by increasing the rate one gathered true essence at, and the latter was able to enhance one's strength. He had already successfully drawn up the essence gathering symbol. At that time, he was only at the peak viscera training stage. To draw up that essence gathering symbol, he had overtaxed his soul force and true essence, causing himself to fall into a deep slumber for 3 days and 3 nights. For safety purposes, he had put aside the strife seal for the moment. But now his cultivation had already stabilized at the altering muscle stage. In addition to his true primal chaos formula reaching large success of the second layer, it would be much easier to draw up the strife seal when compared to before. Lin Ming placed the heavy, profound, soft spear in this spatial ring, closed the door to his cabin, and hung up a Do Not Disturb plaque. After that, he lay in bed and fell into a deep sleep for several hours until dawn. Lin Ming rose from bed, washed himself, ate a meal, and also drank some water. Then he sat for a period drinking tea before he stood up and washed his hands, burned incense, bathed, and eliminated all the distracting thoughts in his heart. He let his mind become completely ethereal while adjusting his mindset to its optimum condition. The creation of this inscription symbol was very important to Lin Ming. The materials used to draw up the strife seal were more precious than those used in drawing up the essence gathering symbol. Because several materials were exceedingly hard to find, Lin Ming was not able to prepare any backups. Thus, he could not allow any room for failure. A single mistake here would be the end of it all. Lin Ming used half an hour to adjust his condition, and then he finally began to draw up the strife seal. This one drawing of an inscription symbol lasted from morning to evening. Throughout, Lin Ming did not make a single error. Not only did the ethereal martial intent state have a remarkable effect on cultivation, but it was similarly effective when drawing up an inscription symbol. Because he was able to remain fully in the ethereal state, his heart did not have even the slightest distraction, so Lin Ming was able to constantly maintain the highest degree of concentration. When an average person excessively consumed their soul force, they would experience a dizzying vertigo and a desire to fall asleep. In Lin Ming's case, he was still able to maintain his best condition. As the setting sun descended across the mountain horizon, Lin Ming had finally drawn the last symbols and lines. In the air, several shining inscription symbols glowed like a crimson sunset of nirvana. They began to slowly blend together into one, and in that moment, it was surpassingly gorgeous. After half an incense stick of time, the inscription symbol finally completely fused, and the strife seal symbol turned into a stream of light that quickly submerged into the back of Lin Ming's hand. It ultimately condensed into a runic image of a flying dragon and phoenix. Normally, an inscription symbol's runic mark would give a sense of an ancient mystery. However, this strife seal mark was more similar to calligraphy. It vaguely appeared like the archaic character for fight, and each stroke was long and thorough and seemed to have a faintly sharp, imposing momentum, just like a long spear. In drawing up the strife seal, Lin Ming had consumed an enormous amount of resources. His true essence was still abundant, but his soul force was taxed beyond its limit. He managed to drink down some water and went straight to sleep. This slumber lasted for 1 day and 1 night. After waking, Lin Ming's tummy rumbled. He was very hungry, and there was a sharp aching pain in his head. After he ate a meal, he sat in meditation. Lin Ming did not continue cultivating, but instead went to the 7 profound Martial House's strength measuring room. The role of the strike seal was simple. It was to directly improve the physical strength true essence force of a martial artist, and thus heighten their combat prowess. Lin Ming wanted to see just how much this strife seal increased his fighting strength. As he chose a corner of the strength measuring room to measure his strength, he approached the stone column and took a deep breath. His whole body started to flood with true essence, and true essence rushed into his right hand. The strife seal began to issue a faint red light, as if the circulating blood underneath was visible. "Oh!" Lin Ming cried out and let loose a punch. There was a dull thumping noise, as if the stone column was struck by an iron hammer, and continued to tremble crazily. The light beam was like a fountain as it rushed up. It unexpectedly rushed to the height of a person. The final result, 7,200 genes. 7,200 genes. Lin Ming's eyes brightened as he saw this result. This had already far exceeded Ling Sen's casual strike. Ling Sun had once hit a random punch with a result of 4,900 genes. Even if at that time he had only used some of his strength, Ling Sen's full force should be no more than 6,100 genes. Lin Ming's result was more than 1,000 genes above this. When a martial artist arrived at the peak pulse condensation period, their fist strength would be around 8,000 genes. There were a minority of those who had inborn divine strength, whose fist strength might reach 10,000 genes. With Lin Ming's 7,200 genes of fist strength, he was already close to the strength of a peak pulse condensation period martial artist. He had successfully completed the strife seal, and the essence gathering symbol reached the true primal chaos formula's large success of the second layer, comprehended the concept of wind, broken through to the altering muscle stage, and also had successfully condensed the heretical god seed. As for the pulse-cutting palm, it was simple enough. It was originally not a powerful martial art, and Lin Ming had already mastered it. He had completed most everything he had needed, and it had only been 2 months since the core disciple test had begun. There was plenty of time. Lin Ming took a deep breath and was filled with confidence. Compared to the last time he had participated in the 10,000 killing array, he now had the strife seal, heavy, profound, soft spear, heretical god force, and had furthered his cultivation of the true primal chaos formula and flow like silk. Even if he faced Zhang Guanyu now, Lin Ming had a tremendous assurance that he would win. Once I defeat Zhang Guanyu, I can obtain a 500-year-old blood Lingji. It will be very beneficial to my vitality. This Zhang Guanyu is a sinister and deceitful person. I have no idea what sort of malicious plot he will try to conjure to deal with me. It's best if I challenge him earlier and waste him to avoid further complications. Time flew. In a moment, it was already the day of the Imperial Palace's grand banquet. The entire Imperial Palace was decorated in a festive occasion, bright and merry. The palace security had increased, and it was heavily guarded. On the main road to the Imperial Palace, there was a red carpet hundreds of meters long. There were beautiful maids that had undergone careful screening that walked around, offering a variety of cuisines to the guests. Today, those that arrived were prominent figures in Sky Fortune City. There were the young, handsome, and outstanding heroes, the top 10 ranked heavenly abode disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House, the core disciples of the Seven Profound Martial House, and some whose strength was ordinary but were the young talents of the large and respected families. In addition, the princesses and princes, including Crown Prince Yang Lin and Cloud Prince Yang Zhen, had all arrived on scene. However, these two were not the main guests today. Not even the dazzling stars Lin Ming and Qin Xingxuan were the main guests. The main guest today was a special envoy from the Seven Profound Valleys. But who this special envoy was, the guests present did not know. The emperor arrives. As the eunuch announced this, all of the maids and palace ladies kneeled down in abundance. However, the guests did not need to. It was fine as long as they bowed. Lin Ming looked up and saw an old man walk into the hall wearing a crown with 9 stars, a 5-fingered dragon robe, and golden dragon boots. Although this old man was wearing mighty and impressive attire, it still could not conceal the heavy depression and gloom on his forehead. His eyes were almost buried in wrinkles, and the loose flesh on his neck had begun to break down. There were faint age spots on his temples. He looked to be at least 70 years old. This old man was the ruler of Sky Fortune Kingdom, Emperor Yang Jian. Yang Jian did not have many male children. Those male children he did have came at a late age. That was why, when his several sons had finally grown up, he had already arrived at the end of his life. This was the first time that Lin Ming saw the emperor of Sky Fortune Kingdom. On this emperor's body, there was not royal air of purple air comes from the east. Instead, there was only a lethargic, deathly gas. Yang Jian apparently had no intentions of greeting the guests. He arrived at the banquet hall and sat at the seat of honor, and then closed his eyes in repose. This Yang Jian probably only has 4 or 5 years of life left, and that was all maintained by precious medicines and being carefully nursed to health by the best doctors. If he were an ordinary person and had reached this degree, he would have already died. As Lin Ming thought this, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of Bai Jingyun standing in a corner of the banquet hall. Bai Jingyun was wearing a formal black dress and seemed to have lost all of her usually calm temperament. Today she appeared somewhat anxious and disturbed. There was a young noble youth that approached Bai Jingyun, but Bai Jingyun did not seem to notice his existence. Bai Jingyun, she seems worried about something, although Lin Ming thought something was strange. He did not care too much. Then Morongzi walked over to Bai Jingyun's side, carrying a glass of juice. She shoved that incessantly chattering young noble youth to the side. "Big Sister Jingyun, how are you? Are you uncomfortable?" "I'm all right." Bai Jingyun barely smiled and tried to say a few relieving words. At this moment, the court eunuch reported 7 Profound Valleys Acacia Faction Elder's direct disciple, Mr. Ouyang. Hearing this called out, Bai Jingyun's hands and feet instantly went ice cold. Ouyang of the Acacia faction, it was really him. What? Morongzi asked, unclear. Hurry up and leave here, or else it will be too late, Bai Jingyun said with some panic. What? Why? This Ouyang Dihua is a sexual harasser. Do you remember last time at the Crown Prince's banquet where I said I could not take responsibility for my own marriage? It was all because of him. As Bai Jingyun said this, Morongzi suddenly recalled that event in her mind. When the Crown Prince had invited Lin Ming to his banquet, Bai Jingyun had jokingly told her to marry Lin Ming. Morongzi teased her back and asked why she didn't marry Lin Ming herself. Finally, Bai Jingyun had said she was no longer able to call the shots of her own marriage. Morongzi had thought this was strange. With Bai Jingyun's special status, how could she possibly be unable to take responsibility and decide her own marriage? That was because the other party was a direct disciple of a 7 Profound Valleys elder. A direct disciple status was on equal standing with a 7 Profound envoy, or the Marshall House masters of various countries. But because a direct disciple was often closely related to an elder, in an actual situation, even a 7 Profound envoy or Marshall House master had to show 3 points of respect. Although Morongzi was usually heartless and fearless and was not scared of either the heavens or earth, she still understood that this kind of person was not someone that her Morong family could even hope to contend with. But she could not just leave and abandon Bai Jingyun to suffer for herself. She simply did not have the heart to do that. Big Sister Jingyun, I quickly leave, Bai Jingyun said urgently. Acacia faction disciples most favored those with looks and outstanding talents. If Morongzi were discovered by Ouyang Dihua, in all likelihood he would be eyeing her. Morongzi bit her lip, kept her head down, and quickly walked towards the palace restroom. Chapter 147, I'll Waste You Tonight. Chapter 147, I'll Waste You Tonight. Chapter 147, I'll Waste You Tonight. Damn it, Yongzhen! Morongzi clenched her teeth, heart filled with hate. Although the grand banquet was held at the imperial palace, the one responsible for organizing it was the Cloud Prince, Yongzhen. It was no wonder that before tonight, no one knew the identity of the great guest from the 7 Profound Valleys. It seemed that Yongzhen had already taken Ouyang Dihua's side and offered to help him look for beautiful women. When Ouyang Dihua arrived on scene, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Even the emperor slightly rose and nodded. But the first person Ouyang Dihua laid his eyes upon was Lin Ming. He diabolically smiled at him with a thoughtful expression. Seeing Ouyang Dihua look at him, Lin Ming frowned. This look was obviously the same as when someone at a superior standing looked down upon someone beneath them. It was a look filled with mockery and pity. As Ouyang Dihua slowly came on stage, his eyes took in the entire room. His eyes slightly paused upon Bai Jingyun, Wang Yuhan, and even Qin Xingxuan's body before leaving. This slight pause filled Bai Jingyun with trembling anxiousness. This was bad. Even Yuhan had been dragged in. Qin Xingxuan had no fear because she was already a core disciple of the 7 Profound Marshall House. Although her status was lower than Ouyang Dihua's, in light of her reputation as a 6th-grade talent, Ouyang Dihua would not attempt to aggress on her. In the future, Qin Xingxuan was very likely to become a direct disciple of some elder from the 7 Profound Valleys. But Wang Yuhan was different. In the front of Ouyang Dihua, she had no deep background to protect herself with. Ouyang Dihua coughed to clear his throat and said, I am delighted to be here at Sky Fortune Kingdom. Tonight, I am very happy that I am able to meet all the elites of the Sky Fortune Kingdom. The reason I came to the Sky Fortune Kingdom today is mainly to look at the major developments in the Sky Fortune Kingdom and take a look at the strong, young heroes of this great country. In addition, the 7 profound envoy of the Sky Fortune Kingdom will be returning to the main sect. So, for these next 6 months, I will be temporarily substituting as the 7 profound envoy. As Ouyang Dihua said this, Bai Jingyun felt an immediate burst of painful dizziness. Ouyang Dihua was actually going to be the Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound envoy. This was simply dire news that couldn't have gotten any worse. She already expected that the next 6 months would be the nightmare of all the beautiful girls within Sky Fortune City. All the girls with even a bit of fame, like Morongzi or Wang Yuhan, would become Ouyang Dihua's target. Even if they wanted to hide, they could not. They were already too famous. It was possible that even before Ouyang Dihua had come to the Sky Fortune Kingdom, that he had already set a goal and decided that Morongzi and Wang Yuhan were to be his prey. In the winding corridor outside of the banquet hall, Morongzi heard Ouyang Dihua's opening statement. She now knew there was simply no meaning in hiding. The reason that Ouyang Dihua had come to Sky Fortune Kingdom as the 7 profound envoy was because of them. Morongzi clenched her teeth and thought aloud, "You damn sexual harasser, if you dare to make a move on me or lay a finger on my body, I will cut off your D*CK, and I will die with you." After Crown Prince Yang Lin heard this news, he also didn't look very good. He knew that this banquet was arranged by his 10th younger brother, the Cloud Prince. What did it mean that Ouyang Dihua's welcoming had been arranged by Yang Zhen? It was obvious that Yang Zhen had already managed to make some sort of deal ahead of time with Ouyang Dihua concerning the future throne. Today, Yang Zhen had not hesitated to conceal the identity of Ouyang Dihua and invited so many beautiful daughters of great and respected families. This was a great offense to all those families. The reason he could do this was because Ouyang Dihua would take over the role of the 7 profound envoy, and thus Yang Zhen had found a backer. Yang Lin certainly knew that Zhang Guanyu and Yang Zhen were close. Without a doubt, these two had formed an alliance, and the one who had promoted them to form this alliance was Lin Ming. Lin Ming was the common enemy of Yang Zhen and Zhang Guanyu. In all likelihood, the one that had invited Ouyang Dihua was Zhang Guanyu. To somehow manage to obtain him as their backer, he could not imagine what sort of price that Zhang Guanyu had paid for this. Thinking of this, Yang Lin took a deep breath. When he had obtained Lin Ming's support, he thought that he had already won half the battle. But after experiencing Zhang Guanyu and Yang Zhen's latest move, he had already lost the game before he could think of a comeback. Whether it was Zhang Guanyu or Yang Zhen, they were not people that would easily concede. How was it possible that they would sit and wait to die just because of Lin Ming? Lin Ming noted the change in Yang Lin's expression, as well as Zhang Guanyu and Yang Zhen's faces filled with elation, and immediately understood that this was because of Ouyang Dihua. It was now clear to him why, as soon as Ouyang Dihua had walked in, he had looked at Lin Ming like a cat that was teasing a mouse. So that's how it is. I was the mouse. Lin Ming's expression didn't change, and he was still calmly sitting in his chair, as he was before. But at this moment, Zhang Guanyu, swinging his fan, walked over to the Crown Prince. Lin Ming and the Crown Prince were sitting very near each other, and Zhang Guanyu's gaze fell upon Lin Ming. There was unhappiness implied in that look, as if it were the exact same expression that Ouyang Dihua had, of a cat playing with a mouse. If one were to think there was something different about it, it would be that there was a hint of murderous intent lurking beneath that smiling facade. "Crown Prince, Your Highness," Zhang Guanyu bowed. "Sir Zhang." Although Yang Lin wished to kill Zhang Guanyu in his heart, Yang Lin maintained his friendly and smiling demeanor. "Crown Prince, Your Highness, it seems that Lan Yunyue, Miss Lan, is in the Crown Prince's palace. Mr. Ouyang would like to see Miss Lan. I was wondering what Your Highness thought of this?" Although Zhang Guanyu spoke quietly, how could Lin Ming, who was sitting by the side of the Crown Prince, not hear? Although Lan Yunue no longer had anything to do with Lin Ming, this disgusting Zhang Guanyu repeatedly kept trying to use this matter to attack Lin Ming's heart of martial arts in vain. Lin Ming only felt as if there was a blowfly flying around it. It was just annoying and extremely bothersome. As soon as Yang Lin heard Zhang Guanyu say this, there was a slight change in his expression, but it was immediately restored to a congenial smile. I'm truly sorry, but this prince has already sent Miss Lan away. As to where she has gone, even this prince does not know. Zhang Guanyu cunningly laughed, smiled, and said, Your Highness, since I came to such an important person as yourself, that means that I have obtained accurate news. I'm not a person that likes to beat around the bush, so I will give Your Highness some advice. Lan Yunue is very important to Mr. Ouyang's cultivation. Mr. Ouyang has already expressed that he will be single-mindedly focused on his cultivation and has no intention to participate in the struggle for the throne. As long as Your Highness the Crown Prince hands over Lan Yunue, then Mr. Ouyang will remain neutral in Your Highness and the Cloud Prince's struggle for the throne. I wonder what the Crown Prince thinks of this? As Zhang Guanyu said this, Lin Ming's face sank. He could not help but admire how truly tricky, insidious, and utterly vicious this Zhang Guanyu was. He was trying to alienate the Crown Prince's relationship with Lin Ming. The present situation was that the Crown Prince did not want Ouyang Dihua as his enemy. This matter was because of Lin Ming. If Lin Ming and Zhang Guanyu were not enemies, then he would not resort to having Ouyang Dihua personally appear, and thus let the 10th prince have the support of a future 7 profound envoy. This attack on the Crown Prince's influence was simply too drastic. In other words, the Crown Prince had looked towards Lin Ming to help him, but instead, not only had he not benefited from their relationship, but he had ended up following the devil. If it was anyone else, they would have already readily trampled Lin Ming underneath their foot. At this moment, Zhang Guanyu had offered Ouyang Dihua's neutrality as bait. Even though the Crown Prince knew perfectly well that his was an attempt to alienate him and Lin Ming, he was unable to reject because the threat of Ouyang Dihua was simply too big. The Crown Prince did not dare to disobey him. This move of Zhang Guanyu's could only be described as vicious. He was slowly trying to isolate Lin Ming. Zhu Yan was the best example. The reason why Zhu Yan had ended up in such a miserable state was because of Lin Ming's great strength, which caused the 10th prince and the Zhu family to fear Lin Ming, so they had directly expelled Zhu Yan from the family. Now, Zhang Guanyu was trying to deal with Lin Ming in a similar method and had brought out Ouyang Dihua. Not only would Lin Ming fail the 7 profound martial house's core disciple test, but he would also lose the backing and asylum of the Crown Prince and eventually follow the same fate as Zhu Yan. After Zhang Guanyu said these words, Yang Lin could no longer maintain his calm. If he could think of this, then Lin Ming could also think of this. Zhang Guanyu, what a sinister villain. Yang Lin cursed angrily in his mind. He couldn't help but glance at Lin Ming. Lin Ming indifferently said, Lan Yunue was originally rescued by Your Highness the Crown Prince. In that case, I have no right to interfere with Your Highness' decision. Your Highness, please decide on your own. Yang Lin took a deep breath. Even though he was usually calm, at this moment his palms were oozing with sweat. He had a faint foreboding feeling that this would be the most important decision in his entire life, whether he decides to stand by Lin Ming's side, or willingly submit to the Sky Fortune Kingdom's 7 profound envoy, Ouyang Dihua. There was a deep silence that lasted for a full 10 breaths of time before Yang Lin finally said, My influence is inferior to my 10th younger brother. My military force is inferior to my 10th younger brother, and my finances are inferior to my 10th younger brother. When I was at my lowest and all I had was inferior to my 10th younger brother, Brother Lin chose to stand on my side and support me in my difficult position. Yang Lin, will always bear the timely graciousness when he helped me in my heart. Since ancient times, emperors have been ambitious and fierce. According to that, perhaps I may not be suitable to be an emperor, but if one day I were to really ascend to the throne, then I would surely regard the officials as my brothers and the common citizens as my own benevolent parents. Even though Yang Lin's remarks placed him in a terribly unfavorable situation, he still said it. As Lin Ming heard this, his heart moved. He also had not expected Yang Lin to suddenly utter these words. Even in this kind of situation, Yang Lin had continued to stand by his side and revolted against Ouyang Dihua, the seven profound envoy. Depending on just this, Yang Lin was truly a person worth knowing. If an emperor took an official as a brother, the official would take the emperor as a friend. If the emperor regarded the official as worthless, then the official would regard the emperor as a foe. Now, Lin Ming had completely decided to help Yang Lin ascend the throne. The Sky Fortune Kingdom was Lin Ming's home, and his family was still here. Naturally, he hoped that his country would also have a kind and just ruler. Oh, so your highness does not plan on handing over Lan Yunhua? Zhang Guanyu smiled as he asked, but this time not far behind from Zhang Guanyu. Ouyang Dihua was also looking in their direction. He was smiling, but his smile was a bit cold. This princess said that Miss Lan is no longer in the palace. Ha ha, since your highness the crown prince says so, then would you dare to allow people to search? Presumptuous. Hee hee, of course I would not dare to search myself. But what if this was Mr. Ouyang's order? As Zhang Guanyu said this, the crown prince's complexion changed. If Ouyang Dihua wished to search the palace, there was nothing he could do. At this moment, the thick tension in the room was palpable. The entire banquet hall had turned to watch this unfold. Suddenly, Lin Ming opened his mouth to say, Sir Zhang, I suddenly recalled that there was the matter of a duel between us. Li Ming's idea was very simple. Since Zhang Guanyu had formed an alliance and found someone to deal with him, then he who struck the first blow would have the advantage. Tonight, he would duel Zhang Guanyu and utterly waste him so that he could no longer play such clever little tricks again. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.